Joker.
This is fly nigga shit. Keep a blunt and a fucking bad bitch in the whip. Stick shift, chrome grips. Speeding down 80 toes, shorty don't trip. She think I'm fucking crazy, no baby, I'm the shit. And that's the way I'm made. Born to fucking shine, but we living in the shade. Money on my mind, it's time to get paid. Staying on my grind, saving every dime. California Kush while I'm vibing to Sublime. Chillin' with your crush, tequila and some lime. Your girl has just been stolen and it's really such a crime. And yes, I pleaded guilty and I'm about to do the time. Brand new whip, touch screen is in the center. Them niggas frown up cause the losers hate winners. They know not to fuck with me, hang around gorillas. Montclair jackets keep me warm in the winter cause we cold.
It's gonna be a cold winter, snowstorm, I'ma be cold this winter. Shoe game killer, clothes game killer. Ballin' is falling, be cold all winter. It's gonna be a cold winter, snow ain't the only thing cold this winter. Shoe game killer, clothes game killer. Ballin' is fall, looking raw all motherfucking winter.
I'm this shit, and I'm not just saying this because I'm probably gon' be rich. I'm probably gon' make you sick, but hating will get you lynched. And I ain't acting like I'm hard, you just acting like a bitch. If it don't sound like money, then to me it don't make sense. All we fucking do is party, we be steady getting bit. The boy is so heaven sent, how much flyer can I get? Met up with the boy movies and I've been ballin' ever since. I'm a boss though on the low. Some people don't even know how hard that this nigga go. They get smaller while I grow. All my niggas throwing bows, and my pockets getting swole. All the girlies wanna roll, cause getting money is the goal. Stupid ass niggas, what you wanna do? If you think that you can beat me, then the joke is on you. The fucking day you cross me is the day that you will rule. I'm loved by many people, only hated by a few.
It's gonna be a cold winter, snowstorm, I'ma be cold this winter. Shoe game killer, clothes game killer. Ballin' is falling, be cold all winter. It's gonna be a cold winter, snow ain't the only thing cold this winter. Shoe game killer, clothes game killer. Ballin' is fall, looking raw all motherfucking winter.
This is fly nigga shit. Keep a blunt and a fucking bad bitch in the whip. Stick shift, chrome grips. Speeding down 80 toes, shorty don't trip. She think I'm fucking crazy, no baby, I'm the shit. And that's the way I'm made. Born to fucking shine, but we living in the shade. Money on my mind, it's time to get paid. Staying on my grind, saving every dime. California Kush while I'm vibing to Sublime. Chillin' with your crush, tequila and some lime. Your girl has just been stolen and it's really such a crime. And yes, I pleaded guilty and I'm about to do the time. With brand new whip, touch screen is in the center. Them niggas frown up cause the losers hate winners. They know not to fuck with me, hang around gorillas. Montclair jackets.
Yo, what's going on? Shout outs to everybody in the building. I am your gracious host. Right back at the helm of today's show. Shout outs to everybody here. What's going on, Vader? Shout outs to Tampa Supreme in the building. Shout outs to the good brothers in the building. What's going on, Aaron Fletcher? How you doing? Good to see you guys in the building, man. It's Player Talk Radio. I am your gracious host, right back at the helm of today's show. Make sure you guys hit the like button on the way in, and please hit the Cash App on the way in. Yeah, man. You shall not pass. Yeah, you shall not pass. That's a funny jiu-jitsu joke because, you know, people always trying to get some type of pass, you know, when you're sparring or rolling. You know, in jiu-jitsu, we call it rolling. You know what I'm saying? So he got him in he got his gi. He got him in a good, you know, a good position to not pass, I guess you could say. You know what I'm saying? I got a lot of stuff to chop up on today's show. Man, a lot of people are getting fired, man. I heard Joy Reid got fired, and she's going on like that. She's like running around, you know, and crying right now, and it's like, damn, you know, that's crazy. You know what I'm saying? Joy Reid got fired. Everybody getting fired. You're fired. Like that's gonna be the you know, the slogan of 2020 whatever, you know what I'm saying? From now on, that's going to be the slogan of this damn president. Hold on, y'all. Okay, yeah, that's going to be the slogan of this year, man. You're fired, you're not fired, you know, the whole you're fired trope, you know? Like we said on the last show, shout outs to War Master, shout outs to everybody here. Listen, man, you know, and I said this the first term, but it really wasn't like this the first term. It's leaning more towards this in the second term. You know, Donald Trump has brought, you know what I'm saying? He said crying in her fur coat, she cool. Oh man, y'all heartless, man. Y'all heartless. Not crying in the fur coat though. You know, but it's like yeah, you know, it's like a lot of people are paying attention to politics right now, you know, and like I said, you know, Trump bought Hollywood to politics. You know, you got a lot of people, you know, watching, you know, presidential stuff that normally wouldn't, you know. Most people would be, you know, glued to their televisions and stuff like that. Yeah, you got a lot of people in America and in rural America and mid America that really don't give a fuck about no goddamn politics and shit like that. And you know what I'm saying? They would just, you know, stay in their house and watch the Price is Right all damn day and do meth and shit, you know? So he got a lot of people that normally wouldn't be looking at politics, you know? And you have a lot of, opinions, whether good, bad, right, accurate, or wrong, circulating all around the world just about just, things, that people are seeing on the internet and just on TV and stuff like that. And, a lot of people have, you know, they have their own, opinions, like I said, whether good, right, bad, or wrong, or accurate and stuff. And when you get on the internet, you start to see and hear where kind of a lot of people are coming from. Now, I would say to a certain degree is the days where you get to actually really choose what party you want to stand with, or if you want to be neutral, on all the stuff that you're seeing. But one thing's for sure, and let me tell y'all something that I've been seeing. Let me tell y'all something that I've been seeing, and we've been covering it all throughout the whole election, right? Um, Hold on, y'all. Y'all are starting to see a lot of quote unquote pro black guys turn into trumpets right now. We're gonna call them trumpets. You know what I'm saying? Y'all are seeing a whole bunch of pro black guys turn into trumpets. It's like you can't really follow a lot of people in the pro black sector because they don't stand on shit. Like overnight, they turn into trumpets. All last election, they were telling you guys, you know what I'm saying? Oh, he's gonna put us back in slavery and all kinds of goofball shit, telling y'all niggas Santa Claus slave stories and shit like that. And now you catch up with them, they try to act like they neutral, but they high key praising Trump. Shout outs to my boy Tariq Nasheed. I mean, y'all should have seen this coming because they never liked Tariq Nasheed, and now overnight they're biting off of all of his his terms and vernacular and stuff. Tether this, tether that. And people don't know what the hell they talking about. These people don't know what the fuck they talking about, man. They don't know. And the crazy part is, I'm seeing people now overnight, turn into trumpets. They had a lot to say, and it's like, dang, when the hell did you convert? So a lot of these people, you can't trust them. They'll change up on you overnight. My bad, I'm getting distracted by a lot of stuff here in the background. Hold on, y'all. Yeah, they'll turn on you overnight, man. You got to be real careful when you following hoteps and stuff like that. And like I said, man, it's not a group project. It's not a group project. A lot of that pro black stuff, that shit is a phase. You know what I'm saying? It's a phase that, let's just say a lot of people go through or have to go through in their life to get to a certain level of knowledge and stuff like that. That shit is a phase. You'll get more shit done personally, learning and studying about that stuff than you will with any group and stuff like that. So, y'all take that in stride. I'm starting to see a lot of people right now, though, that never agreed with Trump talking crazy about people that did, now overnight agreeing with Trump. And listen, what was it, like the 21st of February or whatever? We just eclipsed 1 month. Where you get in the office? Like January 20 something, right? 22nd or some shit like that. We just eclipsed 1 month. Now, I do say they do need to kind of slow down and pace themselves, because when you're making these rapid changes this quick, a lot of people fall out early. You know what I'm saying? And, we've talked about the egos in office. Like I said, I wouldn't be surprised if Elon and Trump falls out a couple years into this whole thing or whatever the hell's going on, or there's a disagreement. Not all rich people agree with each other. I know a couple of rich people that don't like Trump. You know what I'm saying? Or it's off and on. You know what I'm saying? But I don't know what's up with all of these firings going on. But like I said, he's brought politics. He's brought Hollywood to politics. And, this is kind of more on par with the whole Apprentice shtick. This is more on par with the Apprentice shtick. You dig? So let's get into this Joy Reid thing. Let's just get straight into it. I'm not going to give too much monologue. Make sure you guys hit the like button and support the show. Hit the Cash App. Hit the PayPal. Support a player. Let's get the show back on the road. We getting our numbers back. It's Player Talk Radio. He said, I don't trust Elon. That's the thing, though. A lot of people don't. Then again, for some people, it's not even a fun time to own a Tesla. If he does something wrong or something people don't agree with, they start spray painting up your Tesla, saying F Elon. It's like, damn, you might not like Elon. You might just want to help the economy. And now niggas spray painting up your Tesla. And it's like, God damn. What did Elon do now? So thank you everybody for coming through. Make sure you guys hit the like button, support the show. Let's chop up this game together. Let's at least get 2 contributors. I will open up the panel if you would like to join and kick it with us this morning. I will open up the lines. Let me know. It's Player Talk Radio. Let's get it. Shout outs to Messi. She been on point lately, so let's chop it up. Oh man, that's what I'm saying too. Shout outs to Vader. Great observation. That's what I'm saying too. It's like, damn, how many people are y'all gonna send to YouTube? Like, it's already 4th and 5th generation people on YouTube that's stealing our talking point. Like, how much people y'all gonna send to YouTube? And honestly, I mean, I'm not even gonna lie. Any kind of anchor or somebody working for, a station, y'all can start y'all own podcast. But then again, you never know how people's contract is set up. Sometimes the station owns the shtick. The station owns the shtick. So it might be, she bald headed as hell. All right, let's go. Caillou, everybody, let's go.
But also that my show had value, and that I'm sorry that what I was doing had value. And in the end, I'm sorry, I try not to cry on TV. And I said this is kind of like me on TV, so I apologize. And that it mattered. I see Karen is there, and she's been texting me as well. And so what I will just say is that in the end, thank you. Where I land is that the moment of guilt that I felt, that I went hard on so many issues, whether it was the Black Lives Matter issues of a young baby or a mom or a dad that was killed, or when we opened up people's eyes to the fact that Asian Americans were being targeted and not just Black folks, or went hard for immigrants who've done nothing but come to this country like my parents did and try to make a life and defended them. Or whether we've talked about what the president is doing that is subversive to the Constitution, that is injurious to our liberty, defending books.
Them tears went away real quick.
That people find inconvenient, that Nicole Hannah-Jones put into our spirit, that we need to understand.
I mean, she already got the podcast set up. Just swap it out for your own camera.
You're a victim.
Here we
go, CSI.
Swap it out. Go live the same day you're fired.
1619 as the real founding of this country, whether it's talking about any of these issues.
Y'all niggas got money and all kinds of shit. Imagine if you were a regular person, like a lot of us here, that damn near built the empire that you don't get credit for. These people starting off in way worse positions. Go ahead and start your show. Start repeating shit we said.
And yes, whether it's talking about Gaza and the fact that we as the American people have a right to object, to little babies being bombed. And where I come down on that is I'm not sorry. I am not sorry that I stood up for those things, because those things are of God.
So we always want to lean into what we think that God said to do when we saw everything that was listed on what Joy Reid would and was saying. I know that there are a lot of Black people that are just leaning into the Donald Trumpedness of it all and thinks that just because they hate him,
Not
anything
Donald
that she
Trumpedness.
says to him, about him, by him is acceptable and okay. That anybody that's a Republican, it's okay for you all to speak negatively and nastily about them. That it's okay for any conservative to be talked about negatively and nastily and blame it all on either if they're white, they're racist, or if they are Black, then they are coons, or whatever name is being called of people who look like me. And
yeah, I heard they were gonna get rid of the penny, but you said that Stacey Abrams $2 bill slush fund is crazy work for real though. What exactly is that? Honeycomb Brazy got a slush fund? Honeycomb Brazy got a slush fund. When did Stacey Abrams get a slush fund?
and joy. Conveniently, Black people who talk about foundational Black Americans and ADOS, forget descendants of slaves or whatever, and people who are from America, born in America, raised in America, can differentiate when it's convenient for them and not recognize people who weren't born in the United States unless it's something that they don't like, then it's an issue. So I guess y'all going to ignore that for this daggone case, because they're just going to see that allegedly Joy is just a Black woman who is being taken down unfairly. Forget the things that she said. Forget the things that she allegedly stood up for. Forget about the books that she wanted into the schools, even though they were talking about nasty, negative stuff, actual stuff that should be taught at home by parents. If parents don't want their kids to know about being an ABCD, then parents should have the choice to not want to be taught. They should have the ability to say what it is that they want to be done in the daggone classroom, instead of saying that everyone gets to say whatever they want to say and everyone has to accept it. This participation trophy-ness of it all is annoying AF, and y'all going to continue to stand 10 toes down on it and continue to lose Democrats and continue to lose progressives and continue to lose liberals, because you just think that you can say whatever you want to about the other side, but as soon as the other side says something about you, then you call them names and they're racist mostly, or white supremacists, of course. Why is it that it's okay for her to spew whatever she wants and say whatever she wants, and now all of a sudden someone's supposed to have sympathy for her? I have no sympathy for her whatsoever.
Well, I mean, that's the whole accountability trope. You know what I'm saying? And that's why I told you, like, a lot of women lie, you know, about the type of patriarch that they live in. A lot of women would rather live in a patriarch than a matriarch, because in a patriarch, women are protected by men. You know, they make men seem bad because they actually want to protect their families. You understand what I'm saying? If daughters are protected by men, nieces and family and stuff like that are protected by men, yeah, you're protected by men. But it's like hiring security and not listening to what your security says. And the security's like, well, listen, first of all, I got to protect your life. Then I'm the one that's supposed to be jumping in front of a bullet if some shit happens. So I got to protect my life too. You know? And that's the thing about jobs and clients and stuff like that, when they only think about their self or their best interest and stuff like that, you know? Obviously, you're hired to do a job, but hey, it is what it is, you know. And that's another thing I want to talk to you guys about on today's show. Also, shout outs to everybody that supports Player Talk Radio because it is a job. Shout outs to everybody that listens to Player Talk Radio at work, on their way to work, home from work, and whatnot, um, on their days off, and definitely soak up the game from the show. You always leave a lot smarter than you did when you came, or a little bit with more knowledge than you did because y'all are smart anyway, you know. Mental chewing gum. But what I want to tell you is that we're living in a day and age now where even the people that y'all thought were immortal, or people that thought they were immortal, or people at the top, we're living in a day and age right now where your job, and it's always been this case, your job will replace you in less than a week. Whether you pass away and whatnot. One of my best friends that got me into the business that I stayed in for like just about 10 years, um he passed away on the job, and day after day I had to walk over. I didn't even want to see the footage, the camera footage, but day after day, me working there, I had to walk over, um I had to walk over where he actually passed, where he collapsed at. He passed away at the job, and day after day I had to walk right over the spot where my friend died that put me into the business. And it fucked me up. I'm not even gonna lie. I still got some mental trauma, that I probably have unresolved, from that instance. I don't really talk about the stuff, but definitely want to share it with you guys. It fucked me up really bad. And they were supposed to name, we had a whole thing for him and stuff like that. And they were supposed to name, certain things after him, but that never manifested. And he's been there for a long time. He gave himself to the job. He gave himself to the job. And honestly, some stuff was going on with my other coworker, and he was supposed to be off that day. He ended up coming into work and collapsed. And within less than a week, you know, he was replaced. And the funny part is that the job that we were working, you couldn't even easily replace us. Just off of sheer knowledge, what we knew, what we were doing, how to sell, what we were selling. You couldn't easily replace us, or find a good replacement. You needed a placeholder. But like I said, and back to what I was saying, is that be real careful and real mindful, real demure, with your place of employment, because they will replace you. They will replace you in a heartbeat, like they never knew you, like you never worked a day there or put blood, sweat, and tears into it. You know, and but so many options that I can only tell you, to take advantage of these days. But people are starting their own business. You know, people are starting their own business. Side gigs are drying up. Whoop de whoop. So why do people at the top believe that they're any different? Joy Reid, if you're a woman, I'm gonna just say this. If you're a woman and you're in the industry, start making your bones to a certain degree to actually start a podcast anyway. Because women in radio for the longest time literally age themselves out of, especially if you're good at what you do, you age yourself out of radio. Even in radio, a place where people really don't see you. Look at Angie Martinez. Look at Angela Yee from the Breakfast Club. They got to start their own thing. You know, I'm not gonna lie. You show up looking like Caillou every day. Now you really putting don't nobody give a damn what your bald ass say. You show up looking like Caillou every day, niggas ain't gonna listen to you.
Yeah. I ain't gonna lie, I'm getting cooked.
See, we listen to bald guys all day. Shout outs to the bald players. We listen to bald guys all day. You know? I ain't gonna lie, bald sister. Whoo. Talking crazy? Nah.
Ever. She don't have no damn sympathy for me. This is the woman that said that we shouldn't talk to any relative that may have a different political view. She's the one that said, don't go to Thanksgiving and sit down with these people if they have a different political view, because allegedly we were put in harm's way. Help me understand where all of the slavery is at.
Why and why while we're at it, what I was saying about a lot of these cats overnight turning into trumpets, right? Especially the Hotep cats and stuff like motherfuckers is really falling out with their family. And to this day, people still mad. And now all of a sudden they trumpets overnight. Really, really pay attention to that. If your family didn't show up to your Thanksgiving dinner, I know it's hard for y'all to remember a couple of months back. You know, the world's going quick. But if your family didn't show up to you for Thanksgiving dinner, they were trying to make you seem delusional and crazy and gaslight you and all kinds of shit. You know, you could do some Dalai Lama shit and forgive. But honestly, take a mental note of that. Because a couple months into we only 1 month into to this presidency, they might start coming around. You don't got to do nothing evil to them, but remind them how they was acting. And simply ask them what changed. What changed? Where the hell is Kamala at? I heard she's somewhere around here on drunk rants and shit. That's comedy in and of itself.
The being put back in chains is at. All this crazy ass rhetoric that they were saying about this daggone man and the Republican Party as a whole and conservatives as a whole, while they
It said Simone Sanders looking like Mike Singleton.
call names on everyone. And
Yeah. I ain't gonna lie, I'm getting cooked.
as soon as someone says something about them, it's racist. How do y'all get away in your brains to allow that to happen? Do you not see how hypocritical you are? You can dish it out, but you cannot take it. And that's what's going on with her right here. I have no empathy or sympathy for Joy Reid whatsoever. First of all, she gonna be all right. Even though she a black woman, she gonna be all right. She can get on YouTube or wherever and do whatever. She already on TikTok. She gonna be fine. I'm sure she saved some of that daggone money. She don't have a problem with what it is that she said, but as soon as I say something, a bunch of y'all gonna have a problem with what I say because it don't agree with what you think black people should believe in. No, I don't.
Well, Messi, that's because you are male identified. Male identified. Male identified. That's what they call that. You are male identified. You know, you can't win and you can't lose for shit. This woman here looks like Seal. This woman here looks like a milk dud that is stuck in the corner of the box.
Yeah. I ain't gonna lie, I'm getting cooked.
D-Mac says that her head looks like a dirty tennis ball in the projects. Lord have mercy. I like women that, you know, can rock the baldini. You know what I'm saying? But you got to have the type of head for it. You know what I'm saying? You gotta have the type of head for it, you know. If you gotta think twice if you're gonna fuck up your hair, man. You know what I'm saying? If you're gonna do the big chop and you look like Michael Clark Duncan, take a I don't know, take a gamble with the wigs or something like that. But damn,
Don't believe that you should be calling any one name. And if she want to talk about God, she probably got the same grandmother that I had that said, if you don't have nothing nice to say, then you don't say anything at all. Don't be out here calling for people if you don't want them to call for you and respond. But that's exactly what she was doing. She was completely and utterly out of control. And she's so black with all those daggone blonde wigs, talking about cultural appropriation, talking about Kamala did a flawless campaign. If Cam's campaign was flawless, then why didn't she make it
right?
as
She
President?
one of them.
Bueller? Y'all can never see where you make any mistakes. This is no different than Tiffany Henyard watching and listening to her and her crash outs. It's no different than her not taking any accountability, not saying that she did anything wrong, not admitting to anything that she did wrong, not admitting to anything that she could have changed, nothing. So she did everything right as well. I love how all these black people, specifically black women, are out here doing everything in the world right. Everything in the world right, and yet black women still remain at the bottom. Still at bottom of list we shouldn't be at the bottom of, top of list we shouldn't be at the top of, and then when someone actually says it, then y'all having an effing fit. Y'all doing the same things over and over and over again. Definition of insanity, changing absolutely nothing. Just think because you said so, because you're not going to tell me that that's somehow, some way going to make it. It's not working. It's not going to work for the Democrats in the next cycle if they're going to continue this way. It ain't going to. Who's going to hire Joy Reid, Bueller? Who's going to hire Joy Reid? Maybe Broly Road will hire her. Somebody else, Ricky Smiley, will hire her. Not on this radio show, because that radio show is owned by white people. So if there's such a problem with white people, why is it that Ricky and DL still working for the white man, since there's such a problem and they're going back to slavery? Since Trump allegedly has all this power, even though enough of these things were happening under Joe Biden, he white too, y'all can't see that for shit. Y'all don't see nothing that Joe Biden did wrong, but you got all this smoke for Donald damn Trump, and y'all gonna do this shit every day? I sat through a whole presidency with y'all doing this shit. I'm not listening to that shit no more, because none of it makes any daggone sense, because y'all do the exact same thing. Just because you want to be all inclusive don't make you different, because your inclusivity is you also saying that I have to be inclusive with it, and I'm not. That I have to participate in this foolishness, and I won't.
See, that's what I'm trying to say. Like I said, a lot of sisters, they don't want that matriarchy. They don't want no other fucking woman sitting around telling them what to do. Hell no. You know, knowing their mindset and how they get down. Shout outs to the sisters, but I agree. They want the patriarchy to go the way they want it to go, and I'm not even gonna lie, it does. Women are getting what they want out of the patriarchy. You know what I'm saying? The landscape is going to be a lot different if it was a matriarchy. They don't even know what they're fighting for. You know, it's just as worse as people on the internet. That's why you have trolls and all kinds of other people. Think about what I'm telling you. A lot of these people don't go outside. A lot of these people don't got shit going on. So they result to either trolling or just doing goofball shit on the internet, right? And look at black culture. Black culture, like, oh, well, if you ain't got haters, you ain't popping. If you ain't got ops, you know, you're not doing something right. You know, most of these people don't have that type of shit because they really not doing nothing, right? So guess what? They gotta create it in their heads, or they gotta create fake ones on the internet to make them feel like they're somebody. Same reason as why fools join gangs and shit like that. They gotta do little goofball shit to make themselves feel like they somebody. You know what I'm saying? Make themselves, you know, feel like they got shit going on when they really don't. Think about it. You see it all the time. So a lot of people ain't got shit going on. And they need certain things to validate, you know, what they got going on and stuff like that. So that's what they did with the sisters. They just gave them, you know, a group of niggas they can somewhat complain to. You know, they gave them a group of people that they can just, you know, hey, go over there and distract everybody else while we're over here doing this. Yo, I got this thing. Y'all check. Y'all, I got a pre-record coming out. I just got to figure out how I'm gonna do it. Y'all check my my pre-record soon. I got a pre-record coming out, and it's a funny little story. I'm gonna be doing commentary over this funny little story that's on this pre-record, right? But it was funny because the irony of it is, it's like a movie, right? And it has a message in it. And it's funny because when I went to go read the comments, it said, "This movie is cap. Black women don't treat each other like that." And it was funny as hell in the comment section. The person that was like, you know, this movie is cap. Black women don't treat each other like that. It was funny as hell because people were commenting under it and laughing out loud, right? Y'all gonna laugh too when y'all see it too, because it's actually funny. But it's actually good at the same time too. But it's funny because other people call it out. You know, even some people will say, look at how Messi is calling out Joy Reid. And anytime you have a sister, like a black woman that thinks for her own damn self, you know, get her own shit, got her own, you know, get her own things done and think with common sense. And then not even just that. Sometimes they just grew up with brothers, you know, or around boys or whatever, you know. It's funny because they blame it on black men. I'm not gonna ruin the end of that story for you, but they blame it on black men. They're like, oh, you're male identified, so that's why you think like that, or oh, you know, you think like them red pill people, man. Y'all hear and see the stupid shit going on around the internet right now, man. I saw I think what's the dude name? The Sharon Brazy dude, the Sharon Brazy cat, right? And shout outs to him, but you know, niggas don't know what they talking about. You know, I saw him do a show saying that the black manosphere took from the red pill, and it's like, what are you talking about? How can the black manosphere took from the red pill when the black manosphere is red pill? And I be seeing y'all listen to that stupid shit. I'm like, man, y'all, man, What are you talking about? Anyway, we're gonna get into that a little bit later. Let's get back into this.
That I have to agree to what y'all say, and I don't. Everybody doesn't win. And until Democrats, progressive liberals realize that everybody can't win and that y'all can't.
A lot of sisters do not get along with each other. They will not build with each other. And if they do, there's a fallout coming, either over a nigga or some other goofy shit. And I can't just blame this on the sisters because it's the same thing with the brothers. But brothers do build with each other. I will say that.
Can't just sit and talk about people and don't think that people are going to eventually fight back, then this shit is just going to go round and round.
It's damn near like they almost forced to be independent. And that plagues the black community, that fake mindset.
And effing round. Own your own ish, and then you ain't got to worry about the white man getting rid of your ass. Now all these people are saying to boycott MSNBC. Child, ain't nobody watching that damn station any daggone way. The ratings have dropped. Do y'all pay attention to the numbers? Do y'all pay attention to the news? MSNBC has already been dropping. One of the reasons is because of her. And the other reason is probably because of Maddow. But I'm sure there's something else over there. Because like I said, when we went over this on the day that she got fired, none of them people can relate to anyone who's under the age of 30. I can't even relate to them. They definitely ain't relating to the younger generation. And if you're not going to figure out a way to get to the younger generation as the elders die off, as the rest of us in the middle say, we tired of all this ish, who are you going to get to?
I'm looking at it on both sides though. The younger generation, for men and women, if the red pill doesn't come back, because the red pill been saving women also. Keep that in mind. They don't talk about that part. The red pill been saving women like shit. Y'all hit the like button, support the show, y'all. Dropping some gems. The red pill been saving women like shit. All right, the red pill has been saving women, but hold on. The female class is gonna get abandoned by women. The cards are stacked, you know, with America in the West and what's going on with, you know, Western women, you know. That's why I do my best to kind of warn a lot of sisters and stuff like that. The deck is already stacked. The deck, he said the only wigs is hiring. That's crazy, man. That's crazy as cat shit, man. Only wigs.
Yeah. I ain't gonna lie, I'm getting cooked.
What I'm saying is, you know, they're gonna be abandoned. They're already been abandoned. You know, that's what the technology is for. You know, they getting sold off. You know, they'll tell black men, "Hey, stop rapping. We need mechanics. We need engineers. Stop rapping." They don't tell sisters, "Hey man, stop twerking. We need nurses and shit." Even nurses are known for being promiscuous. But yeah, we need doctors. We need inventors. We need don't need no more OnlyFans models. And then now, y'all are going to start to see it. Y'all heard it here first, man. These women are going to be competing with AI. That's hard. They're going to be competing with AI. Like, how did you work yourself into that position?
Vote for y'all. Who you gonna get the vote?
I mean, guys are going to compete with AI, but AI is not going to replace hard labor. Anyway.
Vote for y'all. You're not gonna get it by negative, nasty stuff that this woman spews out. But y'all keep doing it, and we'll just see how that actually works. I'm pretty sure we'll be seeing President J.D. Vance in 4 years if y'all continue this route, and this is what you want to support. But y'all let me know what you think. Make sure you hit the like button, subscribe if you are new.
And that would be crazy. President God damn it. President, shout outs to Messi. President JD Vance. He would be the first millennial president. JD Vance is 40. I didn't know Trump was 78. And JD Vance is 40. So he will be a millennial president. That's going to be interesting, you know? And I'm not going to lie. That's scary and interesting at the same time, because the millennials' mindset these days is to not work smart, but work less. And I guess work smarter. It's like night and day with a lot of boomer logic, right? So they say. So it might go in, you know, it might complement this whole AI, you know, this whole AI, you know, society, or this whole AI situation we're supposed to be barreling into, you know. Even though I say out of all the generations, millennials are going to be a little bit less accepting of a lot of AI stuff. and zillennials and below, like late zillennials and below, I don't think they're really gonna mind it too much. But we got to see what's going on, you know. But I'm not gonna lie, you know, one thing's for sure, we're living in times that are creating weaker men. You know, honestly, if we're gonna be reaping the benefits and work of other men, and replace the organic with the mechanic, you know what I'm saying? We should be mentally strong, you know what I'm saying? We should be mentally strong, you know, because we're building this iRobot thing right in front of us. So like I said, it's like, okay, I can see if you're not physically strong or whatever, or why don't you just go to Planet Fitness and get an AI to just sit in the machine, and the AI, I'm probably putting out $1 million idea right now, because you know AI can work your muscles out for you. You just show up. You don't gotta do it yourself. Anyway, I'm gonna tell you something crazy, man. We should be like I said, we should be mentally strong. You know, it seems like humans want to go off somewhere and just go do drugs, and then just, hey man, let the computer do it. You know, and then it's crazy too, because at the same time, most people don't have a social life, they have a social media. Think about that. Are we trying to be the robots we're creating? We're using robots to seem more like robots. It's weird. Let's go.
Outside my race, but I was dating outside of my race because they were doing.
Now I remember him. Isn't he like a wasn't he supposed to be Biggie?
Things better than my race. I'm
Like,
keep
what
it
do you
100.
define
My Spanish,
better?
my
Define
Spanish,
better.
well,
Not
not better, because
Yes, sir.
I know when she getting ready to go. Not better.
I know you said
Well,
they were
not-
doing
no,
things
not
better. I
better,
wanted to
not
know
better,
what better meant.
Not better. I'm gonna change that.
I'm trying to save you for the.
I know.
Oh yeah, look, the sisters done caught him. They do things better. Define better. Got that out of Kevin Samuels' playbook. Let's
You
go.
is.
for
That's
the
why I'm saying
culture.
not better for the culture. Not my
Run
race.
this back.
But I was dating outside of my race because they were doing things better than my race. I'm
Like,
keep
what
it
do you-
100.
Shit, you in Hollywood. Hell yeah, you gonna be around assistant type hoes. Oh, them the worst ones. But the best at the same time. You know? That's why most dudes date their assistants. You notice that? Your assistant is around you just to make sure things are getting done. And you're like, oh, this is convenient. I'm about to go out to eat. Oh, well, my assistant's already going to be there, so just start dating the assistant.
My
Define
Spanish,
better.
my
Define
Spanish,
better.
well, not better.
They be having white assistants, y'all. Assistants. If you're not getting the joke.
Because I know when she getting ready to go. Not better.
I know you
Well,
said they were
not-
doing things
not
better. I wanted to know what better meant.
Not better. I'm gonna change that.
I'm trying to save you for the,
I
for
know
the
you
people,
is.
for
That's
the
why I'm saying
culture.
not better for the culture.
There we go.
Right, not better. We did. I was dating Puerto Rican. I was dating Dominican. I was dating African. I was dating all type of other really size American black. Right? They were doing way more of what we expect. We want our woman to do.
That's another thing. A lot of the people want to turn everything into, even the red pill. Even if you go around the red pill, you'll start to see the whole, oh, well, you got to date FBA. You know what I'm saying? I even have a joke that I'm actually going to start talking about very seriously on the show. You know, the brothers in the black manosphere, if you're going to run and be banging this whole FBA gong, you know, running around the space, make sure you're dating a foundational black Keisha, you know, or a foundational black sister. You choose. But it pulled the car because rectified it. Half of them don't even, you know? But don't let us find out you dating first generation tethers. These are y'all rules. You know? Be like, oh, well, passport bros are manosphere also. Well, that'd be for foundational Black Americans. Since FBA created passport bros, you know, if you are a first gen or whatever, you know, whatever in America, and you flew somewhere, you're not a passport bro. Anyway, jumping the gun real quick. We're gonna get into that a little bit later. Mind y'all, that's gonna be the conversations going down in 2025. Don't believe me? Stick around and watch. Let's go.
More than our American got real comfortable
Give
with.
me some examples.
Oh man,
She got Marcus Garvey behind her. Crazy.
And I mean, their mannerisms are different. Like even my Indian one was from one of them countries over there, right?
Sri Lanka.
I didn't have to really say much to do and be treated like a king. You see what I'm saying? A lot of times with our own American Black, they expect so much of us and what we're supposed to do. Like things like if we go out and eat and we just have a nice dinner, we can go anywhere and eat and get a nice dinner. It had to be Roux Chris, or it had to be this, that, or it had to be this, that. Then I get somebody that's just as fine, a Cuban or a Colombian. They don't care about nothing. They care about you and your household. Even though they still care about the money, but it's not about the money.
Right.
You understand what I'm trying to say? It's a difference. Not better, but sometimes we get tired of hearing Birkin bags and sushi.
Do you think that's fair? Because I feel like there's a certain type of woman that does demand that. And to me, I think it depends on the bait you're using and where you're looking. If you're gonna go get a model from Instagram that got the BBL, the snatched in stomach, and has all the things that check off.
I mean, he getting the same thing if he goes after you, but okay.
Money hungry and surface, you're gonna get that. If you're gonna meet a girl and through different ways and ask different questions, you're gonna find that out a lot earlier on that what's important to her.
I'm not doubting that, but I'm just talking about even if you look on just a regular dating app and just look at what a woman may state that she requires.
Yeah.
You know, and I'm saying these things because it feels as if social media again is the barometer, okay, and it's the comparison, and when you're comparing yourself to all these other women, and of course, even with the BBLs, because I'm like, that's fine, but I mean,
What's BBL? I'm sorry.
Brazilian butt lift.
Now she acting confused and shit like that. And it's funny. I think every single one of these women on the panel considered doing BBL, or if not, got some work done.
Oh, okay.
And there's no shade to women that have
No,
them. I'm just
I was
saying.
wondering. I was waiting for it too. I'm like, excuse me.
And there's no shade to everyone that has them. I'm just saying, if you're going by just surface things and that's what you're going afterwards, then guess what? She's gonna run them pockets.
No, and I'm not, and I want to get your thoughts.
I'm gonna stop before we play the rest of this video here. The gentleman with the blue shirt on with the denim outfit, that is Gravy, aka Jamal Woolard, who used to be signed to Warner Brothers, I believe. He played Biggie in Notorious. He's now
What's
a
going on,
TV
Devin
movie
D?
star.
Yeah, we missed you, man. How you been? Shout outs to Devin D in the place to goddamn be, man. Welcome back, man. Good to see you, man. But yeah, that's the brother that played Biggie Smalls. You know what I'm saying? So he's ingrained in the quote unquote culture at that point. You know what I'm saying? A lot of the sisters too running around here, they don't want to for some reason they don't want to create another was it Michael B. Jordan trope, you know? I guess it really hurt them because he on he on yachts and stuff like that with with white women and shit like that. But like I said, they be throwing them assistants out there and shit like that. Okay.
If you will, doing a bunch of movies, so he's transitioned completely to that.
So imagine if you have somewhat of a hot white assistant that comes with the goddamn territory, and she cooking and cleaning, and she know how your mansion's set up and all that. Man, y'all might as well be dating. That's how people look at it.
Rapping, and he's not saying anything that a lot of brothers haven't said already. When you date women of other ethnicities, other races other than Black American women, it's like easier. They're more agreeable, they're more cooperative, more submissive. It's not all about what you can do for her, even though the Western or the ways of the Black American woman is very influential and is spreading throughout the world, where women are copying what it is that they're doing, which is crazy. But fellas find it's an easier time. They're shocked a lot of times about that they don't have to go through the BS. They don't have to go through you have to pay to be in a relationship with me, which is in essence what it boils down to, which is unfortunate. And on the dating apps, a lot of women are presenting themselves, this, you need to have this, you need to do this, and this. Man, listen, dating shouldn't be hard. Dating a woman shouldn't be hard. If a woman makes it difficult for you, man, peace out, bro. Peace out. Let's get back to it, though.
Doc, and as well, Amy, as a woman dating or even considering, I think that a lot of times, we do value women, but when you talk about Black relationships, I think we all come with some baggage. All right? Now, some of us have some baggage that's not gonna fit in the overhead compartment, and some of us have some baggage that you're gonna have to pay a whole lot more for to get on this flight, right? But the reality of it is that's just who we are, and I'm talking about historic. Like if you're talking about being enslaved, where we were and how we engage each other, there's a lot of elements there. But it can be a little difficult because women have expectations in 2021 that they're watching, and they're very material expectations. I agree with you, Claudia, but I'm simply saying that
not all of them are material.
And I'm not trying to generalize.
It's just
women.
Most of the time it's pointing to American women are more material.
And it's America as a society.
Not better.
Let's bring spirit. Let's bring spirit into this.
And I gave you the space to even edit the better part, right? So and I'm with you on that. But let's say this because you guys both tie in two really important pieces, right? You talk about women who are not African American women, and you talk about the experience and what is the influence here. You mentioned social media, but what you're really missing here is the piece that you talk about, the enslavement part. The culture and the trauma that African American men and women and children have faced in this country is unlike any other group. And so when we talk about trauma, what we know is that Black people have a lot of unprocessed trauma. We have a lot of hurt. We have a lot of harm, not just back then, but right now on the daily, right? And so one of the things that we talk about as professionals within my profession is we talk about how trauma impacts people. And so we love to say, Resma Minikin, one of my favorite colleagues, he says that trauma decontextualized within a person looks like personality. And that trauma decontextualized within a family looks like family traits. And that trauma decontextualized within a people looks like culture. Right. And so
interesting perspective, and that's where you talk about these generational curses and things like that.
All right, hold on. Now, all of these damn shows, they turn around and go back into this false. All of these shows go back to slavery. Like every time something happens, niggas want to always go back to slavery, and half the time, nobody does their history or knows anything about slavery. All you hear is slavery. Slavery is like a all general encompassing term. Like it goes back to slavery. What do you mean it goes back to slavery? What part of slavery? Because they don't know. What part does it go back to? Does it go back to the sex farms? Does it go back to it's always, after a while, it always comes down to some sympathy talk about slavery, which is a very, 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 very serious subject, by the way. But half the people that want to have that talk don't take that subject serious, which is fucked up in and of itself. Right? So it always boils back down to this whole slavery thing. And it's like, if you really understood slavery, you wouldn't be acting that way today. If you really understood slavery, you kind of would be more so siding with your man than the man. And I'm going to tell you right now, I mean, the shit is like a total loss. Can't get mad at certain brothers that's like, man, listen, I ain't trying to fucking get a damn pickaxe to fucking go get some damn happiness. You know what I'm saying? Especially in the West. Ain't nobody feel like shoveling, you know? Especially in the West. You know what I'm saying? It's like, okay, you know, what am I supposed to do? I'm supposed to bring history to her. She's supposed to learn all of this history from me and just all of a sudden wake up and, oh wow, I really should serve you. I really should do right by you. I don't give a damn how much a woman holds cooking and cleaning over a nigga head. Like, that's not even something to hang over a nigga's head. And y'all let them hang that shit over y'all head, cooking and cleaning? That's crazy. As if you don't have to cook and clean for your own damn self. That's wild. That's getting held over y'all head and shit like that. And the funny part is that a lot of the cats that really want it now and that are arguing for it now in the manosphere, they're millennials. I'm not even gonna lie to you. If your mother was a millennial for the most part, or a zillennial or whatever, you didn't, even Gen Z mothers and shit like that, it was the grandparents. Y'all didn't really get no cooking and cleaning like that. Some of y'all, go look at the cooking and cleaning that y'all claim that y'all want and shit like that. Came from y'all grandma. Some of y'all didn't get the full story until your mama got around your grandma. Like, oh, she the real cooking and cleaner. Damn. Some of y'all going on 2 generations not really getting no cooking and cleaning. So y'all don't know what the, y'all think it's a luxury, I wouldn't say it's not a luxury. It's a luxury to have your parents, It's a luxury to have friends and, people that will do things for you. But I don't know what to tell y'all, man. Cooking and cleaning, that gets hung over your head. That's crazy. People weren't cooking and cleaning like that and stuff like that. Like, sometimes y'all got to sit back and really ask yourself, okay, this random woman that want me to do all of this shit for her in the beginning or whatever, or help her out or whatever, what is the most prestigious meal this woman can cook for me? And if it's some goofball shit like scalloped potatoes or some goofy shit, bro, like, what are you doing? Nigga, you could go to Whole Foods on a nice rainy day and go get some nice scalloped potatoes and shit like that. You ain't gotta worry about no goofy chick that's gonna burn down your house because she's experimenting. And the thing is that if you don't, this is another thing too, with y'all letting them hold this game over y'all head and shit like that. If you don't catch them doing the shit that you want them to do, you think it's gonna start with you?
God damn it! You can't make this shit up!
Tell me how it's gonna start with you. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second, because this thing's acting up. I'm trying to say, tell me how it's gonna start with you. How is all of this? How, like, she's supposed to go from Uber Eats to Emerald and shit? Cause you got with her. Oh, my girl's supposed to go from Uber Eats to Emerald, y'all. Uber Eats to Salt Bay. Shit crazy, man.
That, and we get into that point of slavery, particularly in the United States. But you can say
like, why? First of all, let me, I hate to say it like this, but it's the truth. Let me tell you something. Think about it. You learn about other people's culture. You know, even when you date people from like other different cultures, even in America, you know, not just, you know, Mexico got a crazy ass history, right? But for the most part, if you start dating a Mexican sister, you're not about to hear this whole sob story about the cartels and all kinds of shit. Oh, I would love you, but the cartels and Scarface and the Godfather, they you know, having a big impact on me, so I can't act right sometimes because the cartel. You don't hear about that shit. If you go to date a chick from China, you're not about to hear about certain dynasties and all kinds of. You don't have to go down this deep rabbit hole dive with the dynasties and shit. If you go date, you got women in Africa that have been chased by cheetahs and shit like that. If you go date a Kenyan, you don't have to go down this dark rabbit hole about, oh, she got bullied by a pack of hyenas or some shit, so she's traumatized. So before she could properly love you. And you know what's funny? You do got some people that are interested in black culture, you know. So if you date somebody, they will try to, they will know about Martin Luther King and certain things, right? They'll know about, you know, Malcolm X and all these other cats. They'll know a thing or two, or at least recognize them. You don't really gotta teach her. I mean, you can if she wants you to, but you know, you don't really gotta go into no big deep dive into slavery and all kinds of shit. Half the time they know more than the people that they praising for going through that shit. That's the crazy part. That's the crazy part. It's called America, y'all. I'm gonna tell you some real shit. Doing doing a fucking deep ass dive before somebody can act right is crazy. Then they don't listen to you. So if you were to, hey, you know, read this book or figure out what this person did, you know, that's another Kevin Samuels talking point that people don't talk about. And honestly, he got that from us down here debating and stuff like that. A lot of stuff he got was from the gladiator days in the manosphere, you know, where we would and you know, some of the stuff pickup artists used them, but we would like ask women like, okay, you so Black History'd out, right? You little bohemian chicks, right? Okay, name 3 black famous female inventors, and you can't use Madame Curie. That's the kicker right there. That you give them one, but they can't use it. And half the time they wasn't gonna say her anyway. But it's like a precursor. It's like, I know the answer to this, but let's see how dedicated you are to what you talking about. You know, pick 3 famous black female inventors and you can't use Madame Curie. You throw one out there. They don't know. They don't know what they invented. And they don't, history isn't really taught to women. They, feminism teach them to go against history because it's his story. See what I'm saying? They'll teach history. They'll teach she's story. They'll read bell hooks. They'll read all of those books and stuff like that. They're not really, So I want y'all to understand that when they start going down this whole slavery rabbit hole and stuff like that, that shit is gaslighting. You using the ancestors to gaslight niggas, bro. That's not cool. Or shouldn't be cool. And that's why I'm like, and that's why I look at all this whole FBA talk in the manosphere. I'm like, bro, y'all taking a big ass step back. First of all, shout outs to Tariq Nasheed, the person that y'all stealing from anyway, and Neely Fuller, two people that are alive that y'all are stealing from. And also, the manosphere is past the Hotep stage. It's past the Hotep stage. Actually, one of the tropes of being a Pookie in the manosphere, they threw Hotep niggas in there. If you were a dumb Hotep nigga, you got thrown into the whole Pookie category. The actual archetype that the manosphere actually really want to push, if you want to be serious, is the Ibmore archetype. The well-studied black man that knows a thing or two, that knows his history, that's well-read, that's, you know what I'm saying, that's not stuck on that wants a for the most part, wants wants monogamy. You understand what I'm saying? That's the archetype. But if you were one of them Pookies, especially if you were from New York, they, because the Hotep, the East Coast Hotep it's the East Coast Hotep most people are talking about. You know what I'm saying? If you between Boston, certain parts of Boston, if you between Boston all the way down to goddamn certain places in Florida, honestly, all the whole East Coast, but especially New York and Jersey, them Hotep niggas are the original Hotep niggas. Niggas know this. Them niggas in Florida and shit like that, they couldn't really get on their trains and stuff like that with oils and stuff. They, So the Hoteps didn't really have nothing to talk about prior to COVID. And after COVID, they didn't have nothing to talk about. Because you want to know what the Hoteps were worried about? They were worried about politics when they should have been jumping into holistic healing. See, the Hoteps don't know their lane. Their timeline and what's going on in the world doesn't match up with what they need to be doing. See, Hotep should have been jumping into holistic healing instead of politics. Like right now, they need to be jumping into holistic healing. Hoteps, for the most part, should be going for doctorate degrees. Anyway, we'll talk about that later. I'm not trying to hear this goofy, regurgitated Tariq Nasheed rhetoric getting rehashed and respewed, when literally the Hoteps and people did not like Tariq Nasheed or accepted him. Let me check the chat, man. My bad, y'all. Vader says, so we going to torture each other with our trauma. That's what you can look forward to. Yeah. Like at this point. I'm not trying to hear no slave sob story and then come to find out you don't know shit about slavery. I mean, ain't nobody about the slaves wouldn't even listen to that shit. Niggas don't know shit about no fucking history. Niggas learning basic nigga history in their 50s and shit. Miss me with the bullshit. Jumping on the Hotep train, it ain't even a Hotep. Shout outs to Mood Music in the building, man. What's going on, player? Good to see you. Shout outs to Mood Music in the building. Good to see you, big dog. Shout outs to Fighter in the building. Yeah, we gonna jump into the Sharon Bracey thing a little bit. I'm throw a little bit of commentary on certain things right quick, man. You said a win is a win, Kuda. Even slave splaining. That shit crazy, man. There's nothing wrong with slave splaining, but at least know what you're talking about. Be accurate with your history, and honestly, you know what I'm saying. Be able to listen to each other. I'm not impressed about how much slave history you know or what you're gonna use it for. At least be able to communicate with each other. Be able to, you know what I'm saying? Like men, I'm gonna tell you the truth. Men, we need to get with women we can teach. If you can't teach your lady something, you with the wrong woman. Or if you feel like, man, I'm gonna have to go through a whole obstacle course to get her to listen. You probably with the wrong woman. Because that means if some shit go down, your lady probably gonna leave your ass or abandon you. You're not gonna have nobody to sit there and you know, look back and be like, hey, do this real quick while I do this. You ain't got a partner. Shout outs to KM in the building. You said Neely Fuller passed. Wait, he just passed? Hold up. What? Hold on. Give me 1 second, y'all. Shout outs to Devin D in the place to be. Yeah, thank you, bro. Make sure you guys hit the Cash App. Support the show. He passed this year? Neely Fuller Jr.? Hold on. No, he's still alive. Nah, Neely Fuller's still alive. Neely Fuller is 95 years old. Hold on. Hold on. No, why this nigga is up here talking? Hold on. Why is this thing talking in the background? Y'all hear this? Hold on. Let me check if Neely Fuller is passed away. I'm on his Wikipedia. He's not dead. Hold on. Nah, he's alive, man. Neely Fuller Jr. is alive. You had a specific date too, though. Hold on. Hold on, y'all. What is going on? StreamYards acting up. Hold up. Let me go out and come back in. Hold on, y'all. What's going on, Wolf? I am looking at a video now. I did not know that he passed 2 weeks ago, and I literally shared a video from him 2 weeks ago. Damn. Damn, Neely Fuller Jr. passed away 2 weeks ago. Damn. Shout outs to KM. God damn. Damn.
If Jesus can't save these hoes, why are you trying? What make you think you greater than Jesus?
That's crazy. Shout outs to Black Wolf in the building. Y'all hit the like button, support the show. Yeah, Hoteps did disappear right after the pandemic when they should have went into Dr. Sebi mode. You know? They should have went straight into Dr. Sebi mode. All right, let's do this. Let's get back into this, man. Oh, man.
To do with it, but I don't think that it was like this before Jim Crow and even shortly after Jim Crow. Black families are more cohesive. It wasn't this
right, Fighter.
This mindset wasn't in place. This is something that has brought about over time. But I think a strong father, male figures, basically setting the standard of what a man should be. I think that's what it comes down to. Now we can use that cop out in terms of slavery, breaking it up, trauma, what it looks like. This looks like this is swag, or the way that I can be with a man is through trauma. I need to experience trauma or emotional distress of some sort. That's what I find attractive. I don't know. That's something completely different. You leave it up to the psychologist and whoever to analyze that and come to a point of what is causing this. But let's get back to it.
So when you talk about how Africa...
All right, hold on. I don't know why this thing is choosing to do this today. Hold on. We should be back. Hold on.
African American women present and what they need is things in life, and to look a certain way and to want a certain thing from their man and to have
wasn't in place. This is something that has brought about over time, but I think it's largely due to the lack of men in the household.
No, Jalen.
I will say that of strong fathers, male figures, basically setting the standard of what a man should be. I think that's what it comes down to. Now we can use that cop out in terms of slavery, breaking it up, trauma. This is what it looks like. This is what this looks like. This is swag, or the only way that I can really be with a man is through trauma, or I need to experience trauma or emotional distress of some sort. That's what I find attractive. I don't know. That's something completely different. You leave it up to the psychologist and whoever to analyze that and come to a point.
Now the thing about the trauma is not really it is trauma bonding. It is a form of trauma bonding. Because the thing about the trauma is that the trauma that we want to feel together is that, like, when we learn something or we're going through something, we want somebody that we feel, or we want somebody around us that we feel can relate. That's what it's for. That's what it's for. We want to feel that we can relate, or we have somebody around us that can relate to what we're going through. That's what the trauma bonding is there for. So that's what the whole, we're gonna just sit around and reference, slavery and all kinds of other stuff all day. It gets goofy after a while. Because if she's not listening to you, she's not gonna be laced by you. You can't lace if they don't listen. You know what I'm saying? And honestly, if a woman is gonna be around you that's not listening to you when you're trying to lace her with some game or some information, well, she basically just chose to be dead weight. Because if she gonna be bumping her head while she with you, and you gotta have that type of patience with her to a certain degree, especially nowadays, because the internet makes everybody seem like they're replaceable. That's the thing about the internet. Somebody that ain't got no business telling you off gonna tell you off, or vice versa. It might be you. You gonna tell somebody off that you got no business telling off at that particular time. And it's gonna be funny. Your life might be funny from that point on, if you don't know how to handle it. This is why couples back in the day, they actually worked shit out. They actually work shit out. They're like, you know what? Yeah, we tripping. Now, oh man, nigga, Lizzo, all kinds of people believe they can replace you. This is after that Beyonce song, that Irreplaceable song. Beyonce done shit. We're not even gonna talk about the damage Beyonce done did. We're not gonna talk about the damage Beyonce done did. Beyonce, what do Beyonce and feminism got in common? Those women riled the sisters up to talk greasy about they man. All the single ladies, what? That shit is fun. It's fun as hell. But what's not fun is after all of that, you go home to a house full of kids while she go home to her man. Feminism was telling women, be single, do this and do that, and whoop-de-whoop. F men. Fuck the patriarchy. We're trying to fuck the patriarchy. That's what feminism was talking about. Those women went home to their man. After all of that shit. After all that sign holding, titties out, all kinds of shit happening. After all of that shit, they went home to their man. They went home to their man. And a lot of them, they were dating in-house husbands. You can say, they were dating some less masculine role dudes, I guess you could say. But some of them were dating prominent dudes. Like, our sisters got co-opted into that shit. You think your woman gonna sit around long enough for you to talk about that? Because if you really want to talk about history, there's a lot of betrayal on the sisters' behalf on this soil. And it's just so much to go through. It's like, listen, we either going to forgive each other and move on and not really bring this up, or, hey, listen, if y'all are having trouble with cooking and cleaning, you think you're going to have that type of cooperation from hey, peace and blessings to you if you think you're going to have that type of cooperation if you can't get cooking and cleaning out of it, you know? So, like I said, I don't know what to tell you. And I've gotten that type of cooperation. So, you know, like I said, I don't have problems with sisters. You know what I'm saying? I get that type of cooperation. Number one, you gotta know what you're talking about. You know, I get that type of cooperation. You know, so that's not a quarrel with me. You know, but a lot of the brothers, it's a quarrel with them. So like I said, you can't lace who's not trying to listen to you and stuff like that. If you can't go to your woman right now and teach her something, or call her in the room and teach her something and stuff like that, man, some of you dudes never even thought about that. That's the crazy part. A lot of you dudes never even thought about that. Something like that. It's like, you know, she can't respect your mind or know that she got somebody smart. She's not going to sit up there and have you, or fully believe that you can lead and stuff like that. You'll be surprised how far you'll get with people, and you'll and what they don't trust you with and what they do trust you with. You know what I'm saying? Relationships are weird like that. You'll be with somebody all them years and they still don't trust your leadership or your decision making or something like that, you know? But this whole, we got to go down, we got to slave splain to each other. That's a great term. Shout outs to Fighter. This whole, we got to slave splain to each other is crazy. When it only leads one place. Black history only leads a couple of places. And most people don't even understand, you know, Black history and what it's for and stuff like that. First of all, if you're going to study Black history, you need to understand war. And elements of war, and why human beings do certain visceral things, why we do certain things, you know? Like I had a friend who was talking to me for a minute, like, you know, like what were we talking about? We were talking about like he was saying that he was afraid of Catholic people, and I was like, why? And he was like, because they came up with a lot of the you know, like the you know, like the torturing apparatuses and stuff like that, basically torture machines and stuff, you know. And I'm like, oh, that's interesting, that's an interesting point and stuff like that. But everywhere had their own, like, you know, you know, torture tactics and stuff like that. This is stuff you don't really hear people talk about in the Black manosphere. Like, niggas ain't talking to you about Iron Maidens, you know, and no pun intended, the calf. You know what I'm saying? You know, worshiping deities that's not, you know, God or the Lord or whatever. You know, a lot of people don't know about what's going on, Cynical. A lot of people don't know about the, you know, the Chinese water trick and the and like certain torturing, you know, things that, you know, like all kinds of just different history that people would deem useless, which is not useless, right? Good to know, right? Man, if you can't talk to your woman about great things, if you can't talk to your lady about hold on, y'all. Oh shit, that's in that. Dang, I totally forgot about that. Oh, it's not there. Okay, hold on. My bad, y'all. Let me do this. Yeah, if you can't talk to your woman about great things, if you can't talk to her about, like, you know, real shit, you can't teach her, man, you are with the wrong woman, my friend. If you can't pour into your spouse, shit. All right, let's get back into it. Hold on, my bad, y'all. Try to bring it back up.
how
I'm doing well.
African-American
I'm
women
doing well, Slim.
present and what they need as it relates to security and finances and the finer things in life, and to look a certain way and to want a certain thing from their man and to have certain expectations. It's because of the trauma that we are still trying to survive. And when we talk about feeling beautiful and the BBLs and the
Now
Birkin
she knows what a
bag, the
BBL
one
is.
in the night.
Look at this fake ass woman. And look, I'm gonna tell you some real shit too. They never apply this to men. You gotta understand that she's going through trauma, and listen. What trauma? What trauma? A lot of these bras do not care. They will jump in front of a man's face, literally trying to beat him up. Niggas are getting set. Nigga, ain't nobody thinking about no damn trauma. What trauma? And the sad part is that, you know what I'm saying, men, we gotta look at it like this, bro. A good thing and a bad thing about us is that we cut a clean slate all the fucking time. We cut a clean slate. There's a gift and a curse to cut a clean slate. After a while, nigga just be like, all right, look, I'm not trying to go through this obstacle course before I can do basic shit with you. So look, let's just start from zero and not in the negatives and just go from there. Nope. You got to get slave-splained.
Nice things and wanting their men to come with a certain level of care and a certain level of treatment and expectation. We are trying to connect. We are trying to heal with you. We are trying to build with you. But there's so much hurt and trauma that we all have that we don't talk about, that we don't even understand within ourselves, so that we can't find who we're compatible with. Because who we're compatible with is traumatized versions of ourselves.
Spirit, do you think that women and men, women that seek the materialistic things, items, the tangible things, and men that just seek the women for the aesthetics, do you think those are people that kind of just gave up on love and they're just like going for, all right, well, at least I can see this, I can grab onto this?
No, I think it's science. If you really want to know, we are part of the animal kingdom like anything else. And so what the male species chooses is the thing that's biologically beautiful, because what it suggests from a DNA perspective is you're likely to bear my offspring and they will do well. It's survival of the fittest. And what the female species chooses is the male offspring that can provide the most security, because you're going to be able to protect me and our offspring and raise us, and we will do well.
So we're not gold diggers, it's just science.
What the fuck did you just say? That's not necessarily true. Man, run that back. Hold on. What the hell was she saying?
The women for the aesthetics.
And they swear up and down men don't know this shit.
Do you think those are people that kind of just gave up on love and they're just like going for, all right, well, at least I can see this.
No, that didn't go over my head, Devin. No, we're going to run that back. That's something in what she said don't sit well. Hold on.
I think it's science.
It's bullshit. We're going to choose the offspring so we're going to raise the offspring so you can protect me. What the fuck are you talking about? What?
You really want to know, we are part of the animal kingdom like
you're raising children to protect you?
Anything else? And so what the male species chooses is the thing that's biologically beautiful, because what it suggests from a DNA perspective is you're likely to bear my offspring and they will do well. It's survival.
Okay, first of all, visually, men are stimulated, okay? Number one. And honestly, there's a part of us that'll screw anything. We don't even care about all that shit. But and women too. There's a point in them where they'll screw everything. They don't even care about certain shit. Keep that in mind. But we look for women with a certain shape because a lot of times, women will pass away on the giving birth. You know what I'm saying? Women will pass away giving birth. And then at the same time, someone needs to be at home tending to the baby, which is usually the mother. So, you know, if you got to go out and go hunt buffalo, well, shit, you're going to have to be on some Dragon Ball Z shit and take your kid with you while you go hunt. You know, you're going to have to turn into Kratos for a good minute, you know, till your kid grows up and can hunt with you or whatever. But you need somebody at home protecting the children. You know, it's not a good idea for a man to have no damn baby with him while he's hunting. You know, babies will cry and give away your position. You definitely don't want that nigga using the baby as bait. Even though it's, you know, well, we're not gonna get into that. But you understand what I'm saying? You can't have a baby and hunt. So we need it, and the baby needs nutrients like milk and kind. So while we out, I'm just talking from a cave. Niggas want to talk about slavery. Let's talk from a caveman point of view. We gotta go be out getting food. Even women know how to get food, but these days, no. The man gotta go out and go hunt, right? So nothing really changed. You still go out, go hunt. The woman gotta, you know, be at home tending to the child. That's what maternity leave is. That's what, you know, if you update all of this stuff, right? So it's like, dog, we mate for survival, because that's what it's about. It's S&R value, survival and replication. Like I said, if you hear this from anybody else, they stole it from your boy. There's only 3 relationships you have with everything. Everybody here, there's only 3 relationships you have with everything. A sexual relationship, a financial relationship, and an emotional relationship. Okay? Sexual relationship, financial relationship, emotional relationship. If you have best friends or good friends, that's an emotional relationship. When you have a spouse, you should most people at least want 2 out of the 3. And it can fluctuate. You know? Anything else it falls under emotion, finance, or sexual. Okay? Most dudes, what they want from their woman is emotional and sexual. Because they're like, okay, well, you know, I'll take care of the finance or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Most women want from their man, in a lot of cases, before they really fall in love with them, is emotional, or it fluctuates between money and sexual. You understand what I'm saying? He can provide for her and y'all do y'all thing and whatever, and you know, and sometimes it fluctuates. Sometimes she don't care if you have money or not. Sometimes she does. You know, sometimes the sex ain't popping, so it's more emotional and money, and then sometimes, you know, it all fluctuates, and vice versa. Okay? So your homeboys, yeah, that's your homeboys, but that's an emotional thing, because hopefully you ain't doing anything with your homeboys. A lot of friendships come with emotion and money, so a lot of times, yeah, you know, those are your homeboys, that's who you hang out with, but guess what? When you out with them also, you spend bread, or you go to games, or you go to pool halls, or y'all go drink beer or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So these are the big 3 relationships in life, you know? And then you got health. Health does fall into its own category, but that goes back into a visceral thing, which is your sex life, you know? Anyway, there's only 3 there's only 3 types of relationships in everything. That's what I'm stating, okay? This is a feeble attempt at trying to get, like, I guess you could say emotional and sexual. How she's explained. Never mind. Let's just go back into how she's explaining it, because this is she really tried to get this one off, and
survival of the fittest, and what the female species choose.
Anyway, that's what she was talking about. Hold on, my bad. I digress. Let's backtrack, right? Men, we go after women that definitely needs us, because dudes want to feel needed or necessary. And we go after women that literally have like the shape, that we like, or we're, attraction really has no choice, but it does. We go after women that don't really have bad shapes. I guess not. I don't know. You don't want your woman to die. Like I said. Also too, when people tell you to go to the gym and work out and stuff like that, women also go after men also that they believe that can produce healthy offspring that's not sick. You understand what I'm saying? So it's a genetics thing. Don't get too lost on the genetics thing, because that's when you start getting into the black pill shit. You understand what I'm saying? Yes, women like athletes, but they also like dancers also. They also like dudes that can run fast and all kinds of goofball shit. They also like tall guys and other different stuff. Yes, don't get too lost into the genetics thing, because it's not just genetics. As a guy, no one really cares if you're a one-trick pony. No one really cares. No one really cares if you're a one-trick pony. You got to be multifaceted anyway. So, a lot of those kids, they don't get to get this game. They don't get to learn this shit. Sometimes it would take somebody to understand what I just told you guys, so that they won't go get surgery on their legs. And now they're on Vlad TV talking about how their legs hurt them because they added an extra 5 inches and shit. Yeah, body game, jawline. Let me see your physique. Like, nigga, what is niggas talking about? Did you just invite yourself to see another? Let me see your chest. Flex for me real quick. I want to see something. Like, what are you talking about? Them workout niggas are weird, man. Let me see your pectorials. Nah, man, pause. Sid said, I don't know. Nah, but think about it. Think about it. I mean, it's all kudos in a lot of cases, truth be told. But honestly, it's a visceral thing. It's a visceral thing. It's an animalistic thing, Cheetahs want to produce faster cheetahs, and it is for survival, Lions want strong cubs, Hell, even snakes and stuff. Like, the way we raise our families is so visceral, This is her attempt at trying to flip stuff that they heard from the manosphere and make it seem like they're coming to common ground. Like, we're making breakthroughs. Men want genetically fine women. No shit. We making a breakthrough. Men want women that listen to them. No shit. No shit. That's what she tried to throw over y'all head just a second there.
It's the male offspring that can provide the most security, because you're going to be able to protect me and our offspring and raise us, and we will do well.
So we're not gold diggers. It's just science.
It's literally biology. It is literally biology. Listen, when you see the hopefully you mention it, because I'm not even gonna lie. And everybody takes advantage of this, especially women that be into some bullshit. There's a lot of them. Some women in their regular lives, they don't get into no bullshit, but when they decide to start dating you, that's when they start getting into bullshit. Right? We have the police. We have another group of men that will protect you, just in case the first group of men won't. So we have the police.
Like what and where is all this legendary protection from men supposed to come from? Now, granted, if you live alone as a woman and dudes know this, sometimes it's in your best interest to keep a nigga around, right? That's how y'all look at it. Yeah, it's in my best interest to keep somebody around because, you'll get in certain places you'll get preyed upon if they know you alone. You get preyed upon. Even if you're a celebrity, you'll get preyed upon if they know you alone. But maybe you might live in a gated community or whatever. You probably got some deterrence before, anyway. Where's to come from? That's my question. Where is all this legendary protection supposed to come from? What are we protecting you from? Because I'm not even gonna lie, half the times you're protecting women from themselves. And some of the stuff they choose to do and get into. So that's why I said, you got to be careful because half the time they don't be getting into no bullshit until they with you. Half the time they don't be having taste for lobster until they get with you. The same way. Same way. So all of a sudden she get with you and she likes Birkin bags, but she never had no damn Birkin bag in her life before. She don't know how to treat that bag. She don't even have an air cooled or air conditioned closet to put that bag in. That bag need to be kept at certain temperatures and stuff like that. It's like buying a man a box of cigars and he don't have a humidor. He don't even have nothing to store the cigars in. Y'all buying women roses and flowers and stuff. They're not even the type to have a vase laying around. I remember that dude bought that woman some flowers and stuff like that. She was like, "Where's the flower food? You didn't buy me a vase?" Like, damn. See, a real woman will even if she not like that, a real woman will go home and fucking put them your motherfucking flowers will be in a McDonald's cup. She'll tell you thank you. She'll be grateful. Shit, she won't stop talking about the damn flowers. And we gotta talk about that since nobody in the manosphere want to talk about that later on in the week and stuff like that. The whole romance thing. You know how like when you do something romantic for your girl or something like that, people will say like, "Oh, you're simping." You're not simping. If that's your girl, you're not simping. You within bounds. You within bounds. Now, can you simp or overtly simp in a relationship? Absolutely. But you're not simping. And then also too, men, they want and need romance too. Romance is reciprocal. Romance is a man's form of being assured and stuff like that. You understand what I'm saying? Ego sports, y'all. relationship ego sports. So there's a lot of stuff that got lost in. What's the 5 things I tell you guys social media killed? Social media killed chivalry. That got to get relearned. I talk about it in my book. Social media killed chivalry. Social media killed building rapport. So that's courtship. Social media killed chivalry, courtship, foreplay, romance, and PDF. Those are the 5 things social media killed: chivalry, romance, PDF, courting, and what's the other one? Romance. It killed all of those. And honestly, all of those are the pillar to each other. All of those are the pillars to each other. If you don't have chivalry, you ain't gonna really have no romance. If you don't have romance, you ain't gonna have no PDF. If you don't have PDF, y'all not gonna take your time with each other, learn each other. So foreplay is out the window. Call me old school or crazy for bringing up R. Kelly, but listen, niggas don't sit down in the Chevy with their woman no more, listening to no goddamn tunes and shit. Nigga, y'all listening to Boss Man D-Lo, screwing and going to sleep and shit. And then y'all dudes dumb as hell wondering why your woman want a bag in the morning and shit. That mean all that Boss Man D-Lo shit you was talking last night, that didn't mean nothing come the morning. You fine, baby. I want to make you mine, baby. Then get mad when she want a bag in the morning. Stupid. I don't really got no old school tunes. I'm just gonna play this Boss Man D-Lo. Y'all be falling into that dumbass trap. She's spending the whole relationship with you thinking she at Magic City. This shit is funny. So now you gotta hear this goofball, visceral. Oh my God. You gotta protect my trauma and understand what I've been through. And man, get the hell out of here, man.
Others out there with the rims and the flash and the money and the gold, they're no different than the male peacock that's showing his whole big pretty feathers.
Y'all stole this from the fucking manosphere. Y'all wasn't calling this shit that. It's called peacocking. And you know what they leave out too, what the female peacocks look like. But let's go.
Look at me, look at me. And when you see the women that go, show me what you got, show me what you're working with, it's no different than the frog that ribbits the loudest, or the bird that chirps the loudest.
So what do you call a man that's just been providing that doesn't ask for nothing? What do you call a guy?
I low-key bought that up for you, Fighter, because I knew you were going to be somewhere laughing at that shit. I low-key bought that shit up for you, the Boss Man D-Lo part. I'm glad you caught on to it. She eat her cornbread. Yo, I literally saw the dude. His name is Hubert, which is funny as hell. I literally saw the dude in the mall in Texas picking up girls by using Boss Man D-Lo lines. That shit was funny as hell. Shout outs to D-Mac in the building. He said, you got trauma, go to a therapist. Don't bring me that bullshit. Yeah, talk about some I'm wild. Can you handle me? No, nigga. You know what needs to be handled? Animals. Mongoose. Snakes. Handle. Tarantulas. You can't handle me. I don't want to. You know what I told a friend? Hold on, y'all. It's storming here. Hold on. All right, y'all should be able to hear me now. I was saying, I was talking to a friend, and you know what I told him, which is true, and I've told you guys millions of times on here, right? Your goal in life as a man, to a certain degree, depending on what you want to do, is to, let's say, work, because you got to put in the work, right? And bump your head a couple of times. Everybody, hopefully, everybody got their trials and tribulations, right? But it's all the same. Like your goal at the end of the day is to accumulate as much power as you can and don't use it. Think about what I'm telling you. It's to accumulate as much power as you can, and then I wouldn't say fade away, but chill. Let's say, you live in a rough neighborhood or whatever, or you grew up in the hood or whatever, and then you built a business, or you got rich or somehow, and you live in the suburbs, but you still don't forget your upbringing. So let's say you keep weapons in your house. Wink wink, nudge nudge. You keep weapons in your house, right? To protect your household, because your rights. You didn't pick up no crazy charges or whatever. You will arm yourself with all of that power. A lot of people will arm themselves with all of that power and pray they don't have to use it on somebody. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people want to get rich so they can be comfortable in a lot of cases. Most people, they don't really want fame like that, or don't know how to handle fame like that. You want to accumulate power, or what you deem as power, to chill. It's the same thing. You go to the gym to get very strong, right? And let's say you get into MMA, or even a martial artist. Let's say somebody that takes boxing, or they take a martial art and stuff like that. A lot of times you take that art to protect yourself. But not even that. If you take that art to go whip someone's ass, right? Let's say you take that art to go whip someone's ass. After a while, when you start learning what you need to learn, or picking up, skills and gambits and stuff that you can use in fights, you really don't. You like, man, I really don't want to use this on people. They're not gonna be ready for this. This nigga don't know how to untrap. Like, you gonna be looking like the thumbnail. You shall not pass. Like, he got him trapped. He got his hooks in and everything. Hand on his gi, he controlling them. Most people don't know how to untrap their arm when somebody's trying to put them in a kimura. Most people don't even know what a kimura is. A nigga done Ken Shamrocked your legs and shit, and you don't know how to get out of that. You start developing shit that you don't want to use on people. So it's like damn near every lane you get into as a guy. Like look at Elon, right? Look at Elon. You powerful as hell and you can do some shit, but it's like, all right, let me tame this motherfucker because it could get out of hand real quick. You don't know if the government playing him or he playing the government. Shout outs to D-Mac the trucker. He said that's the golden rule of jiu-jitsu, not to use it to harm people. Yeah, you learn. That's the goal of every martial art. You learn not to use it on people. And guess what? The people that you're using it on, like the people that you're sparring with, the people that you're learning the art with, what do you guys do with each other? You bow as a sign of respect. Because the people that you will be using it on the most are not going to be the people that's going to get fucked up behind it. I tell you that. If you in a school full of people that learned the same shit that you just learned that same day, like when we were doing flying knees and stuff like that, and you do flying, knee kicks and all kinds of different stuff, you're learning with the people that learned the same thing that day. So y'all are practicing on each other, and y'all are being gentle with each other. But the motherfucker that really get that shit put on his ass, pause, is some random person at the club, or a sibling or something, or you breaking up a fight, or you never know. You don't want to use it on somebody. You wish it. A lot of people wish it don't get to that point. But then you got people that's like, I wish a nigga would. I got all this ammunition. You got niggas that can't wait to use them green tips. You got people that can't wait to use the green tips. So there's a healthy dose of both. But what I'm saying is that as a guy in life, you're supposed to accumulate a lot of wealth and power and then simply don't use it or chill. If you get too high, you get assassinated. You start doing too much gonna start doing you. And most dudes, that's what they want to do anyway, dominate, raise their family, and then duck off somewhere. Right? So it's true. And most people learn a lot of very deadly martial arts only to not use them. That's because stuff like that is good for other aspects and stuff like that. Like jiu-jitsu is good to stay in shape. Jiu-jitsu is good to protect yourself. It's good for your diet, and your mindset. So let's go. What up? Let's see if this thing is working now. Give me 1 second. And basically, in but so many words, this woman was explaining to this man that he's a quote-unquote trophy.
Look at me, look at me. And when you see the women that go, show me what you got, show me what you're working with, it's no different than the frog that ribbits the loudest, or the bird that chirps the loudest.
So what do you call a man that's just been providing, that doesn't ask for nothing? What do you call the guys like me who we don't ask for anything?
Oh, but you do.
How?
You may not ask it with your words, but your expectation is there. So when you say, I need that woman that loves me, I need that woman that has my back, so I don't have to say, hey, is that bacon and eggs there? Hey,
okay,
are those clothes in the drawer?
Not cash. Okay.
So when we talk about compatibility, right, one of the things that I love to say, an acronym that I use is rises, that some relationships rise, some fall. You want one that rises. Rises stands for the different types of intimacy that make us compatible.
Now that there was a very interesting conversation.
No, it wasn't. No, the fuck it wasn't. No, the hell it wasn't. Cause that's some bullshit. It's like, and listen to how people explain relationships and stuff like that. Baby girl, this is not your first. This woman sat up there and really tried to make it seem like this was that woman's first relationship. No, this woman been in relationships with a lot of other different men. I mean, what we may have might be special, but like, she's not like this special snowflake that it's like you need to learn how to comfort her. No, she kind of picked that up in other she picked that up in other relationships and stuff like that. What about what she has picked up in other relationships? You're supposed to learn from your relationship, fellas. I'm not gonna lie. I'll keep telling some of y'all, I wouldn't say rack up relationships, but be comfortable with being in relationships, because that makes pulling women way more easier later on down the line, because your relationship material. And it's not your catch hand, it's your keep hand. What's going on, War Master? Shout outs to War Master in the building on the Rumble side of the game. You don't gotta build up listen, always leave people better than how you found them, but you don't gotta build up a woman every time you're in a relationship with her. You know what I'm saying? Y'all gotta start getting acclimated to the different types of relationships that they have out here. You know, sometimes y'all can meet up and be on the same page. And your problem it might not be getting cooperation out of a woman. Your problem might be like, hey, just don't let it drift off. Maintain it. Reground her sometimes. Yeah, it sounded like some BS. Oh man, here we go. Now we gotta. She talking about her feelings again, y'all. I gotta worry about slavery again. Like what? And listen, especially if you a guy that's smart as fuck. Don't let nobody in your life ever weaponize slavery against you. That's petty. That's horrible.
When we talk about choosing and we get into evolution and genetics and natural selection, select, non-select, what men typically go after is the...
And you can start calling women on their BS now because people don't even collect physical books no more. Show me your library. Show me you reading this book. Actually read the book to me. And we can go over comprehension together.
Woman who has childbearing hips, who's shapely, who looks feminine. Because in my case, that's what I'm attracted to. I'm attracted to a woman that looks like a woman, not looks like a caricature of what a woman is. Huge BBL and all this other stuff and face painting and whatnot. I like a woman that looks feminine. But
that's the thing though. They don't even listen to the audiobooks. I'm an avid audiobook listener. They don't even be listening to the audiobooks. And I'm learning that too. It's one thing to complete an audiobook. It's another thing to take in what it said. Like I told you guys, people be wondering how like Elon is smart and like Bill Gates and all them cats are smart and stuff like that. I cracked the code, y'all. They listening to all of that shit at 2x. And I'm not going to lie. I listened to the book. The words are coming in fast, but I'm hearing what's being said. So I'm paying like a different special type of attention to the book. It's so weird. Like, cause I'm a reader and I listen to audiobooks too, right? And I create audiobooks. I make audiobooks, you know, ACX, right? So I'm looking at it like, okay, I'm speeding this up and I'm hearing every single word. I'm paying special attention to it. And like literally, I'm clearing a long ass book. Like you will clear a 6-hour book in like a little bit under 3 hours. Easily. If you speed it up. And then you learn to listen fast. So at least you know you're listening. You understand what I'm saying? If you're hearing what's being said and it's going at that rate, at least you know you're listening. You know, because you can hear shit and didn't hear shit. Happens all the time. You said rising relationship sounds weird. Yeah, it does. Like, it's like, I don't know, like, I even think a lot of FBAs and you know, black people, we don't want to feel like that. Like, we don't want to feel like we're going into some sob story relationship every time we get into a relationship. I know I don't want to feel like that. Because if that's the case, then our first date need to be at the therapist. Kuda, what's your problem? I don't know this. I don't know her. I don't know her. We just met. Like your first date need to be at the therapist. Y'all don't exchange therapists. And honestly, men don't even go to therapists. You want to know why men don't go to therapists? Because every time we go in there, it's our fault. Then you listening to some weird woman trying to tell you how to soften up your communication when you're talking to her, and filter yourself and alter yourself when you're talking to her. And she don't even know how to do that to get through to you. And even if she does, she turns you into a simp. Then your lady don't give a fuck about you no more because you just turned into a simp. Now her options look appealing. Ain't that fucked up? Now you done lost your biatch because you wanted to help. God damn. Happens all the time. So let's get back into this. I like what Fighter said earlier. Slave-splaining relationship. Let's go.
But she has to carry herself like a woman as well. Now, on the flip side of it, I get what she's saying in terms of security, because women...
Slave-splaining, yo.
Unlike men, because we got the women who say they want a 6-footer and things like that. I get it. As far,
6-footer.
As far as, you know, procreating and having the best product, if you will, as far as a child goes, and mating and making those decisions as opposed to dating a shorter guy. But when women look at men, they typically look at, is this guy good for me? Is there security in this guy? Basically, which she's at.
No, that's not what they're looking for. They're looking for protection. Can this guy protect me? And that's mental and physically. They're looking for protection.
Absolutely right. And if that means money and all that other stuff, hey, it is what it is. But I still think that when she gets into science, I just think that that's how women are socialized, to go after these guys who have the dope boys and the fast money. And
not even really science, it's biology.
The guy who may be rich regardless of love. Because I've asked women countless times how important is looks. And I don't think they're BS. And I just know this from my experience and the fact that you see tons of beautiful women who may be with a man that may not be the most attractive, but he's a good provider. And it happens a lot. A lot of you guys know that. So let me know what you guys think about this video and what he was saying about the difficulties of dating a black woman. Kevin talked about it a lot. You know, a lot of other content creators talk about it a lot.
They always mention Kevin.
Let me know what you guys think. Comment below. Like, share, comment.
They always mention Kevin. Samuelites, man. There's a lot of new Samuelites here, y'all. All right, let's do this. Because this thing is acting up. And I'm like, I got like multiple screens open. Let's do this real quick. Hold on, y'all. You got a lot of weird relationships going on these days.
Let me tell you about how
Listen to this.
My husband's gay. Just going to get this out the way. When we was in high school, my husband only hung around gay people.
She found out that her husband was gay. Lord have mercy.
I didn't think much of it because I just thought he was accepting of gays. You know, I have gay friends, you have gay friends. I don't love them any less than I love my straight friends. But he hung around like all of his friends were gay. The men were gay or bisexual. The women were gay or bisexual. There was no one straight. One of his best friends was supposedly straight, but that's still questionable. I didn't sweat it. You know, I accepted him and all his.
So he hangs around nothing but gay people. And that's what she said. You never heard that apple don't fall too far from the tree. You never heard that if you hang around 5 millionaires and you're the sixth person, you'll be the sixth one. You never heard that. But your husband, okay.
Friends. He ended up graduating from high school, and then I saw him as being more masculine. So I didn't think much of it.
Absolutely.
I just thought maybe his friends was gay. He wasn't, you know?
I will say that you're right about that, War Master. That is absolutely true because Kevin was doing promos. He even said it on the show. Oh, we're gonna run promo behind that. He was doing promos. He learned Google AdSense. You know, Google AdSense is. I know a lot of people don't like Google, but Google AdSense is a beast. Yeah, that's true. I agree. War Master said, show me your friends and I'll show you who you are. Absolutely. Yeah. There's so many sayings for that. But all of a sudden, her husband was the exception. Got it.
We started dating. We ended up getting married.
She didn't know,
the day of our wedding was the first time that he and I had sex. And when he was trying to get it, his friend, one of his best friends from the military, was in the room next door. And he was cheating on his wife at the time. And the mistress was the one that came to the wedding. This man was trying to sleep with me with these two people in the room, and we hadn't had sex ever before. So in my head, I'm like, this is gonna be loud and crazy. Like, let me not do this, because I don't want everybody in our business. I don't want to be known for that. But anyway, they were there. And I'm thinking maybe he only wanted to have sex with me at that time just to prove himself or make himself seem more manly or more of a man, I guess. Like, I don't understand why, but that's what I got from that. When I'm moving to North Carolina, my ex had a laptop that he broke on a deployment, and he ended up getting a new one. So
I'm not gonna lie. I heard a couple of stories. Okay, hold on. Give me 1 second, guys. Hold on.
I thought when he came home, I was doing online classes. I'm looking for, a laptop to do my class because my laptop grew feet and walked out of the apartment some kind of way. He wouldn't let me use his laptop. Every time I asked, he always had an excuse. I moved it so I couldn't use it. One day I ended up getting a laptop and I go in it, right? I'm like doing my assignment, and some just told me to go through it because he had been so secretive about the laptop. I go through the laptop and I see that my husband had a folder full of naked pictures of his friend. We're going to call him BR. BR had pictures in there of him with a bra on. He had pictures of him with a wig on. He had pictures of him holding a penis. I don't know, was it his? It wasn't my husband, but he was holding the lipstick, lashes, like all type of weird, inappropriate pictures. This man, from what I thought this man was married with a child. Come to find out he was engaged in the child.
All right, hold on, my bad. We back. I have to run real quick. Yes. You got to be careful with the military cats, that like to dabble and stuff like that, because I said, war is a traumatizing thing to experience, see, and go through. Shout outs to my vets. But shit, I had vets tell me this too. They be on some bullshit, So, hey, when they get back, trying to conform back to society and shit. So I don't know how she couldn't have told, or she could tell, but hey, whatever. She was in on it too.
Child that they had was actually the woman's from a previous relationship, and he had taken in a child. Shortly after all these pictures, I found out about these pictures. They ended up splitting up. I'm pretty sure it had something to do with that, but they ain't none of my business.
Okay.
He ended up. I called him and I asked him what was the pictures in his phone for. He couldn't explain.
So I'm gonna pause it real quick, guys. As you can see, the audio isn't synced. I tried to fix it somehow, but hey, you guys get the gist of it. She's talking. So first things first. So she knew this guy. She knew this guy since high school, right? This guy hung around nothing but gay dudes, which obviously is a red flag. I don't care what you say. You can have a friend that may be gay or something like that, but if you just hang around nothing but gay dudes, I mean, that's something else. But all this stuff going on, and he didn't clap the cheeks or want to clap the cheeks, and he was cool with not clapping the cheeks until y'all got married, and you was all for it too. Hey, it don't sound like y'all holy rollers, but he was gonna clap the cheeks in the same room, or the two friends were in the room next door. Seems kind of weird. She said that she didn't do it, but then again, it sounds like she did. I don't know. But you found this stuff on the laptop, and you guys still stay together. That's really what it is. Like I said, it's like a relationship with. You just sweep everything under the rug. That's why I said she in on it too. Well, I say I think ladies know when their dude is gay.
She just had enough.
Just either want a husband that bad, or they find it fascinating to deal with a dude like that. That's why this stuff is spreading so rampant, because of you got collaborators like her. Well, let's get back to it.
He had like he didn't know what I was talking about. Ain't no pictures in there. Where you get that from? Blah 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 blah. I deleted all the pictures in the laptop because I just didn't know what else to do. It's just like I think in my head I was like trying to
you want to stay married,
make myself believe that this dude was straight. So it's like if I seen something that was questionable, I would delete it or get rid of it and just try to start over or forget that it ever happened. So I deleted the pictures. About a month later, I found an invitation in my sofa of a wedding that my husband thought he was going to by himself. I called my job, told him I wasn't coming in. I went and got a dress, got some shoes, but I got dressed to go to this wedding because I'm pretty sure if you going by yourself, in my head, I thought he was going to be there with another dude. He was going to take one of his boyfriends. So I got dressed, but I was cute.
He's a collaborator.
Cute with some high heels.
Called latency.
On. We the day of the wedding come, my husband, he had stopped taking baths. Like he would take a bath maybe once a month, maybe twice a month. What? And then other than that, so I took a wash up, but he wouldn't like submerge himself in water.
Well, you ain't think nothing was wrong with your man. Are y'all listening to it? You didn't think nothing, it was right there. You didn't think nothing was wrong with your man at that point. And there's always some weird story about, oh my God, let me tell you this whole scandal I done been through. And then that's what Jaguar Wright was doing. I'm calling everybody gay. Whole T, she's gay. It was like, God damn. It's like, well, hey, you would know, but, and there's nothing wrong with being gay, but it's like, bro, like, why turn it into something like this? Like why weaponize it? You know what I'm saying? Like it's an indictment on man. No, it's an indictment on your man. It's not an indictment on us. I'm building this up. I got to show y'all this story that I'm going to be... I'm going to figure out how to do a reaction to it, but I'm going to do it as a pre-record. Y'all going to laugh. It's a funny story. It's this dude on Facebook that be doing these movies and stuff. I'll tell y'all later. Anyway, that didn't seem suspicious to you? Okay.
Whether that be a bath or a shower, at least not with me. Maybe he took it at work, but he sure didn't take it home with me. So, I made a tub of water one day, made him a bath, put some rose petals in it, put some bubbles in it, lit some candles, made it real cute and romantic.
You're gonna put rose... She'd have put rose petals in a nigga bath. God damn.
And
I believe her.
He went in the bathroom and unplugged the stopper and said that he didn't want to take a bath. He would much rather take a shower, which was fine with me. But I mean, knowing that I did all this hard work, I would think that you would get in the bath and just sit and relax, even if you had to get up afterwards and wash, with the shower. He didn't want to do that. He unplugged it. Okay, so the day of the wedding comes. I had my clothes laid out, everything. I don't know what he thought I was going to do because he didn't know I was going with him. He gets in the shower, he gets out, and he forgot something in the car. He had been on his phone the whole time. Within like a month of all this stuff happening, pretty much after that deployment, he had gotten to a point where every time he would get up, if he walked to the door from the sofa, or if he got up to do something with the TV or go in the bathroom, if he moved, he had to grab his phone and take his phone with him. So I noticed it every time it happened. And then
what's funny? That's the end all and be all of a lot of relationships. That phone, you say you scared? Nah, man, it's a funny show. It's a funny show. I'm just reacting to it. I just gotta get what I'm gonna say together on it. It's actually funny. But nah, man. Oh, this show. You scared about what she about to say? Yeah, this shit crazy, bro. You said I hope she don't say about. I hope she don't say no sick shit. Look, how didn't she know her dude was Jihei? And she hangs around him, and that's all their friends are. It's like, bro, y'all look bogus or sound bogus. So, and like I said, the phone, I digress. The phone is the end all be all, bro. The phone be making them think that you can be replaced. And then people are watching you with the phone because, see, your phone is an external organ. I keep telling you guys this. Your phone is an external organ. But it's not. You know, I don't see women be like, oh, you took your kidneys with you into the bathroom. He took his liver with him to work. He didn't leave it at home. Let me stop. Your phone is a personal item. You know, it's an external organ. So that's how you know, like, people are paranoid. Oh, he took his phone to the bathroom with him, or oh, when they're at the dinner table, his phone is turned downwards. You know, people pay attention to stuff like that. Paranoid people too. That phone, I'm gonna tell you the truth. Let's say you're not paranoid. Let's say you really think your spouse is cheating, right? And you watching their habits with their phone and stuff like that, bro. That shit, even if they not doing something or they are doing something, that shit will drive you crazy. Watching somebody with their phone all day, and especially if they're on their phone all day. Because that's what people turn to when their relationships, they go to the, you know, your phone's a window. You know, it's a portal, it's a window. So they go to the window, you know what I'm saying? If you're not holding their attention, some people, they're not even doing nothing wrong. Some people, they playing Candy Crush and shit. You know, some people, they playing video games and shit. But some people, they on the Kendra G app. They're cleaning up they cleaning up they Tinder like it's a resume and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? They back on Tinder. I've always wondered when y'all be meeting people off Tinder, because it's funny. And it's a double-sworded question because I know the answer to it. But I've always wondered, when y'all are meeting people off of Tinder, when you meet them and y'all are having something good, let's say y'all dating for like a good month now, and y'all are seeing each other damn near every day. It's like clockwork. Y'all seeing each other every day for like a whole month, right? Do y'all get together and have a Tinder delete party? I think this should, you know, maybe I invented some more shit. What's going on, Larry? Do y'all get together and have a Tinder delete party? You know, get together and delete your Tinder? How does that work? Nobody thinks about that, right? Think about it. And then see, I'm gonna tell you the truth. When you make demands like that, man or woman, not even, honestly, as a man, you can ease a woman into making certain demands. I hate to say it, ladies, but y'all know it's true, and it's a part of leadership, right? You can ease them to, you know, you can ease yourself into demands, right? But some people, to demand them to delete their Tinder or other social media websites that they could be dating on, even personal ones like Facebook or Instagram or whatever. Shout outs to Moon Sky for following me on Instagram. Thank you. Oh, thank you for liking my reels. Thank you, love. That's encroachment. You know what I'm saying? That's encroachment. You know, that could be encroachment, you know? And what I mean by encroachment, I mean by, you know, your phone is a personal item. Some people not gonna fare too well, you telling them what to have and what not to have on their personal device, you know? Like you pay their phone bill type shit, you know? That's some insecure shit. Baby, please delete TikTok for me. You know how TikTok makes me feel. You know what time it is. What's going on, DLM? Shout out to you, player. What's going on, big dog? You said, I've done that before with an app called Plenty of Fish. Oh, man, yeah. Yeah, that, you know, those E-League and D-League apps, you kind of got to, you know. Oh, damn, they said Rey Mysterio is officially gone from the WWE. That's crazy. But yeah, you kind of got to do that with the D leagues and E league, you know, type apps. You know, that shit janky anyway. You know, so if you meet a shorty off of those, you know, Plenty of Fish or Scout or OK Cupid, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, y'all found love in a hopeless place. Now delete that app. You know, yeah, that's kind of almost mandatory. You know. A lot of women, they jump in the small pond, so they'll be the big fish in the small pond, you know. So you could probably, you know, play your cards right. You could get some quality women off of some of those D League and E League websites, probably, you know. You said, or the women will tell me she's deleted. Oh, the woman will tell me she's deleted her showing interest. Yeah, the guy's showing her interest. Yeah. No, but some women will lie to you and say they deleted it off their phone to see if you're going to delete it also. You know what I'm saying? And honestly, if you're not ready to delete it, you know, you got to learn how to de-escalate, downplay, you know. Yeah, I'll delete it when I'm ready. You know, I got some stuff I need to take down anyway. So yeah, I'll delete it soon and go on about your business, you know. But if you know, if you let her keep going, she could turn it into she can weaponize it later on, you know. She can always weaponize it later on in the relationship. So keep that in mind. Oh, I knew you were cheating because you didn't want to delete your, you know, they'll pull that card. Hold on. Why isn't this thing working? Hold on. Oh, I knew you was cheating. You still had your Tinder activated. They'll sneak in your phone too.
His phone with him, so I noticed it every time it happened, and then I'm like, okay, it got to be something in the computer, something in the laptop, like something about him just withholding.
That nigga got you up there playing Dick Tracy. Playing Dick Tracy with his laptop. Shout outs to everybody in the building. Please do me a huge favor. Hit the like button. Support the show via Cash App, via PayPal. Like I said, the most game you're going to get, the most game you will pick up, the most game is picked up in a relationship. That's what I want to say. Most of the game you're going to learn is picked up in a relationship. Make sure you remember that. Most of the game you're going to learn is picked up into when you're in a relationship. You have to be in a couple of long-term relationships, LTRs. You got to be in a couple of long-term relationships to understand what I'm talking about. You know? That's the only way you're going to really be preemptive if you know where y'all are going. So you got to have a compass. And really think about it. A lot of people aren't asking themselves a question. You know, what's the reality of being in a relationship with you? You know, what's there to look forward to? Are you fun? Can you keep a baddie? Much less get one. Don't nobody care if you can get a baddie. Can you keep one? And are you suffering if you're doing what you know? Anyway. But this woman looked like she was suffering with her husband. And she wanted that like she didn't know he was G-Hay, but okay.
Me from getting access to it just sparked something in my head. So I ended up going through the laptop, found the pictures of VR with the penises and the wigs and stuff like that.
What the fuck?
Go on the phone. When the day of the wedding, he left the phone on the dresser and forgot to hit that light on the side. I go through the phone and I found messages in his phone from an unsaved number. Red flag, unsaved number.
Well, let me stop.
But you still married him.
Right here, once again. So she got all these red flags. It seems like, again, like I say, women like participating in their own real life soap opera where they're starring in it. This dude is funky around the house, not wanting to wash, taking bird baths if that's the case, but dude don't want to wash his nuts. I'm assuming you still sleeping with this funky dude. You already found all these pictures, and I don't know if this is a joke or whatever, because it sounds like it's a joke, but he's already stinking the place up. He's still clapping the cheeks, I'm assuming, maybe. Got all this stuff going. You found these pictures. You went back through it. Of course, you're going to find the pictures again. And like I said, she's starring in her own soap opera. She's going to crash the wedding and say, hey, I'm here. I'm the wife, blah, blah, blah. Knowing this dude's getting his cheeks clapped. Well, let's get back to it, though.
And he had been sent, well, he and the person who was on the other end of the phone were sending pictures back and forth, and both were male. They were sending pictures with their dicks, you know, they was jacking off, you know, and you could see the coming out of the penises and stuff. And my ex was saying to the other guy, like, oh, daddy, I can't wait to sit on it. I can't wait to hold it. I can't wait to taste it. I can't wait to feel it.
Yo. And you married him?
So you haven't been with any underage girls?
Why would I let y'all catch me again for something I ain't do before that I'm gonna get caught for again? That's stupid. Which camera I'm lying to? That's stupid. That's not even common sense. Where's your common? That's stupid.
What about the alleged unspeakable things in a dark room?
Woo! Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I hope that camera keep going. This is not the truth.
So you really want to play the victim right now?
You're fucking killing me. You're fucking killing me. 30 years of my career. 30 years of my fucking career. I've been fucking these young bitches 30 years of my career. Now y'all wanna kill me. This is not me. This is not me. I just don't want to believe the truth. Hey!
So you found all of that stuff and still, god damn.
All type of stuff that even I don't say. I
put
the number in my phone, called it, hung up just so I could save it. I heard my husband come back in. I put the phone down, like exit out, put the phone down. I didn't delete anything. I just put the phone down. My ex comes in the house and I'm mad. I'm livid. I finished getting dressed. We get in the car. We don't say nothing to nobody. He was mad at me because I'm with him. I'm mad at him because of what I saw on the phone. So I asked him, we was going to South Carolina. It was like a 2-hour, 3-hour drive from where we live in North Carolina. I asked him if there was anything he needed to tell me. He said no. I said, have you been cheating on me? He said no. But this is just me asking just generally, so you could just come out and tell me without me accusing you of something that I know you're going to deny anyway. Even though I've already seen it, but you're going to deny it.
Why are you asking?
So again.
So you already knew. So you basically acting like you just discovered that your husband was getting his cheeks clapped, but you've been with him and that's your husband, and you, Jesus Christ. Oh man, omission is crazy.
And in my head, I'm thinking that I can change this man, or I could just make him be straight again or something. I don't know what the motherfucker ever straight, but anyway, that's what happened.
She knows she on some bullshit. Look at that guilty smirk.
Be straight again or something. I don't know what the motherfucker ever straight, but anyway, that's what happened.
Look at this guilty smirk, man. Like really. She's like Ari Lennox.
Lived in North Carolina. I asked him if there was anything he needed to tell me. He said no. I said, have you been cheating on me? He said no. But this is just me asking just generally, so you could just come out and tell me without me accusing you of something that I know you're going to deny anyway. Even though I've already seen it, but you're going to deny it.
Why are you asking
So again, in my head, I'm thinking that I can change this man, or, you know, I could just make him be straight again or something. I don't know what the motherfucker ever straight, but anyway. That's what happened. So we ended up.
She knew that was some bullshit. Look at her.
Me accusing you of something that I know you're gonna deny anyway, even though I've already seen it, but you're gonna deny it.
Why are you asking?
So again, in my head, I'm thinking that I can change this man, or, you know, I could just make him be straight again or something. I don't know what the motherfucker ever straight, but anyway.
Look at that. A lot of y'all don't read it.
That's what happened. So we ended up going to the wedding. We get to the wedding. I called one of my gay friends and I was like, look, I'm about to three-way this call. I need you to listen. I three-way the call because my husband had made me mad inside the wedding. And a dude answers the phone. I asked him if he knew my ex. He said he knew somebody named, we'll call my ex JC. We'll call him JC. He said he knew a JC, but the JC he knew lived in Atlanta. The JC I know lived in Atlanta, but now he lives in North Carolina. My ex had a very unique name, so it's not a lot. I've never met, well, actually, I met one person with my ex's name, honestly, ever. So I'm saying, you know, the same person that I'm talking about has to be the one that you're referring to. Plus, I already know you know who you're talking to because I already seen the messages back and forth in your phone. So I texted him. I was like, we're not texting, we're on the phone. I told him, I said, you've been messaging my husband and I saw the messages that both of y'all sent each other and I'm just trying to find out what's actually going on, you know? So I don't know, like at least give me the heads up or the respect to know if my ex is straight or not, because obviously you know more about him than I do, clearly. I didn't even have that many pictures in my phone of him, okay? So he denies everything. Then about 15 minutes into the conversation, he says, he was texting somebody, but he was texting a female. I said, how do you know you was texting a female? He said, because I have pictures. He said, I was texting a girl. I said, how do you know? He said, I met this girl off a tag and she had an album cover list. So he told me the name of the tag page. I went and found it.
And see,
the picture was what he described it as.
Y'all be getting in the full-fledged relationship off a tagged. I just got done telling y'all this shit. Bro, leave the E-Leagues and D-League websites alone. That is the clearance rack. Y'all hit the like button, support the show. 3 hours into the madness. 3 hours and 3 minutes into the madness. Giving y'all a great show today. It's Player Talk Radio. It's the Weekday Pass. Bro, I am telling you, these D-League and E-League websites is the clearance bin. Sometimes you might be able to find something. Sometimes you won't. You might be able to get that white tee, but there's a bullet hole in the back of the shirt. You know what I'm saying? If you don't have a sewing machine or plan to put more holes in it and try to rock it like some Kanye West shit, I don't know. Don't do it. Every so often you can find some good DVDs there, but guess what? You give them away or you put them up after a while. So this is a relationship that shouldn't have went on for a long time. And then let me tell y'all something too. There's a lot of LGBT people on some of these websites. Like Bigo. Tagged is definitely one of them. You met your husband off Tagged and didn't think he was...
Yes. But he was like, but you can't really see the girl face on that picture. I've been texting the girl with blonde hair. I'm like, with blonde hair. At that time, I had dyed my hair, right? And it was a blonde color. I said, what does girl look like?
He's telling us all the shit that we don't need to know. Get to the point. Long story short, my husband's Jihei and his friend told me. God damn.
Describing my
Why we gotta know your hair color? Well, anyway.
My piercings, my body, like my fingernail polish color, everything. So I'm like, you been texting that girl? He was like, yeah. I said, send me a picture of her because I'm just trying to figure out what she looked like. He sends me a picture of myself. And the picture that he sent me was none of the pictures that he had described. So I knew they had more pictures of me than what I knew about. So come to find out, my ex had been texting a guy and was using my nude pictures to get pictures. Now, what confused me is the point of my husband sending, like, I don't know if the guy was bi, I don't know what was happening because the dude really did have pictures of me, but when in the text message on his phone, my ex was sending him pictures of himself. So you knew that you was texting the guy because you was responding back to his pictures too. So I don't know what was going on. I talked to one of my ex's friends and he told me that he and a bunch of other people that my husband knew at the time thought that we were swingers. So they thought that I knew about what he was doing, and then they thought that I was okay with having multiple partners along with my husband, which was not the case. So that's really how.
Yeah, they thought y'all were swingers. Thought y'all was swingers and shit.
I found out my ex was gay. We ended up moving to California. My husband got jumped at a club, and he had every excuse in the book for what happened and why it happened. But the guy who got arrested was a heavy set gay guy. So I don't know what happened with that. And I think I'll end the subject there. So that's how I found out my husband was gay. I ended up leaving him and I moved to Atlanta to
move. Oh my God, this motherfucker. Moved around some more gay people. Okay. Hey. All right. You can't make this up. You can't make this up, y'all. Oh man, hold on. We're getting intel in. We just found her husband in Atlanta. She got a new man and she got a new husband in Atlanta. Here he is.
All right, we going. What a money reside. What a money reside. What a money reside. What a money reside. Okay, let me tell y'all something. I'm doing something real big this month. Any deal that y'all got and they beating us, I'm gonna be about $400. Just give me your pen and the paper because I'm asked. What the what? What a money reside. What a money reside. What a money reside. What a money reside. Okay, I told y'all before. Y'all know what I do. I give all these good deals and everything else. Y'all better ask about me because I do all that all the time. And that's on who? Man had a little lamb. Okay. 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 Okay.
What's going on, Toya? Good to see you. Hey, y'all, this is my new husband. I didn't know he was gay. Where's New at? New said punk in the trunk. I said, oh my God. Oh my goodness. I remember there was this story of this lady. I think she was from Jamaica or whatever, or her husband came from Jamaica. It was like two stories that literally was identical. And as soon as he came to the United States, Broski was, you know, in the street for the dirty meat, you know, unapologetically. How the hell you didn't know your man was gay?
Finished school, and then he ended up filing for divorce because he ended up dating a female that looked like a guy. And if you want to see the pictures, you can go to my Instagram page. It's MEKIA 504. So Mika 504. And if you scroll down, you will see a picture. I made a nice little collage for them, and I will never delete it. So that's what happened. Bye, guys.
Now, she is too funny. She said she made a collage and she'll never delete it. Now, you guys heard what she said. If you guys want to go check.
Shout outs to JR Wisdom, man. Yeah, that shit crazy, man. Y'all don't have the balls to date on no goddamn social media. Pause. You know. Y'all don't know, man. Back in the day, if you had a MySpace and you got a shorty, oh my God. That top 10 wall got a lot of niggas in trouble, man. Niggas start getting rid of their family members and shit. You know, grandma really don't use her MySpace account. Let me kick grandma off my top 10. She won't even know. Hold on, y'all. I had some stuff loaded up for today's show, and all of that shit is gone. I can't find it, y'all. Anyway, let's get into the next segment. Y'all hit the like button, support the show. You said whatever happened to women's intuition? They lost it. They became too socialized. A lot of them lost it. They became too socialized. That's what I was telling you. You know, to a certain degree, men, we try to, I wouldn't say we try to not socialize ourselves, but we understand that we have animal instincts. You even got men, like I said, that are running away from their animalistic instincts. Like honestly, like socially, you know, we've turned, you know, the fact that we gotta eat, even though you can eat by yourself, you don't, you know, eating ain't no fucking social experiment for you know, for everybody. You know, sometimes when people eat, they eat by themselves. You know, sometimes when people eat, it's never around people, and then sometimes when people eat, it's always around a group of people, and it's a social thing. You know what I'm saying? So that's one of those things that we socialize, you know, because every animal has to eat, right? But see, I hate to say it like this, but we hate that after we eat, we have to have a bowel movement. Using the bathroom is like the most animalistic thing that we do daily. You understand what I'm saying? Using the bathroom, other than eating. You know, we even try to take the animalistic aspect out of eating by dressing up the carcass that we're eating. You know? Really, as humans. You know? We'll literally have go look at like Thanksgiving dinners and stuff like that. We'll literally have some macaroni laying next to a piece of pork ass. like a pig's ass, and maybe a cow's shoulder or some shit, like some type of beef or something. We'll literally be having all three animals on one plate. You know, we still have these animalistic tendencies, these visceral tendencies, right? We look up to things that don't. We look up to things. It's crazy because we're like looking up to like machines and technology and stuff like that. People use people and love things. You know what I'm saying? Not love things, or not love people and use things. People love things and use people. You know what I'm saying? What's going on, Joe? And shout outs to everybody in the building. Hit the like button on your way in. Shout outs to everybody here that's been enjoying the show. 3 hours and 15 minutes into the madness. Hit the like button, support the show. Hit the PayPal, hit the Cash App. I'm giving y'all the game. You know, it's like a lot of people don't like the social aspect. You know, they don't like the social aspect of things, you know. I mean, not the social. They don't like the visceral aspect of things. It's like, to certain people, it's a setback that you're human, you know. Look at how things are working out, right? Humans want to use meta. We want to use AI. We want to use all kinds of different things. You know what I'm saying? We want to use all kinds of different things to seem like we don't care, to seem like we don't give a fuck, to nullify some of our emotions and stuff like that, right? We want to take the emotions out of certain things, right? But think about movies that we made, like androids and machines and stuff like that. What were those androids, Terminators, iRobot? What were all those, what's that video game, that Detroit video game? What was all of that machinery trying to do? Get emotions. Feel love. You're running on software that comes from human thought. You're not going to think that, oh, damn, I want some of this to be real. I need to be convinced. AI is getting smart. They even showed that in certain cases and stuff like that AI would lie. Imagine that. Imagine teaching a piece of machinery how to lie to get what it wants. And why are we trading the organic for the mechanic? Interesting. But let's switch gears real quick, man. I saw a little bit of a podcast. And yeah, Fighter, what you were talking about the other night, that is true. I saw BGS on Sharon Brazy's show. You know what I'm saying? Arguing with the PH Diva, the PH Diva lady. You know what I'm saying? And that was interesting in and of itself. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, I mean, well, it wasn't really for me because it's like, the Ibmores, they're supposed to be that FBA group of Hotep Manosphere cats, right? That, that graduated from the Hoteps. You know what I'm saying? If you were in the red pill spaces or in the Manosphere and you ever seen, like, guys talking to some of the Hotep cats, because the Hotep cats were like some of the original Pookie archetypes in the space. Look at Taz. Look at, you understand what I'm saying? Like, I hate to use him as an example, but shout outs to him. But that's how they were looked at. If you were quote unquote pro black, you were a Pookie in the space. Or that type, So, it wasn't surprising to me that he was over there talking to her about, pro-black issues and stuff like that, and then when the shit start getting stupid is when people get into the, we got to take down the white man. It's like, bro, if you don't go sit down. I can. Definitely, yeah. Shout outs to everybody here. Let's get the support up. Yeah, if you guys want me to review BGS versus Diva, yeah, I can. I was going to review this one. A little bit of this, because I saw the title, and I'm like, that's a misnomer. Like, it's dumb. Like, it's like, how is the Black Manosphere mimicking red pill ideology when the Black Manosphere created and pushed red pill ideology? And so many of our people was over there watching and listening to that shit. I'm like, bro, like, what? Y'all not correcting? Some people were correcting them, though. I will say that. I did see a couple people get blocked for correcting them. But that's how you know you don't know what you're talking about. How did the Manosphere steal from the red pill ideology? when we created the red pill ideology. It's stupid. And then you still gotta update people that claim to be against the red pill or know more about it than you do, that don't have no answers. They don't have no answers. Hotep niggas don't got no answers. They picking on Umar. They don't got no answers. Y'all hit that like button. Support the show. I'm putting in the work, y'all. Putting in this work. Hit the like button on the way in. They have no answers, man. Then you cheating. That's the part that threw me off. Then you cheating. You can't have simp rhetoric and you cheating on your lady. That's Ike Turner vibes right there. You can't do that. The cheating simp. Them the worst ones. But a lot of the dudes that be taking, like, you know, the stances against, like, the manosphere, they don't know what they're talking about. The red pill comes from black culture. The red pill comes from the black manosphere. It comes from the manosphere in general, but it comes from the black manosphere. Let's take a listen to this real quick.
That exact thing. Good day, Bomb Cherry. I was in your neck of the woods this weekend too, by the way, Bomb. Well, I don't know if it's your neck of the woods, but I was in that state. And it is weird, like you wanna who are you trying to prove that you are some kind of thought leader to? You feel what I'm saying, Otis? Who, like, if you are for your people, then just be for your people, right, wrong, and different. Hey, yeah, do we do some wild things as a collective as black folks? Yes, fine. Yeah, you want me to say that? Fine. However, I don't. Well, first of all, you gonna have to give me a number. I ain't have your number. And second of all, it was we was moving in and out. It was a wild trip this weekend. And I
feel you, Devin D.
Nah, I got you, Bomb.
I don't blame you neither.
But it was a lot. And I need to get in and out sometimes. I got a plan for things. It was a lot. But absolutely, we got you, because we're gonna do another one probably soon, maybe in a month or two. So we'd be in those neck of woods again. And I don't understand for the life of me why people want to go against their own people so badly and prove to other races that they are willing to go against their own so badly. You feel what I'm saying? Wrong class? Wrong class. I'm just talking about the wrong type of leaders. That's what I'm talking about, wrong class. What up, Sharif? We don't say morning over here. We say good day. And all weekend, so you know, I was on. So DJ Witch Doctor, he had a show this weekend, and I was in the chat. I was talking to him, bothering him. Did y'all see that goddamn video, goddamn in the trailer that I put up there? What up, Chakra Love? Don't worry, we gonna play that video again. It is hilarious.
All right, I don't even know when he gets into the topic. Hold on. Go a little bit further. See if he actually gets into the topic.
Right? But yet, instead of going into hiding instead of undergoing some self-reflection, instead of, you know, removing the mask and stop pretending like you somebody you not, he get back on the line.
Yeah.
You said you exposed that who's half tether? Sharon or the Brownsville? A lot of these dudes are tethers, man. That's why I said, like, I don't even know why people, like, if I was FBA, I would be offended by that. That's the whole thing. It's like I'm not even listening to half the people on here that tell me that they're FBA. I think that's cap. It's cap. Y'all don't even have no type of blockchain to even identify yourselves with each other. What family? What set? Even gangs got families and sets. Oh, you a blood? What type of blood are you? Oh, Inglewood family? Okay, set 3. What? Okay. Okay, yeah. Yeah, this is a scuba diver, yeah. Shiesty. Yeah, Sharon looks like he's mixed with something. What's going on, Spawn? Shouts to everybody in the building. Make sure you guys hit the like button. Support the shows. Player Talk Radio. Hit the Cash App. That's at $PTV 888. That's $PTV 888. That's $PTV 888. So I need you guys to do me a huge favor. I need you guys to head over to hempforfitness.com. That is hempforfitness.com. Mention DJ Kuda and get 2 free gifts. Head over to hempforfitness.com. Get your hands on that bubonic exotic. Without the guilt. You say he was banging FBA, but he's a tether. See? It just made, you know what I'm saying? That fake pro-black shit worse. It's like kicking a dead horse at this point. So what is Sharon half mixed with? Boy, Fighter showed him that he was Mexican.
Hey, yo, what the fuck?
So what he say he mixed with? Is he Puerto Rican? He's Dominican. Y'all gotta be careful with this FBA shit.
And he want to act like he's tough, right? A fake tough guy, real bozo.
All right,
who they talking? Right?
I'm listening.
The reason why he sell you lost is because we know the L in his name don't represent leadership, right?
Damn.
Because we know who's the leader in his relationship.
Damn.
Shout out to the Queen, Raw G.
All right, I don't know who he talking about.
Hey, Cuzzo, what is that Drake said about Meek Mill? Shout out to the boss woman wifing who? He wasn't just talking about Meek Mill when he mentioned that verse, Cuzzo. He was talking about Sell You Lost podcast.
Damn.
Because we know.
Oh, he talking about the cellulite. Okay. Oh God. All right. It's this. Y'all still haven't learned. It's the same 30 niggas beefing with each other over and over again. Y'all still haven't learned this. Hey, listen. I'm gonna call this too. I'll say this. Shout outs to Bomb Cherry, but He got bomb hanging over there. It's only but a matter of time for Bomb Cherry turn on Sharon. It's only a matter. Listen, I know what the fuck I'm talking about. It's only a matter of time before Bomb turns on Sharon. And then I saw that he had his lady in the chat. I saw that too, and I'm like, no, that's not a good idea. You know, every so often your lady could watch your shows and stuff like that and participate in the chat every so often, but that's not a good idea. That's not a good idea. And then you got a lot of, high-tempered people on your panel. One day, one of those women on your panel is going to say something your woman don't agree with, or say something egregious, or say something that she don't completely agree with. And the fact that you up there snickering and giggling with them, that's going to be the beginning of the end. That's going to be the beginning of the end. You definitely don't, or some woman make a pass at you and you oblige. You definitely don't want your woman around for half that shit. They lose all kinds of respect for you on that. I'm just saying. You got to keep what y'all do separate, and when y'all ready, y'all come together. Cause I done seen a lot of niggas lose their relationships due to the bullshit that goes on in these spaces. Rust me, okay? I don't see that cellulite shit thing going for cellulong either. You know what I'm saying? The way people jump from dude to dude to dude to dude. It's like people are using YouTube to date all over again. Because I forgot back in the day, there, on the original YouTube, there was a dating element to YouTube. You had an inbox. You know what I'm saying? You have what's going on, Ty? You got an inbox. You got, you can reach out to certain content creators and stuff like that, It's goofy, but I mean, look, it's like dating at work. If you spending all your time doing YouTube, well, hey, I guess I'm good.
In his relationship, who's the provider?
Damn.
It's Raw G. Who's the protector in his relationship? It's Raw G.
Damn.
Who's the leader in his relationship? Everybody know it. But everybody just they for some reason we let them get a pass for it, right? We don't want to call it out of respect. Ooh. But no, once you go to the cross boundaries of disrespect and you tell lies, now we got to start telling the truth about you.
Damn.
And then Cellulose podcast attempts to overcompensate for his lack of leadership, overcompensate for his lack of protection, overcompensate for his lack of provision by getting online, getting all loud and rambunctious, talking all crazy over the internet like he's scaring somebody. A real fake tough guy bozo clown is what he is.
Well, look, why don't y'all just set up another boxing match? Why don't y'all just set up a boxing match? Y'all hit the like button, support the show. It's gonna get crazier as we go. All right. Well, y'all just set up a boxing match. And see, and this is why a lot of people need to step away from debating these topics and talking points with people that like kind of are new to the space and just, looking for content, don't really know what they're talking about, respectfully. You know what I'm saying? let the group of people that don't know what they're talking about, let them, because they steal content anyway, let them eat themselves. You know what I'm saying? They'll be cannibals to themselves. They'll eat themselves. It's like it's people that want to debate but aren't even fully in agreement with what they want to debate you about. And let me tell y'all something too, because a lot of those dudes, they're afraid of raw beef. So before they talk any type of gangsta-licious to her man or whatever, because now I guess he's the whipping stick because he got knocked out. I guess before they go in and start talking saucy to her man, they gotta make sure they butter her up a little bit. The nigga gonna put some productions on their ass. Nigga produce something on your ass. Nigga put that production value on a nigga ass. You know you can't compete. That's crazy. In the future, you gotta make sure not to diss somebody that can use Chat GPT better than you and shit. Like, it's like, oh, come on, y'all. That's Chat GPT. She didn't make that.
Right? So this is what I would advise that brother. You not on my level in any way, shape, or form. We could go by who owned the most property.
Damn.
We could go by whose stock portfolio is bigger.
Damn.
We can compare savings accounts.
Damn.
We can compare vacations. I already took 2 vacations this year, and we just in February.
Lord.
So don't ever mention my name and think you can compare and be on my level, Cellulose.
Damn.
Because all you gonna do is add another L to your losing streak, my brother. Recalibrate your value system. Remove lust and degeneracy and losing from the top of your value system and replace it with God. Add some honor, integrity, self-reflection, responsibility, ambition. Then you can come back to the table and advise men and women what they need to do in terms of how to make their life successful. But what you...
Yeah, he on the corner preaching. That man spitting on his device. I don't know, man. Y'all can have that shit. I don't trust niggas that wear the shiesties in the summertime. Hell no. Like, I know you hot. If you wearing shiesties in the summertime, no siree, Bob. Young nigga activity. So Fighter said that he proved that Sharon is a tether. So what's he mixed with? He mixed with Mexican? South American? African? I'm not about to play that Selena song. I was literally tempted to play it. Shout outs to Star P. He know which one. All right, so here's some more Hotep logic, y'all.
You shouldn't do is go after soft targets like women and children.
Damn.
Because that's what weak men do. That's what bozos do. That's what losers do. Cellulose. But Cuzzo, get back to your show, man. Peace and love. I apologize for derailing for a moment, but I couldn't let it pass. Peace and love.
Peace and hey, see, you shouldn't been talking shit. That's it. Hey, it is what it is. I think well, shout out to all those boss women, wife and niggas.
Oh, Saint
shout out to y'all.
Okay,
y'all
my bad, bro.
Awesome. Y'all keep your hope alive for a lot of these men because they think they are something that they are not. And as the conversations go, we see it just keep getting exposed on a day-to-day basis. These men are liars. They are literally scamming the world. We could tell by the people that you.
These men? Which men? These men are liars. They are literally scamming the world. Which men?
You are aligning yourself with as a man. What's up, Venus Keisha G? Calm Cloud, what it do? So I don't know why they want to keep on pushing out. You know, hey, cuz you know what's even crazier? They try to say, hey, look at it. Look at the intro that he gave Brownsville. Who was that originally for? And he is so dumb that he don't even realize that was my original intro on Jay Prince and Fatty. They was the ones that came up with that intro because they said, I'm always saving the women's. This is how.
All right. Let's get into.
Because him and his wife, whoever these people are, right?
You see, that's crazy. People be mad when somebody talk about them and their wife, but they all over the internet talking about people in their family. And that's another thing too. Keep your wife off the damn internet. Keep your wife rhymes with life. Keep it off the internet. So, because now they got free reign to talk about what's his name? Cellulite's wife. So let's go.
A lot of these people, they don't get along with their wives. That's why we see a lot of these married men, they have this kind of hatred towards women as well. They're not really talking about the single black woman.
See? And he would say, like, what I would say to a guy like him and dudes like a lot of the dudes that are in these spaces, because you got a lot of real cats in these spaces. You got a lot of real players in these spaces that are in relationships, that are married and stuff. But for every one cat that you got in these spaces that are in a decent relationship or married, there's like 10 other ones putting out fucked up information. What's going on, UFO? Or sabotaging something. You know? And like I said, I lose respect for cats that will go out of their way to be like, oh, well, the red pill is this, and you guys are simping and this, that, and third, and the whole tea come to find out you're cheating on your wife. Nah, man. Or have cheated. Or you need you actively need some outside source to get your jollies off or whatever the hell you're trying to do. It's bad. Because the manosphere always get told, oh, show and prove. But the simps and the hoteps, they never get told show and prove. And they're cannibals. Manosphere is cannibals too, but they're cannibals.
The world, they talking about their own wives.
Yeah, but we don't go after soft targets around here. You know what I'm saying? I think that's a weak man's tactic. That's a weak man's move. You know what I'm saying? but we understand why those men go after soft targets, because when they look in the mirror, they see themselves as a soft target, right? So that's why they don't mind going after.
And sadly, low key, they dissing Raw B. Because if she stand behind her man and she with whatever he with, like I said, a lot of them afraid of Raw B. Put that production on their ass.
You're a victim. There we go, CSI.
Put that production on your ass.
Yeah. I ain't gonna lie, I'm getting cooked.
It's all fun and games if somebody put that production on your ass.
Women and children, because that is who they see themselves as. So we just gonna keep it on the men. Shout out to the queens. Keep doing y'all thing. Keep being the leaders that these men are projecting themselves to be.
Absolutely. I thought it was absolutely weird that I can't believe that he did that, especially from somebody that himself had an issue with somebody coming at his wife's child, that he would say something about my child. That's kind of crazy to me. That just don't make no sense at all. Like how, I don't know, that's just flabbergasting to me. I just can't believe that he did some shit like that. Why would you do some shit like that? Is my question.
Because he looks at himself and he sees an emasculated man, right? Because that's the only way he can sit down and break bread with who violated his own family, right? That's the only way he can do that. He can justify it because he sees himself as defeated, like BGS did, right? Or BGS still does. You know, these men, they see themselves as defeated men, right? So they don't have no boundaries. They don't have.
I found this kind of funny, and the link's in the chat if you guys want to come up. Fighter, if you got the chance, come up, bro. Brownsville is on par to become the next BGS. Like, bro, y'all are in the same hotel. BGS ain't nothing but an advanced Brownsville. It all leads to the same place. I's gonna tell a story. Y'all gather round. Nigga, Brownsville is like a less evolved BGS. Right? What? Like what? Yo, you can't make this shit up.
God damn it! You can't make this shit up.
Oh God, y'all hit the like button, support the channel, support the show. Keep dropping these gems as we go.
No standards. They don't have any anything to anything to aspire to achieve anymore, right? It's always somebody else's fault. And normally what they do is they'll point fingers.
Shout outs to Fighter in the building. Fighter, it's your fault, man. It's your fault I got this shiesty on and I'm protecting this building. It's your fault. I'm top flight security, man. It's your fault. What's up, man? What's going on?
You can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, but you like muffled. Yeah, boy, my man in the work closet. My bad, bro. You can hit me up later.
Yeah, that might work.
Yeah, you a little bit low.
All right, I'm gonna talk to you later, man. I'm gonna be listening.
All right, bro. Fighter in the work closet. God damn. He's like, hold on, let me step off real quick and go into this linen closet real quick. Shout outs to Fighter in the building, man. Yeah, Fighter probably at work, man. My bad, bro. I be forgetting it is in the morning time, so yeah, sometimes you gotta, step off a little bit and yeah. I used to hide my headphones in my locks, y'all. Get black headphones. They really work wonders. All right, so I'm still trying to figure out the false narrative of the Black Manosphere mimicking red pill ideologies when the Black Manosphere created red pill ideology. There's so many there's so many Manosphere people over there on his panels and in his chat. Nobody cared to tell him the truth. See, I knew niggas wasn't really friends. Real friends will stop you from looking stupid. People ain't really friends, Some people, they don't want to support Player Talk Radio because they feel that, I don't know, some people don't even want to like a video because they'll feel that, oh, this person will be doing better than me if I do this. That's not necessarily true. You there, Fighter? Uh-oh. You there? Shit, Fighter on the road. All right, let me I'm gonna put Fighter on mute real quick, y'all. Okay, there it is. All right, yeah, I probably got some latency issues or something like that. I'm not sure what's going on, but we're gonna fix it. But yeah, man, getting back to the topic at hand. Yeah, man, Brownsville, he's more BGS than he knows. Irony.
After black women, they'll say, well, it's your fault that we can't get it together and that we can't self-improve, right? And that's why
diabolical work. First of all, the Black Manosphere, for the most part, separated from the Hotep cats because we got tired of arguing with y'all, and y'all argue with each other all the fucking time. The Black Manosphere separated itself from the Hotep cats because it's like, listen, men were going off on their own mission and going their own way and quote unquote dealing with the sisters. You know what I'm saying? Dealing with the sisters the way that they wanted to deal with the sisters. You heard? Men went off on their own way and went to go deal with the sisters the way they wanted to deal with the sisters. So they left the whole, a lot of that MGTOW and Manosphere stuff was basically leaving the Hotep cats with Keisha. Honestly. Leaving the Hotep cats with Keisha. They're like, okay, listen, if you want to go through those lengths to go save, quote unquote, Keisha, go ahead. But see, what the Manosphere is not talking about is that the Manosphere, its mission was to save Keisha also. Its mission was to save Keisha also. Because they were talking about going their own way, but not necessarily leaving America. But that was on the table too. Okay? And this is where like and this is the SYSBM that I agree with. So there was a SYSBM movement. Mad Bus Driver came over to YouTube first, and O'Shea followed Mad Bus Driver over to YouTube to troll him. That's where O'Shea started on YouTube. He followed Mad Bus Driver over on YouTube to troll him. Okay? So, hold on, y'all. I'm gonna do this. Give me 1 second. Okay. So yeah, he followed Mad Bus Driver over to YouTube to troll him because black men were having their somewhat divestment movement. You know, because SYSBM, a lot of it is mainly to get white women. And it was usually American white women, but guess what? Low. You know? They are. And you don't see white people, I mean, they kind of get onto that type of politics, but you don't see them talking about tether this, tether that. You know, that's, but they got their own version of it too. Don't be fooled, right? But there was a version of SYSBM back in the day where it's basically the black man declared, and because you don't hear people talking about it because they don't know. So I'm gonna drop some game on you guys. Oh shit! Shout outs to LT man dropping the huge $10 on the Cash App. Shout outs to LT man. Hopefully you heard your commercial shout out earlier. I got the commercial done, and I will have it up and running on next show. I got LT man's commercial and I got Miss V commercial done. And it will be up and running on the next show. Make sure you guys tune in. I got you, bro. Let's get it. It's player talk.
More. Wendy?
Thanks, Chuck. We're standing here in front of the Olympic Liquor Store in Queens where scores of African Americans have been lined up for hours. We spoke to a few of them earlier. Ladies, may we get a word?
Hide the money, y'all. There's poor people around. With your broke ass.
Yeah, I got it done. I gotta retweak my vocals, and we are Gucci, man. We are ready to go. I want to get your opinion on it. Shout outs to LT man in the building. War Master said Kuda should have ran the Rumble to do a review. Right. Man, some of these shows are gonna start to get a little dark. Just due to the nature of some topics, so we absolutely gonna have to run the Rumble, y'all. No cap. No problem. Shout outs to LT man in the building. Yes, make sure you guys .com. That's hempforfitness.com. All right. Get those gifts, all right? St. Patrick's Day is coming up. It'll be here before y'all know it. Get it in. All right? But no, man, the black version of SYSBM was literally the black man actually doing something revolutionary as man. You know, a couple years ago, I was telling you guys before COVID happened that, you know, there was a couple of things that was going to take place that was definitely revolutionary with men. Men, if they wanted to, they could do what Rollo Tomasi says, which I don't agree with, and get a vasectomy. You ain't snipping shit around me. You know, the only last thing that got snipped on me is I ain't gonna lie, all right, I guess circumcised and then umbilical cord, but that's it. You know, I don't know what Rollo was talking about, but I guess he hasn't listened to enough Player Talk Radio, because I was telling you guys two things that was gonna happen for men that was gonna revolutionize men as we know it, right? Which was the male birth control pill. The male birth control pill was one. And the second was the damn, I can't believe I'm forgetting. I'm lapsing on the second one. The second one was basically the external womb. You know, the artificial womb, my bad. It was basically the male birth control pill and the artificial womb. The artificial womb was gonna revolutionize male sex. You know, it was gonna revolutionize, and what you call it, male birth control pill. You know, even though the male birth control pill didn't catch on, and the artificial womb is being used by men and women, but what it was that men can now dictate and tell when they want to have kids, which men always had that power. Everybody has that power. Even women have that power. Even as much as they try to convince you that they don't, they have that power, that they can procreate and do whatever they want whenever they want, right? So the artificial womb, hold on, what's going on? You said I'm not sterilizing myself ever. What's going on, Nicer? Are you there? Okay, I guess Nicer probably stepped away. Hold on. Yeah, like don't sterilize yourself too. And then that's another thing with the male birth control pill. A lot of guys didn't want to take the male birth control pill because how long would you be unsterilized? You know, I guess, you know, you can talk to your doctor about that, or your healthcare physician about that. But what SYSBM at the time, what they were doing was they were black men declaring that, okay, we're going to take our seed and go elsewhere and create another black population. Now, you see what I just said? They declared that they were going to go elsewhere, take their seed, and create another quote-unquote black population. Now, why are those words more significant now? Because look, you got a whole bunch of people running around here talking about FBA and you know this person's a tether or that person's a tether. They try to sneak that verbiage, you know what I'm saying, Hotep verbiage into the into what they got going on with the whole manosphere thing. And then they start to try to convince you guys that, oh well, we're trying to change Black America, which they're really not. Like when I was listening to that conversation that BGS was having with PH Diva, it's almost dumb at this point for them to have black men up there on these panels really bowing the knee, pledging to you how they're going to save their people like that. Like honestly, at this point, certain people shouldn't even be in the war room talking about any of this stuff. You know? Certain people shouldn't even be in the war room talking about any of this stuff. So the original SYSBM was about the black man taking his seed and repopulating, you know what I'm saying? Basically keeping it quote unquote black. And if you think about that, despite what's going on in the community, that's a revolutionary act. It's a revolutionary act. But guess what? It kind of really doesn't align with what a lot of people are talking about, because guess what? You're creating tethers. You know, at that point, you're creating tethered children at that point. Yeah, see, and that's scary too. 70% of vasectomies are permanent, whether men like it or not. Like what? Nah, it's like I'm good. Coitus interruptus. You know, it's like you probably don't believe in yourself. But let's go.
Becoming house husbands. That's why these men are promoting the soft guy era, right? Because that's exactly who they are and who they, want to be. It's ridiculous out here. It's crazy. It's weak. And we not standing for it in 2025. See, I try to tell these dudes, right? We gave y'all a pass in 2024. I was sitting back listening, right? But I told you, in 2025, we not allowing y'all to disrespect the queens. In 2025, I'm not going to just allow you to...
Oh, my God. And mind you, he said he didn't really start listening to YouTube until last year. It's always some person that don't know what's going on trying to, oh, I'm going to come in there and make some changes until they realize, like, oh, man, we're not going to allow you to disrespect the queens, bro. Oh, my God. I'm just saying, which group of women is going to come along and disrespect and break their hearts, man? It's always a new group of Negroes that show up here. You don't even need the manosphere to break anything around these cats. The women are going to do it. One of these women are going to say something foul about one of these guys' wives. Then they're going to throw all that bullshit out the window. They're going to sound like these red pill cats. One of these women are going to encroach and overstep their boundaries, or just straight up talk to y'all a certain type of way. And your wife going to see that, and it's going to cause problems. None of y'all niggas get it. The way they talking about the Cellulite podcast, right? They're going to be in that same hot chair. Oh my God. It's going to be the women that's going to go over there and tear all that shit down. Why you think Bomb hanging out? Shout outs to Bomb. But, I see the play. I see the play. It's always been the same play, y'all. Yeah, he with a white woman. That's what I said. Those sisters over there are going to overstep their boundaries. They're gonna say something about his snow queen, and he not gonna stand for that. And she in the chat. This place is a relationship graveyard. Thank you, Nicer. I absolutely will. Let me know if you wanted to chime in. Good to see you. But yeah, man, they about to play around with them, man. This is about to, hey, look, it's gonna be entertaining. It's gonna be entertaining, Like I said, Bomb gonna turn on them at some point, or he gonna say something that's going get her on, that's gonna get her on 10 toes. It happens, man. It's gonna be the same 30 people arguing with each other. I mean, how much times are we gonna watch the Titanic sink and try to fake ourselves out like, oh man, I didn't see this part of the Titanic. Yes, you did, man. Yes, you did. And it sank. It sank. How much times are we gonna watch the Titanic sink? It's always some new group of people that's coming in thinking that they can save the world. But before they save the world, they got to eat off the manosphere. These people can't even title their shows. In the original way. You know what I'm saying? They cannot title their shows in an original way that is creative, that came from their thought process, that pushing whatever they got on the internet to do forward. They have to use our titles, they have to use our verbiage, they have to use our talking points. All of these shows on Black YouTube steal from the space. No space tax. None. Hit the like button, y'all. Support the show. Always a new group of guys coming in thinking they're going to save something and disrespecting the last group that actually moved the chains forward.
If Jesus can't save these hoes, why are you trying? What make you think you greater than Jesus?
Disrespect the soft targets in my family. It's not happening. We not going for it. Be a man. Man up. Get it together. Learn how to fight, man. I can't believe you almost 40 years old and you still don't know how to fight. You don't got no knuckle check, no knuckle game. You see, if you would have spent more time around the OGs in your neighborhood and less time around the woman in your neighborhood, maybe you would have learned how to fight. Peace and love, man.
Yeah, it's a wild thing for sure. It's a wild thing for sure. Hey, Alexander, what's good with you? What's good, Sherrod? What up, chat? What's good with you? Thank you. I appreciate that.
What is up with the audio?
We know where he get that Sherrod from. Let me also give us something like a light celebration for the first super chat of the day. That's how we gotta move.
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
I was trying to find this video so we could review, but it seemed like maybe this video was taken down. That is a possibility. It seemed like this video might have been taken down because I definitely wanted to have the conversation about Obsidian and his role in this whole Black Manosphere and how it went down. Because again, he seems like as he is one of the original scammers of the space. He's one of the original scammers of Black men. Because he is somebody that started off as a plumber. He's one of the people that also talked down on Black women a lot. I mean, he built his whole YouTube career in the Black Manosphere as of talking down on Black women, talking down on Black baby mothers and Black women being overweight. And then comes to find out
that's crazy. I mean, you know, being a part of the Black woman police and you ain't even going home to a sister. That's wild. And then you said, and then Fighter said he proved you wasn't even FBA. Bro, that's crazy work. That's ridiculous work right there. You're not even going home to a sister. You're not even fully Black. You're confused.
You're a victim.
Here we go, CSI.
That's crazy. You said funny thing is that Sharon's with a white woman, but always talking about queens. Yeah, like what? Why do so many dudes worry so much about what other men not in their family do? That's true. Why so many dudes worry so much about what other men not in their family do? For fuck's sake. That's true. They're the Black woman police. Yeah, that's crazy, man. Deifying another group of women with your white snow queen at home. That's ridiculous work right there.
He's dating that same type of woman, right? So again, this is why I'm saying, like, a lot of these men, when they are talking, they are really talking about their own wives. It's just the easiest way for them to do it is to come on the internet and say all this BS. We have Donovan Sharp. He's another Black man. He's a scammer as well. And what he talks about Black women being the most this, that, and the third. Again,
and it's always dudes in relationship that comes here to take a big shit on the space. You have your woman. You about the game. Why are you here? You a married man. Go hang amongst married men. You want to talk to a bunch of single people? Why are you here? Oh, you trying to teach people? Oh, so you falling into the same category as a Donovan Sharp or whoever. Because if you cheating on your wife, how could you say anything about anybody in the manosphere? You're not even operating as a square. You're not even operating functional as a square. So how can you say anything about the manosphere? Does that rhyme? Don't be up here cheating on your wife and then you know. Yeah, that part.
He's saying black baby mothers. He's saying you don't date baby mothers. And then he go ahead and married what? A single woman that had a child. So a lot of these men are just literally scamming young black men and making them believe they own this fake ideology that they have.
Yeah, shout out to Sir Ism.
On the view of how black women are supposed to move. And it's a wild and scary situation. And, you know, it's just like imagine getting life advice from a dude in a basement who claims to have women all figured out. It's like asking a dog for investment tips. Literally barking up the wrong fucking tree, sir.
I'm not even gonna lie to y'all. Some of y'all need to take advice from some of them dudes in the basement that got women figured out. I'm not even gonna lie. Some player shit. When has a bitch been too good to sneak into a nigga's basement? They do it all the time. Women love doing that. They're not gonna come to the internet and tell you they love doing that, but you know, they'll sneak in niggas' basements. Hell, you ain't living if you ain't sneak no bitch.
This is what they do. They themselves cannot produce the same thing, the same advice that they are actually giving out, because it's not a reality. It's based
they will sneak in basements.
Falsehoods. It's not real.
Bitches will jump through windows.
Okay, Miss Jayla, tell me what you disagree with, Miss Jayla. You know I love disagreements. And I just find it weird. All these gurus of garbage. It's so many gurus of garbage. It's not even funny. And one by one, they human beings. One by one, they keep getting broken down. As the years go by, we find out, oh, you were talking about yourself this whole time. These self-proclaimed leaders. They are like, you know what they're like? Maybe because I'm from this part of the world, but they are like Times Square's Elmo, putting on a show.
Here's the thing. You got to start asking, okay, well, what's your solution? What's your solution? And what are we supposed to be saving? Are we supposed to be saving the black community or just black women? Do you have a black woman that you've saved, sir? What's your solution? I've saved a bunch of sisters. Mentally and physically. What's your solution?
Taking your money, but they ain't the real deal. You get close, and it's just some dude with a questionable hygiene routine. That is all it is. They are no different from the guy.
Kevin Samuels this.
Goddamn Elmo's entire.
Crazy thing is that if Kevin was alive, he would go after guys like Sharon to style or model. Pause. Y'all ain't see what I did there. Let's get it.
This goddamn. You like, oh shit, your kid's gonna run it. Can I get a picture with Elmo? That ain't no goddamn Elmo. That is some strange dude from Ecuador, and we don't know when the last time he took a shower. And he's hot as hell in that damn uniform. That's what these dudes are. No BS. They are not for real. They are false. False prophets to the utmost. These guys, they preach like they found some holy grail of manhood. And the truth is, they just selling Kool-Aid. It ain't the good kind. It's more like flavorless powder. Stuff that don't get mixed right. It's absolutely disgusting of who these people are and what they do and what they are producing. And then they get mixed in with the people that's actually attempting to do work. Because they are mixing some truth. I say they're all about male improvement and getting better jobs, and we're gonna try to get them into the tech sector. Because that's what they try to.
All right, well, I gotta agree with him right there. There is a lot of little lying, little squirmy little tech niggas around here. There is a couple of them. I ain't gonna lie. I'll get that to him. There's a couple little schmarmy weirdo tech cats around here. I'll get that to them. All right. Yeah, there's a lot of little fake fuck boys running around the manosphere that's hiding behind the moniker of being a nerd or a tech cat or a crypto cat. I get it. I give him that one.
Basket as they try to bundle all of that shit in as one.
There's a bunch of niggas hiding behind, but like I said, I was the main one telling y'all, hey, look, y'all start coming up with different archetypes. You can't be limiting yourself and, calling yourself an educated lame or just a Pookie and Ray Ray. There's more archetypes. So, yeah, there's different archetypes of men running around here because a lot of these cats, they lied. They fucking lied. Oh, I'm having problems with bitches. No, you're not getting any. You're not going outside. You're not. You run around here. You claim to hate pickup artists. You've never practiced any of the stuff that you were listening to. You just listen. You're a professional podcast listener. And there's nothing wrong with that. But you know what I'm saying? That's like, it's like you gotta, like for example, I'm guilty too. I got like a couple of audio books on topics. And I've listened to them, but I didn't really soak in the information. I got to go back and re-listen to some of the information. These people ain't ready for no history. You know what people ready for history would do? We have a whole vault. We have a whole vault. Meaning you can go all the way back and review videos like how you always review. You can always go back and review videos. No, they want brand new content created. Oh, you got to create something brand new. No, I don't. If you were real adamant, you know what I'm saying? If you were real adamant about learning the history, because they don't care about the history. Nobody cared about the history. Everybody come here, they don't give a damn about no goddamn manosphere history. History wasn't hitting on nothing if they could come in and just start stealing your shit and bounce off. What manosphere history? They don't give a damn about no goddamn man. Nobody give a fuck about no goddamn manosphere history. Been doing this for a long time. Don't nobody care about no damn history. If it was about the history, the people that actually put in the history would be somewhere completely different. Because till this day, we still creating. Till this day, we still creating. And getting plagiarized. The people that claim to hate the manosphere shit has been plagiarizing the manosphere shit. They don't even realize it. They're like third and fourth generation plagiarizers. These people can't survive without a manosphere topic on their shows. They run their channels like the manosphere. They mimic the manosphere. They don't got no other example. They're not original. So it's nasty work being in somebody's house and you stealing from them. You stealing from them. You got their whole vernacular. Black people don't use Ku Klux Klan vernacular. If you claim to not like them, if they're scum. You saw they have value when you taking advantage of it. Let's get it.
But we see that they are lies. We see for some reason they also have this idea that they are writing this book on how to be a goddamn masculine man with no proof that they are this thing. And then what Kevin Samuels did for Obsidian,
and that's the thing with like a lot of dudes that's like the I'm not gonna do it anyway. I'm just gonna act like I'm studying it to look good in front of a bunch of niggas. That's the excuse that you give. Oh, show proof. What is proof gonna do for you? For the most part. If you go outside, you don't need nobody to really show proof. You can hear if you being tampered with or not. You don't need no damn proof. No, some people, yeah, you might want to see. Cool, good for you. But what does proof do for you? People don't even have a action put behind the proof that even if they get the proof, it don't matter. You wasn't gonna put action behind it anyway. So it's almost asinine to ask for proof in a lot of cases if you still ain't gonna do nothing. Most of these cats still ain't gonna do nothing. You know, there's nothing you can do to prove to them because they wasn't gonna move anyway. And let me tell you something. They will just sit here looking for proof for the rest of their lives and not fix a damn thing. And then they create what a lot of cats are listening to right now. They create that. They create third and fourth generation people that's mad at something that they wasn't going to improve or work on anyway. They just spent their whole online career looking for proof. And proving that other people don't have no proof when they don't have a plan. You know? They'll just make their whole content off of proving other people have no proof when they don't have no plan. The whole point is to say, okay, your plan as a man don't work. And if you say that to somebody, they got the right to say, okay, well, what's your plan? And it's usually some shit that already been tried and hasn't worked. There's usually some goofy shit. Or you got to hear some story about some weird broad in his life that made him have this urge just to protect women and set men back. Until some shit happens to him. Because some of the biggest red pill cats were simps at first. And if you a simp, you a toy soldier. So Y'all are just sitting ducks over there. So, some group of women, if they already haven't, another group of women is gonna come by. Because guess what? The women that y'all are protecting, they got every single right to call you on if you really protecting them or not. Watch, one of them gonna talk to you sideways. Your lady gonna hear that, and she gonna be like, "No, you don't talk to my man like that." It's gonna cause a whole big kerfuffle. She gonna overstep her boundaries. One of them women gonna get feisty with you. They're gonna be like, "Yo, you not available to date. You talk about saving sisters, and you're not even with a sister." And rightfully so. They got every right to call you out about that. Because of what you declared. So let's go.
He shouted out his book, made him a whole bunch of money. And guess what happened when all these people started reading his book? They said, hey, this book is trash. It ain't good.
Yeah, but Obsidian with a sister. No points for that, y'all.
They see the flaws in it. It wasn't even read. The grammar wasn't even good. This is what Amazon review says. I'm just reading on what Amazon.
Yeah, I mean, it's just repetitive, Devin D. It's just the same group of niggas falling into the same hole and just being disrespectful to the people that actually got the time and the work in, bro. The Black Manosphere led them to the Black Manosphere. Who are these people gonna talk about aside from us and contradict themselves? See, the Black Manosphere is like one of those springboard things. Like, if you don't know what we're talking about in our train of thought and in certain things that go on in the space, you would assume it's one thing when it's not on the outside looking in. So it's going after people in the Black Manosphere, right? Think about it. It's an easy springboarding thing. It's an easy springboarding thing to say, hey, compared to those, it's easy to compare yourself to the Black Manosphere. Oh, I'm not as bad as those guys. That's easy. Because it's easy to prove. It's easy to prove that a little Big Nate is crazy. I'll use him as an example. It's easy to prove that a little Big Nate is crazy. Which little Big Nate is crazy? Right, and that's true too, Ty City. They only talk about 3 dudes. So it's easy to be like, oh, I'm better than this person. Half these people don't know that person. Host of the show, tell us who that person is. He's a part of the Manosphere. People don't do research. And then just believe what the hosts say. War Master said, where is this bearded grandma's book? The fuck? I don't know. And then again, they're not going to run their shows for free. So why should the Manosphere run their shows for free? If we actually brought the actual value to this space. Oh, my bad, y'all. I'm up here burping and shit. That's some entitled shit. Being a brand new content creator and be like, hey, man, pay me now. And you don't have no years put in. No work. You're not even on your first 100 hours. You got people running around here that's 10,000 hours plus. Yeah, Angry Man, Obsidian, BGS, or Kevin. Yeah, and then it's stupid to be in the Manosphere. Already past, you already thought past the Hoteps. Now you trying to back everything up and talk about some goddamn. You're trying to back everything up and talk about some goddamn FBA. Why the hell are we talking about FBA in the Black Manosphere? At this point. Look at the title. The false narrative of the Black Manosphere mimicking Red Pill ideologies. The Black Manosphere made Red Pill ideology. A black woman wrote The Matrix. Well, it's low season right now, Ty City. Numbers ain't gonna come back to the space till like March. Like people with their family and with their loved ones and stuff like that. And then you got a whole bunch of sports events and stuff going on and stuff right now. So people going to WWE and all that other shit. You know what I'm saying? So like a lot of people, the number's gonna be low. It happens like this every year. You said that hit piece O'Shea did on Obsidian was crazy. It was. I agree. Oh man. Shout outs to War Master dropping the huge $20 on the Cash App. War Master says. Hold up. Hold up. Kuda's scared of playing Xbox on Rumble. We have a video game stream coming up. Shout outs to War Master for reminding me. We have a video game stream coming up on Rumble. I'm trying to get Steam to work. Yeah, I need to figure out how to get Steam to work on Mac. So again, you're right. I need a PC because for some reason Steam it doesn't work on Mac. And I want to show y'all this game called Jack Orlando. I want to play it on Rumble because he actually, and this was a game I used to play growing up. He actually said some racial slurs in the game. This is Weird Detective from Chicago. Y'all will get a kick out of that game. It's called Jack Orlando. Go look it up. He got one of the best jazz bands. I forgot the guy's name, but it was fire. Shout outs to War Master. Hold on, I got you, bro. Hold on. Let's get it.
If Jesus can't save these hoes, why are you trying? What make you think you greater than Jesus, nigga? If Jesus can't save these hoes, why are you trying? Why are you trying, nigga? If Jesus can't save these hoes, why are you trying? Why are you trying? What make you think you greater than Jesus, nigga? What make you think you greater than Jesus? What make you think you greater than Jesus, nigga? What make you think you greater than Jesus? What make you think you greater than Jesus? Swing the remix God! Can't save these hoes. Can't save these hoes. Can't save these hoes, nigga. Can't save these hoes. Can't save these hoes. Can't save these hoes. Shit. Can't save these hoes. 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 Can't save these hoes, nigga. If Jesus can't save these hoes, why are you trying? Why are you trying? If Jesus can't save these hoes, why are you trying? Why are you trying? What make you think you greater than Jesus, nigga? What make you think?
That's a legit question. What makes you think you greater than Jesus? Yeah, YouTube is full of haters. You're right about that. You said BGS is doing numbers right now. He is. I mean, BGS, he always does pretty good. I will say that about BGS, you know. I will say that about BGS. He always does good. He does well. Yeah, man, $300 PCs, man. I got a friend that got a PC and I'm like, damn. He got a nice computer. I asked him where he got it from. Hopefully not the same place I got my tablet. You know. But yeah, I need to get a PC. You know, so definitely got to save up. What's going on, Stoic? Jump in, man.
What's goody, man?
What's going on? What you been up to, man?
Not much, man. I just been recalibrating back here in Vietnam after going through, my little Thailand trip, going through some withdrawal symptoms.
What you withdrawing from, man? Don't tell me you do balloons.
Nah. I haven't had any bud in a couple days. So I'm like,
you're gonna have to save me. I'm gonna have a tank in my house. Let me stop. I know people out there. They don't know what the balloons is really back at home. That you know what they're doing in back at home? They're doing whippets, whatever the hell that shit is.
Isn't whippets like balloons? That's like the same shit, right?
Yeah, sort of. I think whippets are worse though. All of that shit is bad.
Yeah, I wouldn't do that. It's bad for you.
Yeah.
How's everything?
What's going on? You end up headed back over to Jay Rello's? What's he doing? I heard he back in Pattaya.
Yeah, he's being a menace in Pattaya right now. So I'm just staying in.
Yeah.
I didn't really want to go out there. It would just be a waste of money for me. And it didn't look like he was trying to link that much anyway. Yeah, like I was willing to hang out in Bangkok.
Today. Yeah. Scott. Yeah. And then Scott told me to meet him in Vietnam. I'm like, damn, dog, I don't know. But bro, I like Da Nang.
Yeah, but if you're trying to teach, you gotta go to Ho Chi Minh if you're trying to teach, though.
Yeah, I know. That's what they were telling
me.
Da
Nang's the spot you go to. You found them?
Yeah, I found a couple schools in Da Nang.
Da Nang's a little bit more like up north in general is a little bit more by the books, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Saigon and other parts of the south are like more flexible.
I hit you up about that a little bit later because there is some places in Ho Chi Minh though that I saw, so I gotta just sit down this week. I got a lot of stuff to do this week. Honestly, I'm cramming at the end of the week to get ready for the weekend and do weekend shows. So
when you see yourself leaving like where you're at now, like honestly permanently, but I guess like
I don't know. I'm getting stuff done one by one. I'm achieving. So
got you. Lay a brick a day.
Yeah, I just been working a lot. That's my thing. But hey, that's what come with it. So
facts.
I just been working overtime, no sleep.
Yeah, sleep a little bit, man. At least 7 hours.
Man, I pass out, man. I pass out.
He's worked till you fatigue.
I pass out, y'all. Yeah. Always working when you fatigue.
Apparently, one of J Rello's followers smashed his chick. Apparently.
Oh yeah, that's what I heard. Yeah, I heard. I wanted to bring that up. Let me show y'all something. Speaking of people, I wanted to bring this up real quick. So y'all, we about to be scandalous over here. Y'all hit the like button, support the show. Thank you everybody for supporting the show. I'll be a little bit more scandalous when y'all support the show. Let me show y'all something. There was a traveler, y'all, and y'all probably know him too, that goes by the name of Chocolate Man in Thailand, right? I'm gonna show y'all something real quick. There was a guy that goes by the name of Chocolate Man in Thailand. Light-skinned brother, cool brother, right? And remember, I used to show y'all the videos that he had, and he had that his Thai girlfriend named Fa, F-A-H, Fa. And I mean, she kind of behaved like a kid, but it was good content for his show, I guess you could say, right? So, and it was weird to me because I'm like, man, that girl a fucking street chick, and plus I kind of knew, Bangkok is one of my stomping grounds, y'all. I people know people, and I had a dude volunteer information about her to me, and I'm like, God damn, I'm like, but look, hey, look, she makes the Chocolate Man in Thailand happy, whatever, right? Man, y'all, I knew something was wrong when the girl kept acting like childish and act like she has the ick with everything. The man done got her braces. The man done, I ain't gonna lie, he made it rain on her, But women gonna take that money and upgrade themselves and get a better man. Hypergamy is never off the table, y'all. Alright? Well, I knew something was off. I'm like, how this woman got all this ink on her ass? Nigga, she might as well have gotten tattoos on her knuckles. She might as well have been one of them Pirates of the Caribbean. You know what I'm saying? Might as well have been the Keisha. Yeah, Taikisha. That term came from Player Talk Radio. So if you ever hear that in the Passport Bro spaces, you're welcome. We got Taikisha, we got Lao Keisha, we got Vietnam Keisha, we got Cambodia Keisha. Yeah. You gets it in, right? Because we here. It's an inside joke, right?
It got to be Kambisha for Cambodia. A Kambisha?
No, Cambodia Keisha. Because it sounds like Kamisha.
Okay. Cambodia Keisha.
Yeah, Cambodia Keisha.
Yeah, Thai Keisha definitely got the tats.
You say what Kuda says, I'm going to be... Yeah, we're gonna start doing that. Yeah, it is like a little bit almost 5 hours. I might cut the show off on YouTube and y'all can come to Rumble, because we do need to get that started. I was thinking about doing that all of March, because Rumble's green and March is green. March your ass over to Rumble, the March to the Rumble. Yeah, we're gonna start doing shows that's promoting the Rumble. Let me write this down. So I mean, look, if y'all want to, I've been telling y'all for years, if y'all want to save, because that's what BGS wanted to do. If y'all, what's going on, Third Ward? If y'all want to save Keisha, like the original Manosphere purpose was, you're gonna need some game. That's all. I don't know why people got upset at me about that. Like, I lied.
Can you save Keisha? Can you actually save Keisha? That was the question.
Yes. Have you? Man, listen. Dealing with these niggas, them and Keisha are two peas in the pod. They're two peas in the pod. There's nobody else honestly really built for like the actual black man. Yeah, but black women. Shit, I love black women. Y'all got me fucked up. I love it.
Are you? But how often do you see them though? Out in Laos though, how often do you see them?
Oh, they be out here. I see all kinds of sisters out here. They be out here.
Okay. I barely see them.
Anytime you travel,
I'm
telling you, anytime you travel, you don't have to go looking for just like people in that country. There's a whole group of black people, Asian people, white people. There's a whole group of other people there. So it's not like, it's like, how dudes be like, oh man, I'm going to Thailand. You don't have to just date Thai people. There's a lot of foreigners there. And you got more in common with them because y'all are traveling.
That's a fact.
Y'all can go read. Y'all can go read the rest of it in my damn book. That shit crazy.
Taikisha or Vietnam Lakeisha.
I got
Vietnam
a chapter about that in the book. Yeah, Vietnam Lakeisha. All right.
Or Venetia.
Let's go, y'all.
Vietnamese.
Reviews that. They were saying that it was trash. They were saying the grammar is bad. Where's the editing? Horrible.
Damn, now he making fun of y'all. He making fun of y'all production skills. He said the fact that niggas are still talking Keisha body counts, what you bring to the table, high value man, right? Who put who on and who didn't put who on shows how stagnant people in the space have become. Yeah. And then the new people come in stealing, and then they're like third, fourth generation, repeating. So it just keeps repeating itself. Because your quote unquote people that would and should be new talent, they're not moving the chains forward. When I say move the chains forward, I'm talking about first down. Make some first downs, move the chains. They're not coming in with any type of creative value that's moving the chains. It's a carbon copy of old work that we already did. And that's the thing. When you move the chains, you gotta niggas gotta understand that you're not trying to go back. Like, y'all are resetting the conversation. No, we already figured that out. That's already done. Now let's go forward. The fact that to exist in these spaces that they need the space and the vernacular, and they need people in this space to springboard off of, like, they look bad, we look good. Like, you come into space eating off the space. So how could you ever say anything about the space? When you run your channel like ours, you run your shows like ours, you use our talking points, react to our video, the space owns you. Honestly. But it's the people in the space that don't see. They don't know. They don't see it. That's a business opportunity right there. That's why I'm telling y'all, like, Myron probably linking up with the Angry Man to take advantage of all this shit y'all don't see. There's a lot of opportunities here. Kevin would have took advantage of it. He'd be dumb not to. All these new cats coming in here, they're not really contributing nothing to the space. They gotta put it on you. It's like, okay, well, y'all are brand new. We could talk about water under the bridge, what was, but what are y'all bringing to the space? Where are you? Okay, you're telling us where we don't move the chain. That means you got a compass. Where have y'all moved the chains? What have y'all improved on? Or are y'all are y'all beefing with each other now? Like, it's because the space is not producing like that no more. So now you got to actually work. You got to actually think about what content you're going to do. There's no cookie cutter talking point that you can just put in your titles and just say, well, everyone's doing it. Y'all feed off the manosphere. What's going on, UFO? You said niggas think they can surpass you by mimicking you. Morons. That's what I'm saying. Like, what the hell? Like, how you think you can surpass us and you're mimicking us? Not Bearded Grandma, man. You killing me. Bearded Grandma's sound quality is trash. If she had real equipment and the cheaper real equipment and a cheap pair of headphones, he wouldn't sound like he's shouting. That's true too. That's true. What's going on, Raj? Stoic, can you do me a favor in like the next 5 minutes?
What's that?
Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Are you there?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Oh, Stoic.
Yup.
Uh-oh. Okay, yeah. I was gonna say I was gonna say, can you? I need to run in. I need to run downstairs and grab something and come back up. I was gonna say if you could run the show for a second. In like
Okay.
10 minutes. Because I'm not trying to shut down the show. I'm about to be. I just need to run downstairs and run back up. I think I have a package. I can't. I don't even think he can hear me. I think Stoic is gone, y'all. I need to go pick up this USB cable from downstairs, and this is about to blow me.
Oh.
All right, it's all right. I got y'all.
Yo.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, it's cool. Give me 1 second. I want to show y'all something. I done digressed. I'm looking for this fucking video. Hold on, y'all. All right, so remember I was telling you the chocolate man in Thailand. He had Fa. He had this Thai girl named Fa. Hold on, y'all. He had this Thai girl named Fa. And he ended up coming back home, and then he ended up doing van vlogs. So people were saying that she finessed him, like she fleeced. Well, she did get a lot from him. She did fleece the shit out of him. I mean, I'm not even gonna cap. Hold on.
What did she?
Why can't I find
What did
this
she really
damn
get out
video?
of him? Like, if you could put like a dollar amount on it, what would you say like the dollar amount is?
I don't know. I don't know. She got braces. He upgraded her whole life, honestly.
So he got
Endless
braces,
I mean,
tattoos.
she kind of had a young girl face. Yeah, she kind of had a young girl face. She fucked it off, but now she looks a little bit older. It looked like she kind of had a stint with the street life, and now she kind of back in the. She kind of back with somebody right now. Look at this, y'all. This is the same girl. Look. She liked the brothers though.
Yeah, she like. Let me see.
That shit is acting dumb. I need to get this USB
Oh,
cable.
shit.
Huh?
So basically, she had bro willing to
I gotta open a new tab.
finance
This
her
tab
life,
is weird. Hold on.
and she messed it up somehow. That's why I want to figure out how she messed it up.
No, he was a sponsor, I guess.
Yeah, he was sponsored. He was a long-term check-in.
I don't know why this shit is. Hold on, let me do this again. Actually, give me 1 second.
You know?
Hold on, y'all. Let me go out and come back in. He said appliance changer. Appliance changer still talking about who's the prize in 2025. Yeah, this shit is crazy, man. Who's the prize? Hold on. Let me go out and come back in. Give me 1 second.
Gotcha. Oh, it's cool. Huh. Yeah.
All right.
Chocolate man in Thailand.
Let me. Okay, I get you. All right, yeah, chocolate man in Thailand. Damn. Hold on. Give me 1 second, y'all. Look at this. Here we go.
We have made it out to the floating market.
Hold on.
We're supposed to be meeting here at the mall. So I'm gonna go down here, wait on her to get here. Not sure what we're getting into today. We'll see. Hopefully it's something good. Something I haven't done here in Thailand or in Pattaya. I haven't eaten anything other than that sandwich either. So we need to go get some food.
I'll be right back.
We'll
y'all.
see. Just gotta sit here and wait for her now. Hopefully she's not too late. But you guys know women. Women are always late. Don't know why it takes them so long to freaking get ready. Anyway, I'll cut you guys back on once she gets here. She's finally here, you guys. I don't know if I'm ready to show it to you yet. Hi, hon. You ready to meet everybody?
Hello.
This is my Thai girlfriend. So I'm not sure what we're getting into today. What are we doing today?
We're gonna go to the floating market.
Yeah, okay. So we're headed to the floating market. And I will catch you guys. I don't know. I'll show you some footage on the way there, but that's what we're going right now. Did you eat already?
No.
You hungry?
Always.
Because I know you eat a lot.
Yeah.
She eats a lot. I don't know what she puts to food, but we're going to grab something to eat and then we'll get on the road. So we have made it out to the floating market. Now, Fall's going to have to show me how to do this because I've never been here before.
It was a long time ago. I think a lot of stuff changed here. Why would you go?
All right. We'll figure it out together. Was it?
This one? Would think we keep this? See what I tell you? Either
Okay, you choose.
ไม่อยากนั่งหรอเอาแค่ธรรมดามันมีหลังคาแล้วลูกค้าคนนี้ถ้าอยากนั่งแต่ถ้าไม่อยากนั่งก็ซื้อแค่ติดข้าวเอาอันนี้200กลัวได้คอนเทนต์ตกน้ำอ่ะตอนนี้ราคาเท่ากันหมดเหรอคะต่างชาติ200คนไทยเข้าฟรีค่ะโอเค only 200 for you because Thai free
Oh, okay. Are you sure you're Thai?
Yeah. Oh, great. Bay thang này á? Bay ลี้ยวซ้ายเลี้ยวซ้ายไปตรงนี้เลยค่ะ
Looks like they just dropped off a busload.
Xuống có bệnh nằm theo không phải đâu. Tiếp tại đây.
Yeah, I think so, because they just came from here. No, not really. Here's that way. No. Yeah, we can go this way for a while. This one.
I remember right back. The last time I come, take the feet again.
Their faces look so real.
What is this?
It's an old TV.
Radio. It can be radio too.
Yeah, it's a TV and a radio.
How you feel today? Had a Thai girlfriend for the first time, no?
Feels good.
You need Thailand chairs.
All right, I'm back. What was he talking about? Hold on, y'all. What was he talking about? All I know is he got bro girlfriend. And they were trying to say that she basically God damn. She basically broke Chocolate Man and sent them back. Crime. That was unintentional, y'all. Why, like, I'm even looking at it like this. Why even call some of those dudes passport bros when you know when you go, they gonna try to take your hoe? You know? Why even call them that? Why?
Careful.
Them not your bros. Them not your bros.
Yeah. You seen what happened to Rello?
I mean,
Yeah, I'm just joking.
even in this video trying to well, let me tell you about the WeekDay. Nah. Chocolate Man Thailand's girl. What happened? I mean, comment section was getting in on. Got tight. I got two back in the day with what's her name? Austin Holloman's first. It was. I told you I'm gonna do the same thing to Holloman. Somebody gonna go. I don't know that they said there's a lot of dudes here. Off on the man's woman. I don't know what type of cut shit that is, but hey. Yeah, y'all should be able to hear me now. This sucks. Hold on. I got this cord to boost my signal, but it's not working.
What's this?
Delay.
All right, that should be good. We should be good now. You can hear me, right? Okay, he probably ran off. All right. Give me 1 second, y'all. So yeah, okay, we should be good. Thanks, bro. All right, so look, I appreciate you. Thanks. Yeah, your girl gonna be off with the next guy. You know, one plane going, one plane coming, y'all. How you think she met you? So yeah, it's just a lot of brothers that, you know, say, hey, we want a liaison. I dig it. You want a liaison. Hold on. All right, let's go.
Thank you, Bomb. And the reason why it was a scam is because this man, he owed a bunch of people in the black manosphere a bunch of money because he was scamming, acting like he was this thing that Kevin Samuels was talking about this high value man. He was acting as if he was that, and we find out that he is not that. Majority of them was not that. Majority of them, they didn't become something until they became popular and famous on this black manosphere YouTube. They were not who they say they were. They are liars and scammers. Why do we want to promote and push up scammers so badly? I have no idea. What is the fascination with dealing with goddamn scammers?
Now, I find this super funny and hilarious. You're a Hotep nigga and you're mad about dealing with scammers when Hotep niggas revolutionized and have been some of the hugest scammers in history. Come on, Polite, Sinetta, scam. Scam?
But again, I heard that he was a goddamn scammer too, but he's somebody else that came here and got his ass cooked up. Tommy came here and got his ass cooked up too. Let's not get it twisted. Because a lot of the things that they are saying, you cannot actually produce it in the real world. Because it's non-existing. It's not real. It's not real life advice that they are giving. All they doing is cashing in on misery. That is all they are doing. While you thinking they give you some secret sauce, they really just making a bank off your heartbreaks. That is all they are attempting to do with these young black men. They be turning people's dating life into a goddamn.
This man said a bank off your heartbreak. How the hell do you make a bank off of someone's heartbreak when they don't go outside? How? What heartbreak are you making a bank off of if they're not outside? And they're telling you they haven't even gotten to that part yet. What bank? You would know this if you were helping out. You know, I'm just trying to figure out what community gets helped out on their side. If they could show a equal result, what community are they helping out? You know,
damn comedy show. And guess who's paying for the front row seats? Just lying to these men. Not giving them anything that's tangible out there in the real world for them to understand that they got to recalibrate themselves. That you have to move forward. You cannot dwell about one woman that made you or did something to you. We understand this one woman, she had you in the fast food. We get it. But that doesn't mean that now all the women are doing this to you. That's insane.
And see, this is the thing. Again, remember I told you guys that everybody, to a certain degree, believes that they're a dating expert. Everybody. Everybody, to a certain degree, thinks that they're a dating expert. But the new cats that are in the space, they want to be us. Literally. So imagine believing you're a dating expert, but you're using the people that you're speaking against vernacular. And you're using it as if you're not using it as if you're trying to, you know what I'm saying, troll them or whatever. You're using it because you think that that's what you mean. And it's like, no, you got that from this space. You know, you're using it because it's something that you heard and you repeated, or somebody else heard and repeated and you heard it there and just repeat it as if it's fact, or as if, you know. But that's where the space came from. Like literally, a dude will disagree with the manosphere and say say the exact same thing the manosphere said as a response to why he disagrees with it. And it's like, bro, you're just spitting back what you're seeing in the mirror, bro. That's what you've heard somebody else said that heard it from here, or you directly heard it from here. You know, respectfully. So anyway, everybody wants to give dating advice. I keep telling y'all this. Everybody wants to be players. Everybody wants to give dating advice. Cool. You know, it's a form of black man talking this shit. We get it. But be original, man. Be original, please. The whole tap community, and yeah, Young Pharaoh. Right, UFO Kamikaze, Young Pharaoh. They said Young Pharaoh scammed them too. That's what they say. You know. Bearded grandma ain't cooking nothing except chitlins. Most of O-Man's audience were in the middle class. Very few. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And then that's another thing that I wanted to bring up. Women are buying them tickets. Women are buying them seats. That's another thing some of these dudes here are here for. They know there's women here and they want to see, oh yeah, let's see this manosphere logic get defeated. There's a bunch of women here. A lot of them are trolls. It's going to take women that's on their side, or they think that's on their side, to turn on them for them to do what they wanted to do anyway, which would sound like us. Real talk.
Sanity. You need to just pick better. You need to have some better understanding of what you're dealing with, understanding how humans work. And this is why it is important that, you know what's so weird about it? And it's very important. This is why it's so weird. Because first they get scammed by women by being the one that's considered food in their phone, and they the ones simping for some women. Just they are simping for a feet pic, or simping for a webcam circle jerk.
So you admit that they got scammed by women? Oh, breeze over that. That's how they're looking at it. That's how they're looking at it. You just breezed over. Okay, so we're scammers, but you just admitted that they got scammed by women. Okay, so if scamming makes you move to tell men to stop listening to men because they're scamming, Why can't scamming make those men move to say, hey, we're going to stand up against that? Or try to learn better, learn how to deal with it better or whatever. Why can't they do that? Why are they scammers for doing that? But these are y'all terms. So women can scam their ass off. Cool. Let the women scam them. Let the women scam them.
You know, like, hey, can you pay just for?
All right. Because these are the new people in line to turn red pill.
Or be to, and then they go ahead and find that in a man. They find a male scammer to push out their agenda. So first they get scammed.
And let me tell y'all something. Fun fact, women love scammers. Today's modern women, if you go outside, they love scammers. Fun fact.
By women. Like, just think about that. A lot of these men, they are dealing with women that they know for a fact that are scamming men. Those OnlyFans women, those Instagram models, and those women, those type of women that literally show and prove you. They have receipts. People been exposed, and they even double down and say, yes. I'll be on the internet talking to men, and they be giving me money just to talk to.
Wasn't Kendra G just with a scammer? Wasn't Kendra G just with a scammer? They're either with one, leaving one, or secretly dealing with one. Women love scammers.
Some of these men even came to find out that they've been giving $12,000, $20,000 to a woman that they've never seen physically. Some of the OnlyFans women, what they get men to give them thousands of dollars.
Okay, so what's your plan to stop that? Without sounding like us. What is your plan to stop that without sounding like us?
Without seeing them.
And it's not even to stop it. I would just like to hear how you go about telling guys how to stop it, because you're going to say something generic that we've all heard before in this space. Like, we've heard all of this stuff before. It's ridiculous. Nobody has a bulletproof plan. I said the same thing when a whole bunch of dudes came through and was talking about game ain't real. Okay, well, if it ain't real, and dudes should stop practicing quote unquote game, because y'all think it's something to be practiced. I mean, it is something to be practiced, but you either have it or you don't at the end of the day, right? I'm like, okay, well, if you're going to take food out of somebody's hand, right? And say, hey, I'm going to give you something better. What's the replacement? You should be able to describe it. Just as much as you describe why you said what you said won't work. Like, describe it. You need to be able to describe it. That's why I'm telling you guys, if dudes are running around the manosphere telling you guys that you need to be tricking off on women, Sharon would tell you to trick off on women. They worship women. For now. I want them to tell y'all, okay, well, this is how you do it. This is how you not get caught. I'm going to take you up under my wing, and I'm going to, lace you up, put you on game. All right, show these dudes how to do what you claim that you love so much. which is tricking. They won't even do that for y'all. Which that's fucked up, by the way. That is fucked up. Sending some of your best and brightest young men. It's no different than war, y'all. When old people fight, young people die. Why is it like that in this? Why would you even do that in this space? Anyway, women love scammers. All right. I was gonna pull up this video of me that I did on the Aaron the plumber dude because they were trying to act like they didn't like scammers and stuff like that. No, they don't like plumbers and regular men. When Kevin was around here pushing high value men, we was around here pushing average value men. You know, that were getting disrespected. And surprisingly, that makes a lot of money. You know, they make a lot of money. People always talk about some, you know, it was to the point where, remember when people used to be like, oh, well, you got to go work at McDonald's. You got to go work at McDonald's. Like they black ass wasn't going to go to McDonald's. Like McDonald's isn't one of the top food chains that you can work at. And some of them people that they were laughing at that went to go work at McDonald's ended up becoming managers. It ended up doing real good the whole recession. Hey, say what you want.
The most they would get is a picture of their vagina. She would send you a picture of her vagina or a picture of her foot or a picture of her breast. That's what you're getting. And when you telling me you want to go ahead and wife a woman that is known for getting thousands of dollars from a man, why do you think that you are not being part of the scam? I don't understand this.
Seems like you're going to have to teach some game. Oh, look, you came to a conclusion we already came to. Seems like you're going to have to teach people how to get some type of game. You done reached the same conclusion we all done came to. And let me tell y'all something, that anybody that wants to diss the manosphere from now on or any type of red pill thought, be careful what you wish for, because you inherit an audience that doesn't make sense to you right now. You're inheriting an audience that does not make sense to you right now. And when you think that you can replace us, it's not gonna work the way you think it is. You're going to turn right into the same thing that you vowed to be against. If that's the case. Like, for example, you got a lot of guys in the space that are simps. And they want other guys around them to be simps because they may have a daughter or, Madonna whore complex, or, they might be, I don't know. They raised by their mama. You never know. How are you a simp and you're cheating on your God? And you haven't said nothing about Pan-Africanism. How are you a simp and you cheating on your lady? That's the weakness right there. It's Adam and Eve all over again. If it ain't good for God, it ain't good for you neither. If God kicked Adam's ass out of the Garden of Eden for simping, what? What? Kicked his ass clean out too. And take your bitch with you. Damn, God, cold-blooded. All right, let's go. Cold-blooded.
If she's on the internet saying, yeah, this man gave me
cold-blooded
This man gave me 8,000. This man gave me 12,000 bill. This man paid for this bill. And you think she's not doing that to you? Oh, I see. You the one.
You need common sense.
They got these women on OnlyFans telling you. So, but that's the thing, Mom. So look, you and your husband created a business over there saying, oh, this is what they willing to do. So you was like, all right. So you already Bob, you need to start a goddamn school on how to get this goddamn money, girl. Oh my goodness, Bomb is the best. I love Bomb. But all I'm saying is that first they get scammed by the woman out there, and then they come on the internet looking for men to scam them in the same exact way.
All right, hold on. I wanted to pull this up real quick. Hold on. So yeah, hold on. This shit caught me in the middle of app scrolling. Hold on, y'all. So yeah, like I said, it's like there's nothing new there. Hold on. There's nothing new there. It's like trailblazing territory. It's annoying actually. Because the new people should be ahead of us, not behind us by light years. Shout outs to O'Shea. He's been putting in overtime. Look at this.
It's starting to get ridiculous with how divisive we are and how guys aren't working together. And at the end of the day, we're all here to help each other out. So we'll see what happens. I know I got a little bit of controversy for saying what I said about Kevin Samuels, but dude, it's true, man. It's true. Like, you look at someone like Donovan Sharp, right? Donovan Sharp had him on like 70 times, guys. For those of you that don't know,
he's going to try to say that Kevin Samuels didn't put anybody on the Black Manosphere on, but listen to what he says about Donovan.
The TSR, the Sharp reality. Donovan Sharp's been running that show since like 2016. Like, I think he's at like 1,000 episodes now at this point. He's had Kevin on like 70 times. I didn't know who Kevin was until I saw him with Donovan Sharp. He never shouted Donovan out. Never had him on his show when he blew up.
So he didn't put anybody on the Black Manosphere on, and he's going to use Donovan Sharp as an example. Well, first of all, let's talk about Donovan Sharp. Around 2018, me, Donovan Sharp, and LAR Movement, we had something called the Brother PL podcast, okay? It was at this time that Donovan Sharp made a video. I don't know if it's still on YouTube. What was the video called? Why I Am Leaving the Black Manosphere. So Donovan Sharp, who loves white women and hates black people, wanted to leave the Black Manosphere. And he did. He quit. And what really got me and Donovan beefing, it wasn't that he quit. It was...
This man said he hates black people. Come on, man. That's crazy, man. That's egregious. Let's go.
one day he came on. We had a really big crowd. Me and LER, he quit the Brother Pill and he came on, wanted to come back on the Brother Pill just to promote his new show. That's only what he was there for. So he wanted to use us to promote his new show. So in reality, Donovan Sharp had left the Black Manosphere. He went over to the 21 convention and was working with guys like Anthony Johnson and Rollo Tomasi. The problem with Donovan Sharp is once he got over to the 21 convention, he tried to take over the 21 convention.
I mean, he went back where he started. Donovan Sharp used to write for Return of Kings. And the Return of Kings was a hit. It was a huge hit in especially in the white manosphere. Black Manosphere actually shunned him. Like I said, he has a face for radio. That's the term. The Black Manosphere actually shunned him. He shouldn't be where he's at right now. But he worked his ass off. And honestly, he got the smarts to do it. I mean, he did it. Donovan Sharp got canceled about 50 times. YouTube alone canceled him about 50 times. Like, I remember weekly his channel was getting taken down. War Master said, I think O'Shea is paid to say dumb stuff by not by the minute, though. By the minute. Man, I mean, I get it. O'Shea is telling his recount of it. But damn. We get it. Nobody cares about it. It's long. It's over. Like, nobody can gatekeep at this point.
Also, so with Kevin Samuels being the kind of person that he was,
Kevin opened up a new threshold. Like, you can't gatekeep like you used to anymore. Like, Kevin opened up a threshold because the Manosphere didn't put Kevin Samuels on. Hip hop did. So
would he collaborate with Donovan? I'm pretty sure Donovan was asking him to come onto the channel like he was asking Booker Alfaronimi, I'm sure. Shouts to my bro there to come to the channel, or Solo TV 84. He had hangouts over there. Nobody owes Dusty Donovan Sharp an invitation, especially when Donovan Sharp has anti-black content. If you're a content creator trying to be hit a black audience, why would you bring somebody like Donovan Sharp on there? I was a person who talked to Kevin Samuels almost 3 or 4 times a week. I never came on Kevin Samuels' channel when he was hot, and I never asked. As a creator, I felt like I was so good. Hey, man, if you want to have me on there, that's cool, but you don't have to. So he would just shout me out. The thing is, Donovan Sharp also had scandals. Like, things can change with creators. Donovan Sharp also got busted out for doing what? Sleeping with single moms when he goes around telling people not to screw single moms. And
did O'Shea, when they were going in on Cooley about this, did O'Shea jump in that? I think O'Shea said something about Cooley. I think O'Shea went in on Cooley. But this is petty. I mean, it isn't, but it is. You know, everybody's a dating expert. You know damn well dudes are going to be out here dealing with single mothers. Like, stop it. Stop it. Get some help. You know damn well dudes are going to be out here dealing with single mothers, okay? Damn. That's like old. They stimulate the coochie economy. They do. And one day you'll realize, some of y'all dudes, y'all realize that, you know, the women that didn't have no kids, it's like she's still a nutcase. Pause. No pun intended. He said, did you see the leader of the Proud Boys got 22 years in prison? Oh, hell no. What? For the January 6th Capitol riot that happened to all the wannabe down Proud Boys. You said conservative niggas. You said they hella quiet. Yeah, I saw somebody that was like praising what happened on January, on that date, and then I didn't know he got 22 years. God damn. 22 big ones. He probably get out in 15. Trump will probably sign something to kind of free up the space in jail and stuff like that. I heard it's like north of 43,000 to keep each prisoner, you know. So y'all know prison is a big business, you know. I wonder what they locked them up for. Probably inciting a riot and some other stuff. Interesting.
White single mom at that, at best. So once all that news broke about Donovan, you can't have him on your show because we all didn't know that at that particular time. But once that information about Donovan Sharp was released, nobody wants to work with a guy like that. He's a damn loser. Only people that will work with somebody like that is Myron. A crash out.
Loser ass O'Shea, he never had him on, even though he sits there and defends him all day. Never had him on.
Loser ass O'Shea. He don't need to have me on. And by the way, bro, thank you for mentioning me. Put up my channel views on this channel. 300 million views. Loser ass O'Shea. 300 million views on this channel. I got a plaque on this channel. I got a plaque on the Celebrity Junk channel.
You said dude is late. He did not get 22 years. He was released like all the January 6th protesters. Okay. Yeah, I heard they were just celebrating it. I didn't know if he got 22 years. Okay. I heard they could have got Nancy Pelosi up out of there. Shout outs to One Master. Shout outs to Third. Did you guys see? We played it earlier. The Joy Reid. Oh my God.
Channel. I got a plaque on Ken Ghana channel, and I got a plaque on the Pan African Dating Show channel. I never needed two people.
You know, Myron was gonna get his lick back on O'Shea. So this is what Myron said, y'all.
I was so good. Hey man, if you want to have me on there, that's cool, but you don't have to. So he would just shout me out. The thing is, Donovan Sharp also had scandals. Like, things can change with creators. Donovan Sharp also got busted out for doing what? Sleeping with single moms when he goes around telling people not to screw single moms, and a white single mom at that, at best. So once all that news broke about Donovan, you can't have him on your show because we all didn't know that at that particular time. But once that information about Donovan Sharp was released, nobody wants to work with a guy like that. He's a damn loser. Only people that will work with somebody like that is Myron. A crash out.
Loser ass O'Shea, he never had him on, even though he sits there and defends him all day. Never had him on.
Loser ass O'Shea. He don't need to have me on. And by the way, bro, thank you for mentioning me. Put up my channel views on this channel. 300 million views. Loser ass O'Shea. 300 million views on this channel. I got a plaque on this channel. I got a plaque on the Celebrity Junk channel. I got a plaque on Ken Ghana channel. And I got a plaque on the Pan African Dating Show channel. I never needed two people like you and your boyfriend need two people to make a podcast. I was lit by myself. Didn't need nobody to put me on. I put myself on. And to be honest, I'm really your daddy. Because if it wasn't for me, you would have never known Donovan Sharp.
I met Kevin through Donovan Sharp. Obviously, as you guys know, Donovan is a good friend of mine.
Biot. You would have never known him because I'm the one that put Donovan Sharp on. Obsidian found them, but I'm the one that reached out to Donovan. So basically, I put your 304 ass on. Without me, ain't nobody gonna know Kevin. So who put you on there? Bow us down it.
Facts are facts, bro. I'll never.
Oh man, look at how the space is sounding. Sounding like somebody we all know that has put a lot of people on. This is going to be an interesting one. Let's go.
And then you say, oh, he came on your. Yeah, that was before he was like super big.
No, he came on his stuff when he was already popping, bruh. He didn't need those subscribers. He was already hitting. In fact, once he came on your show, he was all trending on World Star. See, you don't need hella subscribers to be hot. And y'all wasn't at that time. You couldn't break nothing. Y'all was dusty. Before he came out there and helped you, you was a nobody. You still are a nobody, though, because as an individual creator.
You know what I mean? That was before he was super big. Remember, guys, and another thing too, little thing for you guys, for people that don't know. Fun fact for you guys.
Shut up, Buster.
When Kevin Simmons was going viral for saying you're average at best, do you guys know that he was in Miami when he was blown up on World Star? He was in Miami. When he did the show with us, he had just done that episode. And then he came to Miami. He had booked the interview with us before he blew up. This is all facts. Because I remember.
It doesn't matter because you wasn't on at that time. You wasn't on. And you had to reach out to him. Y'all all had that show called The Six over on Donovan's show, right? It was Kevin Samuels. It used to be Jap over there, Lucario, Solo TV 84. So that's how you got to know Kevin before you was even over there with Walter. Y'all was on that podcast. So, basically, once he blew up, you had a relationship already, which you can kind of thank me for that because Donovan would have never met Kevin if it wasn't for me. I'm just saying. I'm still your daddy up in this mother effort. You were disappointed me, son, the way you out here acting.
After we did the show, we went to CVS, and he got some Mike and Ike's, and I remember this because he got the red hot chili, the spicy one.
Why does anybody care about no damn Mike and Ike's, man? Why you Mike and demonetized? Why you demonetized? You mad I'm making money off your content? You damn right. I'm getting my reparations off you for having all them clan meetings. Get to the goddamn point, boy.
And I thought that was weird. Like I was like,
shut up.
Crap. I didn't know people eat Mike and Ike's, let alone the spicy flavor.
You the most non-funniest MNF in the world, bro. I really want to call you a whole bunch of names, but my mom watched.
He got like 2 Red Bulls and Mike and Ike spicy, right? And I remember when I was walking with him the whole time, he was checking his phone the whole time. Oh man, we're blowing up. Oh man. And I was watching his Instagram blow up. He had 20K, guys. When he came on our show, I'll never get this. He had like 20K. Like a day or two later, a week later, he had 1 million.
I don't know if that was a week later he had 1 million, but yeah, I remember Kevin had 10K and then it was like 100,000. Yeah, Kevin was the first creator I've ever seen on YouTube that I known that had 1 million followers on YouTube and on Instagram at the same time. Never saw it. He would have his Instagram lives just to be lit. The one criticism that I would have for Kevin is he helped me make a lot of money, but he didn't really send me some of them fine ladies those in the inbox. I was trying to tell him because he was particular about the kind of women that he wanted, but I was like, listen, man, you can just send those with the cheeks over to me. They ain't gotta look that good because you ain't gonna touch them. Because you want them to be bad. Look, as long as if they got bullet wounds, it's okay. I didn't have worse. I'm from Del Paso Heights, so I seen it all.
Or like a couple 100,000. He had 20,000 around the time he did the interview with us, chat. And he was blown up that day because he had just done that interview.
None of this have anything to do with who he didn't put on in the Black Manosphere. Just keep lying.
So, yeah.
Shut up.
Yeah, he was eating Mike and Ike's. Man.
What does that got to do with anything? You can't even lie straight, man.
Rest in peace to Kevin Samuels, man. Like I said, I'm not going to speak ill of the deceased.
You've been speaking ill of the deceased. You were speaking ill of him when he was alive, like a buster. Remember that phone call we had? And I keep it real. We can bring it up any time. What did I tell you? You admitted to me what you was calling this man behind his back. You told me you called him the F-bomb. But you don't want to speak ill of the deceased. Now, your followers is going to bust your if you say that. If you really say how you want to say F Kevin Samuels, you'll say it, but your followers will pull away from you if you do that. So you can't say it.
But, bro, the truth is the truth, man.
Know it.
You know what I mean? Like,
you ain't never told the truth, dog. All you do is lie.
He's always gonna go down history. He's still the Godfather, right? I don't got anything negative to say about him, but
you look at him, he's trying to lie.
The truth is the truth, man. And I want to make sure that before I pass, I'm able to help out my guys as much as I can.
The kind of
if these guys are here beefing right now, if Kevin was here, they'd be beefing then also. They'd be beefing right now, What was I about to say? One thing that's horrible about being passed away is that you can't I don't know, like other people will try to tell your story for you. Or people's memories will be people's story of you. It's weird. Like the dead man can't even defend himself. Let him rest, and rest in peace to him. I need to, y'all know what channel we haven't gone on in a minute, y'all? We need to check there too, because he was doing a bunch of hip hop artists. I need to go to that, oh, actually, no, I did that. There was one. I was going to say I needed to go to that Voice Box channel. Remember when I went to that Voice Box channel? And It was supposed to be like the ghost of KS, and it started trending in the manosphere for a little bit. Yeah, that shit was spooky. Cause I was just about to say I need to go to the Ghostbox channel and see if they did one on KS, and I'm like, hold on, they already did one on KS, and I did that. So look, overachiever, y'all, overachieving. All right, hold on.
On social media, attacking people, the only way that you can help your followers out.
These people would have been beefing. O'Shea look crazy, man. O'Shea look crazy.
Is just deactivate, whether that's permanently or otherwise.
If that ever happens, right? I don't want to just leave and
about to milk this fresh and fit thing, man.
You know, people aren't where they need to be.
No. They'll be okay.
Oh no, Mike.
Why do you think that you are?
My bad. I didn't even look at the chat. Mike and Nikes are good. I don't know about the hot ones though. That Kevin tripping. Like that nigga would eat a stick of Big Red. I don't know about the goddamn hot ones. That hot tamale shit. Unless you have like something sweet and then hot. If you got this sweet and spicy thing going on, yeah, that makes a little sense. But I'll take the regular Mike and Nikes in that box and shit with the colors and shit. The yellow ones and the green one. Oh man, Mike and Nikes are bomb as hell. If you find like a tropical joints, oh my god, y'all should try it. Y'all know what I haven't had in a while? A frozen Reese's cup. A frozen Reese's peanut butter cup. That'll be, yeah. All right. Okay, I gotta log in on Instagram. I gotta remember my password. Give me 1 second. I got you, LT, man. Yeah, a lot of people didn't watch the African dating show. And that's what I was saying about Austin Holloman, man. I'm like, yeah, you going to Africa, but you know these black people ain't gonna follow your ass to Africa. Passport bros, they go to certain places, you know. Because I've always wondered, why don't the passport bros go to Jamaica? Then I'm like, oh, my bad. I get it. I know why they don't go to Jamaica. You know, Jamaicans will fight back. Jamaicans will fight back. They're not even gonna try it. So it's like, what are you doing to I ain't even gonna lie, not even Jamaica. You'll get your ass set up in Jamaica quick. You know, if you want some mongering shit. So, you know, but y'all know what it is. It's the monger. It's the monger, man. But if they didn't follow Austin Holloman there, they definitely ain't gonna follow O'Shea there. And then, you know, O'Shea at that time he was like grifting. You know, he was right in the middle of grifting because, you know, you have to. He plays both sides of the field, y'all. You know, are you gonna be pro black or are you gonna be a passport bro? You know, which one are you gonna be, a pro black or are you gonna be a passport bro? So you have to, you know, make up your mind, bro. You know. And I ain't gonna lie, he be running the same videos on the same channel. I can see if he split up his channel and was showing women like he put the passport bros content on the same channel that he put the pro black stuff on. You know? But you can't be pro black and telling dudes to, you know, come to Africa and go find a wife. That's that tether thing all over again, right? If it's that bad, that's that tether thing all over again. And then at the same time, you know, like it just doesn't work, man. Like you have to be a patriot. You know, you have to be a patriot. That's the whole point of that's the whole point of the name Foundational Black American. You're a patriot. You don't expat somewhere and you know what I'm saying? You don't expat somewhere and go look for a wife. That infringes on your patriotism. And you're not creating tethers. You know, if that's a problem for you. You know? He said I sent you a friend request on. All right, I gotta log in on Instagram. All right, give me 1 second. Let's see. Let this go real quick. Hold on, y'all. I'll get through this real quick.
You're helping somebody before you pass away. Man, listen, whether you go or stay, they're going to fuck up anyway.
Like, I want all my friends to win. I want anyone that has worked with Fresh and Fit in the past, in the red pill space, we're going to bring you guys up too.
How you going to bring them up when you done brought yourself down? In what way? You brought yourself down. So how can you bring them up? You got demonetized on every platform.
Yo, Shay wants to be on Fresh and Fit. O'Shea wants to be on Fresh and Fit too. This is the thing, y'all. We gonna see. You know, we gonna see. Because like I said, if Myron and them do start coming to these spaces, the slums, right? The slums of the manosphere. If Myron and them start coming down here to these spaces, there's a bag. Like I said, there's a bag down here. There's a big ass bag down here, honestly. If you can tame it or get it under some type of control. But we're going to see if he is going to bring people up. Because what I'm saying is that this will be digging into O'Shea's backyard. If they come down here and start putting on people that O'Shea wasn't, you know what I'm saying, O'Shea wasn't putting on. There's a whole space of niggas down here being ignored. And passed up. Some say it's dead. You still got active members. You said pro wax are weird. O'Shea is a pro whack passport. Oh man, War Master, you killing me, man. He's a pro whack passport. That wait, what do you call? You call FBA foolish black? Bro, I was walking around. Where was I? I was running some errands, and like I was like just thinking about that. I just busted out laughing outside, bro. Like it's just so much inside jokes on Player Talk Radio. Y'all got to get with it. Foolish black Americans is crazy. That's crazy. And I'm sure there's other people in certain sectors of the internet that got way worse jokes, you know. But shout outs to the real foundational black Americans, man. You know, shout outs to the real foundational black Americans. You know, not somebody cosplaying. Because Fighter was saying earlier that he found out that Sharon is from what, St. Kitts? I know. I look. You can look at Sharon and be like, man, you an island dude. That's the featureism that a lot of black people are talking about. Because, like, you know, it's like you can tell when somebody's from Somalia. You can tell if somebody from Uganda. I saw some crazy shit about Uganda earlier today. I need to hit up Fasting to make sure he's okay. They said 70 Christians got unsubscribed in Uganda. Or Congo. Congo, my bad. Congo. I said, damn, 70 Christians. Damn. 70 people. That's a lot of people, bro. Like 70 Christians. You know? So they let you know what you know, when they say Christians, they let you know what probably was the motivation. You know? Probably they got, you know, hit up because of their religion. That's crazy. You know. I didn't know Japan has a lot of Christians also. We're gonna talk about that a little bit later. But you can't preach an expat lifestyle to somebody that has the word foundational in their name. If they're foundational. If you're foundational, that means you're grassroots, You know, I'm not saying that you can't travel. You know, I'm definitely not saying you can't travel and date and stuff like that. But if you look at the state of what the black community is in, you shouldn't be traveling and dating because you should be busy at home. You know what I'm saying? Getting it right with your lady. You know, and that's not what men are saying. You know, that's what your lady is saying. Black women are like, oh, y'all need to be home. Y'all need to be protecting us. Y'all need to be, you know, doing this, that, and the third. You got, Sharon saying the same thing, you know. So, you know, that's what the hoteps and the you know the pro blacks are saying. We got to be fixing the community. So, where do you have a chance to be a passport bro as a pro black? And then at the same time, too, on top of that, it's just so much grifting shit. It's just too much to get into. I've already covered it a billion times. You know, it's just too much to get into. You know, with the whole pro black passport, bro. All I'm gonna tell you is this: everybody's copying Tariq Nasheed. Everybody's copying Tariq Nasheed, and not just copying Tariq Nasheed, but the Hotep sector is divided. It's divided. You know, it's divided. You got some people that still rock with Michi X and Yvette Carnell and you know, the Dane Callaways, and you got people that rock with their own different sectors, but that shit is divided. You know, and then it's just goofy for it to be in the manosphere, because that's not where the manosphere is going. The manosphere is not about to take a step back, and the people that graduated from the Hotep sector, they have a class already in the manosphere, which are the Ibmors. Okay, so the manosphere already graduated from that. There's a line in the sand that the manosphere drawed with quote unquote Keisha that Hoteps are not going to draw. Okay? Hoteps are not going to draw that line unless something happens to them, like young Pharaoh or some of these other cats, you know. So be mindful when y'all start mixing in the bullshit. But the whole thing is that it's to sabotage the space. A lot of this stuff is to sabotage the space. You know, a lot of this shit is to sabotage the space. Honestly, niggas fell for the banana in the tailpipe all over again. You know, Tariq is another weird pro whack. Well, that's the thing. This is what I was talking about earlier too, War Master. How a lot of those pro black guys, like, honestly, we're like a month and a couple of days of Trump's presidency. We're like a month and a couple of days into Trump's presidency. And look at all of the stuff that's going on right now. Like, literally, you have dudes that were speaking down the whole election, was debating dudes, doing all kinds of debaucherous shit when the election was going on. And now all of a sudden, overnight, they're starting to see the changes, and now all of a sudden they're trumpets. That's what we calling them now. We're calling them trumpets. They're trumpets. You know? Overnight. You know? And then not even. They were so, you know, because a lot of these Hotep dudes, they cosplay as like fortune tellers, like predicting the future. And none of them predicted, and I've joked about this shit. None of them predicted that they would be trumpets in the future. They swore up and down that people were voting for everybody. Y'all were here. They swore up and down that people were voting for everybody to go back to slavery. And then now some of the stuff that Trump is doing makes sense, because guess what? It was some shit that black people was trying to do anyway. I'm not even gonna lie to you. You listen to what I'm telling y'all. Some shit that black people was trying to do anyway. Abolish certain things. There's laws and rights and stuff that black people was trying to get abolished anyway. Because it undermined them. you think about it, Trump trying to close up America. Trump is trying to close up America and get it back good for its people and stuff like that, and honestly that'll make America a big tourist destination. But America is always going to be a tourist destination and people moving destination, all the sanctuary states in America. All right. The Elon thing is crazy too. But Trump, he's turning a lot of, I forgot the lady's name, and we're just talking about her. That I think she did 20 years, and now he got her as a pardon czar. So tell Boosie and all them people to reach out to her, plead their story, convince her, and get their folks back home. Because he pardoning a lot of people. And people are, I'm not even gonna lie, people are two-faced and weird when it comes to politics, because it's like it is one of those things where it's like, are you trying to enforce the law or bend it, or break it? You said Kash Patel and Dan Bongino are going to be wrecking balls at the FBI. One of the biggest searches on Google from the VA Defense Attorney. Oh shit. Okay. Wow. I see they let Hillary off too. Didn't Hillary got like some laptops or something? Everybody got a laptop that need to be. What happened to Hillary's laptop? They said she had a laptop too that needed to be. Yo. Everybody, like, I don't know what's up with people. Everybody got some type of suspicious laptop that get his laptop. Oh shit! Y'all see that Drake commercial with the drone? It looked like it was looking at his laptop and then flew away. Drake threw his Yeezy slipper. It said Drake threw his orange Yeezy slipper at the drone, and somebody fished it out the water and is currently selling it on I think on eBay for $5,000. I said, damn, that's crazy. That's ridiculous. So yeah, he appointing a lot of people, man. Trump. I'm not gonna lie. That's why I did the podcast yesterday about how he's turning it into the Apprentice. You got to report to Elon and let him know, what you're actually doing. What is your job? How did you do it? Did you perform the task well? You got to check in with him, or they're like, just simply get laid off. That's another thing too. I mean, I'm not even gonna lie. I mean, think about it. Look at where you guys work, and look at politics right now, and look at the morale, not just of the people, but of the people that are in charge of like laws and states and upholding certain laws and certain things. Look at the people that's in those seats and stuff like that. You get comfortable. You get real comfortable. That sometimes you need something to come along and be like, hey, don't get too comfortable. You stop slacking. Don't lighten up, tighten up. You know what I'm saying? You get that type of shit, happening in those settings and stuff now. They got too comfortable and they started getting drunken with power. So if they got too comfortable and start getting drunken with power and stuff like that, sometimes you got to shake it up and be like, hey, you could be out of here tomorrow. Replaceable. Didn't they say he just fired some dude, some high-ranking black soldier or official? Got his ass up out of there. You know, black people gonna turn that shit into a spectacle. It looked like every time he get rid of a nigga, he replacing a nigga. he hired the girl that is he hired the sister as his pardon czar, and then he got rid of a black dude in office. Not sure the history or story on the black dude. I know you guys can correct me on the name, but I saw his medals and stuff like that. And it was like, damn, what did he do? You know, what's going on, Gail? Gail, you know I'm overdue. I'm trying to get into the segment with Aaron, man. What the hell is going on with Aaron? We might need to get on a three-way call. We might need to get on a three-way call with Aaron, Gail. Like, god damn. He beating up trans dudes, dead dudes. Golly. Man, God done dealt that man a hand there. See if I can find what I was looking for. Hold on. Dang, I can't even find the damn... Hold on, y'all. Fuck. Hold on. What did Erica Mena do to old boy? Hold on. Damn, I cannot see. Hold on. Look at this shit.
Nigga, man, I can't sleep like this, bruh. For real, this shit got a nigga dropping tears, nigga. That shit hurt a nigga pride, bruh. Let me get my motherfucking paper. Period. Fuck that shit.
Right, War Master.
Nigga, I ain't gonna lie, bruh. My pride hurt, nigga. Period. Nigga, Eric over here talking about nigga lying and shit. Fuck, I gotta lie for it. Nigga, the most genuine nigga here, period, nigga. Nigga over here getting his ass whooped. These bitch ass niggas out here fucking these hoes outside the fucking hotel, bro. Erica, why would you entertain that? Why would you not get rid of these niggas? Fucking way, bro. That shit ain't nothing, nigga. Nigga, pride hurt though. I ain't gonna lie, nigga. Nigga, pride hurt, cause nigga, I ain't used to losing. Nigga, I need to get some get back, nigga, in a real motherfucking way, bro. Nigga, I get him up with any nigga on this earth, bro. I swear to God, I never been no coward. Any nigga that know me, that tell you, nigga, I ain't backing down from shit. Nigga, you beat my ass 10 times, nigga. I'ma get back up. But I promise you, nigga, when the opportunity present itself again, nigga, I'm gonna shine, nigga. In a real way, nigga. I'm in this position that I'm in right now is because I'm in pursuit of love. You're traveling through the desert, a sandy storm, but you're never gonna make it to the promised land. In a real way. If you look this nigga up right now, you can see the nigga's dick all over the motherfucking internet. But if you look me up, what can you see? You can't see my motherfucking dick. Nigga, you ain't sticking that shitty ass dick up in Erica, nigga. In a real way, but honestly, my motherfucking pride is hurt.
Ah, man. Yeah, he did. Honestly, his crash out is his crash out is making the show. I just hope he all right, man. Yeah, this is funny, War Master. Hold on. Look at this, y'all.
I'll say something to you that sounds like the motherfucker made it up. And it's really in the news. The FBI, our FBI, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, said they don't know whose cocaine was at the White House. What? What type of investigation did you do? We don't know whose it is. It was in Hunter Biden's room. It said Hunter's blow on the bag. What do you mean, whose cocaine? I'm gonna say something.
It said it says Hunter's Blow on the bag. Oh my God. It says Hunter's Blow on the bag. That's horrible. Oh shit.
It's all the time fighting Elon Musk. You're fighting everybody. Who in the hell you bringing up, bro? Like, you got to get off that. You say you don't smoke or you don't drink. I think you're on that unorthodox and on that white keep it hype.
Because if they blow up and they surpass us, great. Then we could go work with them. You know what I mean? Like, it's a W for everybody. Like, you look at like Andrew Tate, right? Andrew blew up, and he didn't retract the ladder. He still works with us. He still shouts us out, talks about us and stuff like that. So, that's what it's about, man. It's about supporting your guys, helping your guys out.
Like how you supported Zerka after he admitted that he was a P-Do-Fizzle.
Rest in peace to Gavin.
Don't even say that. You don't even mean that, bro. Because let me tell you, if you really rest in peace, why you didn't give him no money when y'all collected all that money on the stream that day, the day he died? Y'all had a super chat. It was a whole bunch of money. Y'all was doing a rest in peace stream. Where's the money? You never gave him nothing? You didn't want to give his family nothing? If you really say he's the GOAT, why? Because you hated him. And you still hate him now.
But yeah, I remember that's something that I'll never forget. I was there with him when he was like literally when World Star had posted him.
This don't have nothing to do with the examples of him not putting people on. Now you're just lying.
Had posted him and he was going wild viral. And he was just watching his Instagram fly up. He was watching the YouTube views go up. He was watching the subscribers go up.
Man, shut your ass up, bro. You lame as That's all I'm gonna say, man. You a straight up buster. You always been a buster. You know what I mean? Now y'all done been exposed. Y'all done lost everything. I'm out.
I'm not gonna say Fresh and Fit lost everything. I'm not gonna say that they lost everything. You say in another video, Cat points to the monitor behind him and said, and it says Hunter's Blow on the bag. What? That's funny. He said, I feel dirty listening to O'Shea's haterade. That's because you know the truth about O'Shea, man. That's not the guys that's at the top, you know. The guys that know O'Shea's foolery and some of the stuff that he's done, it's gonna be hard for them to. Those are the same guys. It's the whole saying. You know how they say, be nice to people on your way up because those are the same people you got to meet on your way down. It's that type shit. You know, the people on your way up, the people know, you know, some of the stuff that you've done to contribute to some of the damage in the space. You know, those are the same people that you want to praise you, or the same people that want you that would or you know would recognize you for some of your accomplishments that other people overlook. It's crazy. You got to flip-flop to the top. You said O'Shea is petty. Fresh and Fit are millionaires. Yeah. That shit is ridiculous. Oh, wow. Hold on. This just came out of nowhere. Shout outs to Messi. Messi be dropping gems. You know, shout outs to that sister, man. We got another video to go over real quick. She said that Medium Man, the number cruncher, Medium Man, said that Kendra G is fit to give dating advice. What? She done stole your idol's talking points. How does that work?
Yo, besties, what is going on? We have to talk. Let me first shout out MABW, who is doing a reaction to Media Man. Media Man is speaking about Kendra G. MABW's title is Kendra Sleeves must have paid Captain Super Simp to say this about her. What is going on around here?
Now, I must admit, when I first seen the title for the video that this guy is about to do, I thought it was like a joke. I thought maybe the guy was gonna troll Kendra Sleeves. He was gonna just be joking, and this dude is dead for real. He really thinks that Kendra Sleeves is the most qualified to give advice to these women out here.
This is where Media Man is, y'all. He out here saying that Kendra is giving good advice. You got Media Man of all people. I know you effing lying. I know you effing lying.
Yo, I was gonna do a show. I just didn't want it to sound repetitive. I was gonna say there's gonna be another civil war going on in the space. I literally was gonna say it's gonna be another civil war going on in this space, man. I was like, it was gonna be. I just didn't know who the civil war was gonna be against. You said Kendra Grandma G should get married and have children before giving advice. Yeah, she got her eggs frozen. And that was a minute ago. That was when Kevin was talking to her. I wonder if she got it updated. So I really don't know. And then you gotta make sure you're not gonna get a Ashanti deal out of Kendra G. You know, I think she probably going on 46, 47, almost in her 50s. I don't know no 50-year-old woman giving no damn birth. So she probably, I feel bad for her. You know, I'm not even gonna lie. There's a lot of good women out here that would love to have kids and they just can't, you know. So you got to do the didn't Jay-Z do that with his last two kids? They got like a surrogate mother, but they used his eggs. Oh, Beyonce's egg. I thought they got I don't know. Was it Beyonce or was it Kanye? I think both of them did it with their last two. I think like Kanye had twins, and then I think what you call it, my bad, y'all. God damn. I think Kanye had twins, and I think Jay-Z had twins also. And both of them were like boy and girl. So I'm like, that's so weird. That's weird as fuck. I didn't even really take a good look at Jay-Z's twin child. I knew he had to have a son though. But I saw the daughter not too long ago. It was like he was at a football game, I think. And it was Blue Ivy, the daughter, and him. And I don't know. The child kind of look a little bit different, but kids look like that when they're young. So I you know, it's weird. But Blue Ivy's definitely his kid. You know. He said, speaking of Kanye West, did you guys hear he's planning on coming out with his own crypto meme coin? No, I did not hear that, but it might actually take off because a lot of people have abandoned their crypto coin. I know they were saying that Rick Ross, he had a crypto coin and it got abandoned. You know, he's not promoting it with his car shows and stuff like that. And then I heard Charleston White, his meme coin kind of, you know, but Kanye's meme coin will actually take off. Kanye is smart and he knows how to sell an item, you know. That stem player that I was playing around with the other day for y'all, that's a Kanye West product. He was supposed to team up with one of my favorite music companies, Teenage Engineering, and to make a stem player, and they already had a prototype, but he ended up teaming up with this guy named Kano, and Kano was the one that produced the stem players that we have now, you know. So, you know, it's a little pretty interesting tidbit there. So I think it's produced in America because the company that I'm talking about, they're in Stockholm. They're in Sweden, you know. But the Swedes know what the hell they are doing when it comes to music. I'm telling you. You know, I understand Swedish gear. And that's like so weird, you know. I love how they I like how they use sequencers, you know. They know their sequencers, you know. He said that's why I'm scared to buy it. I might buy one or two of them to see how it goes. Yeah, it might take off. Like I would say go for it. You know, if you have nothing to lose. Thank you so much, Gail. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. But yeah, you know, you're gonna start having these little civil wars though, you know, especially now with a Kendra G. With what's going on with her now. Yeah, you're gonna have women in this civil war, in this manosphere civil war. Women are gonna be clapping back. Let's see if she clapped back at Medium Man. Not Kevin Jr.
She's single. She can't keep a man. She's not married, doesn't have a man, or doesn't have a baby by a qualified man. But she's always talking to ratchet baby mothers, 3 or 4 baby daddies, don't have anything going for themselves, that want these men of high quality. Dude is dead for real. I'm not gonna talk anymore. Let's get right into the damn video.
In my opinion, Kendra G is actually the most qualified woman to speak to Black women in regards to their dating issues.
Stop it. Get some help.
Wow.
Kendra G has more than enough data.
I've talked to at least 15,000 single people.
Medium Man, is someone holding you hostage? Blink 3 times if you need some help. Cause child what? I am offended as a Black woman that he would say that. No way. Ain't no way that woman could teach my children, my nobody.
Oh my God. Messy. Oh my goodness. Shout outs to LT Man. Nah, man, I didn't maybe I gotta reset my phone. I don't know. Yesterday, earlier, I gave you a shout out. Shout outs to LT Man again earlier, dropping the huge 10 on the Cash App earlier. My bad. I did give you a shout out, but look, shout outs again. Hold on, give me 1 second. Hold up. Hold on, y'all. Got it. Shout outs to LT Man. Again, dropping a huge 10 on the Cash App. Hold on.
Wendy?
Thanks, Chuck. We're standing here in front of the Olympic Liquor Store in Queens where scores of African Americans have been lined up for hours. We spoke to a few of them earlier. Ladies, may we get a word?
Hide the money, y'all. There's poor people around. With your broke ass.
Shout outs to LT Man. Yeah, yes, sir. Shout outs to LT Man. Yeah, I would say definitely get a little bit of the Kanye coin. I mean, there's really probably nothing to lose. I wonder where you can get it. I'd probably fumble and get some. I just need to learn how meme coins work. I just need to learn how meme coins work because I know not all of them work the same way. But yeah, man, you're gonna have some women in this next civil war, y'all. I mean, look, she going in on Medium Man.
Unless they want to end up alone, scammed, when they be under their belt, egg freezing, almost 50 years old, no process. Shout
outs to LT, man. Yeah, man, I appreciate you, man. Thank you so much. Yes, sir. And I got your commercial. I want to premiere it on the next show. I just need to tweak the end part, but everything is good. And I got one for Miss V also. Shout outs to Miss V. So listen, y'all, make sure y'all head over to hempforfitness.com. That's hempforfitness.com. And make sure y'all head over to Make This Go Viral TV. Head over to Make This Go Viral TV. If you are starting a YouTube channel or know someone starting a YouTube channel, make sure you head over to Miss V and soak up the game. Man, listen. I wouldn't send y'all nowhere bad. Oh yeah, coin. Yeah, you know what? I need to log into my coin. I gotta keep up with all of this shit. I gotta log into my Coinbase because I have a portfolio there, and I don't know what's going on with the portfolio there. And then also too, I got Robinhood. I heard that's where you could buy the XRP. But you know what stock has been doing good? And I'm like, damn, I wish I put a lot of money into it. Hathaway Berkshire, man. What the hell is Warren Buffett doing, man? They're doing good. And then you know what else? Stock I'm looking into. And I just need to just dump into that stock. Take-Two Entertainment. Those are the people that's putting out Grand Theft Auto 6. And if you know anything, right? Grand Theft Auto 6, they're building those games to like be out for like the next 5 to 10 years, man. So just imagine how much expansions and all kinds of shit about to come out for that goddamn game. You know? Oh, I did hear about that too, War Master. You're absolutely correct. I did hear about Rumble stock actually going up also. That was an odd one that I heard. I heard Rumble went up, and I heard Netflix. I think since WWE been over on Netflix, Netflix's stock started to jump a little bit too, I heard. But Rumble wasn't one of I heard Rumble was one of the stocks that jumped also. I didn't even know Rumble had a stock. I'm slow, y'all. I'm slow. Check Coinbase because Robinhood will run it on their platform when it comes out. Yeah, I'm scared of Robinhood though. Robinhood did a lot of people dirty in the past. Especially I heard with that GameStop thing. I heard a lot of people was trying to take their money out and they couldn't. He said, my suggestion is find Kanye West coin and buy it when it's very cheap. Soon as it come out, it will go up. I guarantee you, depending on how much you put in, you could make a couple thousand, even $1 million. Yeah, if that Kanye coin, let me know what platforms y'all found it on. I need to, I'll probably check on Coinbase or I'll deep seek it and see what platform it's on. Yeah, YouTube is saying that they gotta loosen up. Like Facebook just loosened up. And I heard Twitch is about to loosen up. Yeah. They're funneling people into them. Listen, if anything, since you got YouTube Kids, you know what YouTube gonna have to do, y'all? YouTube After Dark. All the raunchy shit gotta go to YouTube After Dark, or they create a whole new company with a different name that's in partnership with YouTube. They put those content creators over there or something. But you know, they don't listen to us.
Specs sitting in their singles damn season. And that's what I know. He heard it. He had to have heard it. He had to have seen the Tamron Hall show. This y'all's man. This y'all's man.
So now I learned.
Uh-oh, Messi starting some trouble, some good trouble in the manosphere.
Thing or two.
To speak directly to the issues that are holding Black women back in regards to marriage and relationships.
I mean, we're a full-breasted plate. The live stream. Crazy.
What's holding Black women back is people like Kendra and what Kendra does, which is holding her and Black women back. Oh my goodness, y'all. Truman Show.
And at this point, Kendra G has interviewed more Black women than Kevin.
Yeah, and you know, that's the reason why they're changing up all of this shit anyway, because of Elon. I don't want people to forget that part and leave shit out. They're changing all of their stuff up because of Elon. Elon leading this whole social media shit, honestly. Right, LT man. Buy your candles red. Right. I would just say, yeah, I would say the same thing you're saying, LT man. Hold it. Like, literally just put money into it and hold it. Because Kanye look like he about to go viral again. I just hope it don't plummet before it shoots up. Right, LT man. LT man dropping the gospel in the chat, y'all, man. You said what holds Black women back? You said they're whores. Sorry, not sorry. That's the image. That's the image that's given off. Yeah. The Megan Thee Stallions. That's sad too. They throw Cardi B in there too, and she, you know. Let's go.
Samuel, I know.
What does that have to do with anything?
Nothing.
She could interview 1 million people, 1 million women. What's her success rate with all the data? If you claim she gathered all the data because she's had over 15,000 interviews with women, were they successful women? How far did those women go with relationships on her platform?
I think it's just a failed attempt of him saying that Kendra G is qualified because she got what I was talking about the other day. She got she's done it so long that she got field research. Like, she has some type of field research. Man, but this is the thing, man. Kendra don't give a damn about no goddamn field research. Kendra don't give a goddamn, but she can give a damn less about some damn field research. You gonna take them numbers and do what with them? But like I said, the number crunching guys got a fault to them too. You know, let's go.
What's the success rate from her platform? Where's your data at on that, sir?
Wait a minute, this the data and stats man though, meaning media man. So if he is the
come on, man. Now y'all know him as a data and stats man. When did this become an inside joke? We'll find out. Let's go.
Data and stats man, which is what y'all have said. He provides
I've been
all the
openly
data
saying
and he can bring up the stats and he can put the numbers up. So just because he said, well, Kendra interviewed a lot of people, so she knows. What? That's how he going out? That's how this work now?
Where's your data at on that? Dude, you don't have to be a super simp for Kendra Sleaze, okay? I don't know if she's paying you to go against the grain, but I know, and everybody else that watches me, they know that Kendra isn't qualified to give any advice out to any women. Period. How can she be?
No, she's qualified to give advice out to women that ain't gonna listen to nothing but what it is that they want to hear. That's who she's qualified for. She's qualified for all the biatches that got 10 kids, got 15 baby daddies, ain't never been married, but I was engaged. Man got to come to the table with $200 million in his pocket while she don't do nothing, come to the table with no job, all these daggone kids.
Hey, yo, she wild as hell. I'm mad she said 200 million.
It didn't require a thing for the person that she had kids with, and she might have a kid with you. That's who she qualified to talk to, because they ain't gonna listen any damn way.
Qualified to give advice to any women when she's dating scammers. She doesn't even know how to vet men properly herself.
Scammers. She dating scammers. Hey, y'all, she dating scammers. Oh, man. Man, the manosphere is infested with pookies, man. Imagine coming in here acting like you're not like that, but you are. Not even low key. I'm not saying this guy. I'm saying in general. You know what I'm saying? Because I put a lot of stuff out here, like, you know, like the medium man type guys, right? They'll come in like suited and booted, kind of trying to make it seem like they prefer to like deal with like a more upper scale, upper class type women. They'll deal with the more classy type women, but them dudes want the Ice Spices. Some dudes want the Ice Spices and the Cardi B's and the Glorrillas and stuff. That's the suit ain't fooling nobody. They want the Pirates of the Caribbean type women too, man. They'll take a woman with tattoos on her knuckles, man. They'll take a woman with tattoos on her knuckles just the same way. Actually faster. They will date the women that ain't shit to make the woman that is shit jealous. The same way. A medium man will be suited and booted. You think he going after a woman worth a damn? He wants her cooking with Kaya. He wants her cooking with Kaya. So hopefully the guys that are like, you know, Samuelites coming in, hopefully you upgrade your, you know, your doctrine a little bit. You know, cuz that shit ran its course, you know. People will look at you crazy if you emulating Kevin Samuels now. Like I said, most people found him after he passed away, so that gimmick is wearing off for them too. You said pirate broads, shiver me timbers, right? There's a snake in my boot. Yarr. I mean, it comes with the territory, I guess. You know? I guess.
How can she give out any qualified advice?
Exactly.
Oh, she gives out being on YouTube and having a bunch of subscribers means you give qualified advice.
Especially after she downed Kevin Samuels for doing it.
You're gonna have some of these women jumping into the Civil War because they've been here for a minute too. So a lot of these women ain't happy about like the new guys coming in, even stealing some of their intellectual property. So they want their hierarchy. They want their recognition also. You don't think Danica Marie's gonna want some type of recognition for the work she put in? Shit. Danica Marie's gonna want some type of reparations. So some of these women, they're gonna be on these dudes' asses too. Cause they seen them come in the door. You understand what I'm saying? They see the Kevin Samuels grift also. Scandalous.
Exactly what she's doing now. Don't you like how that works?
And someone would say, well, Kendra, you're not married, so why should they listen to you? You know what? I would give you that. But why listen to him? If you want to become a wife, guess what? Talk to wives. Talk to women who are married because they are doing the one thing you would like to do. Why talk to a 51-year-old man who doesn't have a wife for himself, who is still happily dating?
She was talking mad sugar on the iced tea to Kevin Samuels for what he was doing, and she doing the exact same thing. And now we got Media Man co-signing that BS.
And that's the thing. Like, she came in. Well, ooh, y'all, look at this. Look at this. I didn't even think about it like that, but think about it like this, y'all. I'm looking at it like, okay, yeah, I know where Messi is coming from and how she's looking at it. And I know what it actually is and how I'm looking at it. Think of it like this, right? You look at a situation like this and you're like, okay, well, you have a whole Kevin Samuels get up on, right? Kevin is your guy. You're modeling your whole show after him. This woman sat up there and disrespected Kevin Samuels and talking down on him and saying, oh, he's dead and all this other stuff. This woman just went in on Kevin Samuels. Where if it was a guy or somebody else, you would have been mad at them. She stole his whole shtick, right? She stole his whole shtick. And just the woman's version of it, right? You're not mad about that? Think about it. Somebody, if I guess like a O'Shea or whatever, they like Kevin and they spend time around him, they would have been mad about that. But guess what? Media Man and Kendra G is the same thing. It just hit me like an epiphany, y'all. Media Man, and I've been saying it the whole time. Media Man and Kendra G are the same thing. Think about it. She copied Kevin. He copied Kevin. Damn. Why would he be mad at her?
God damn it! You can't make this shit up!
Damn. She copied Kevin. He copied Kevin. Why would he be mad at her? They on the same hustle. I didn't even think about that. Y'all think about it. The guys that came in copying Kevin Samuels might look at Kendra G like how the other simps looked at Derek Jackson. Like, oh, he's the top guy. He's killing it. They probably looked at Kendra like, yeah, she's the top woman. She's killing it. Dang, I didn't even think about it like that, y'all. He copied Kevin, she copied Kevin. No different. Damn. All right. Medium man. See, the women in the space are picking up on things that dudes don't.
That's what that means. Or putting on glasses, cheap little suit. That means you give out sound advice. A lot of you dudes have no idea what you're talking about.
Agreed.
Kendra is the last person on earth any woman out here should be taking any advice from. I don't know what you're smoking, but it must be good.
Some guys just heard me compare Kendra G to Kevin Samuels, and you think that I'm crazy. But if your overall goal is to find solutions, or a woman who can specifically talk to Black women because she speaks their language or is relatable to them, then it would have to be.
And that's where you tripping, medium man. That's where you tripping. You know that's not why she got into it. You know damn well that's not what she was doing on radio. Oh man, medium man tripping.
Kendra G, she understands.
Okay, so he must be talking about the ratchet level then. She can speak to the ratchet level as a ratchet level talking to ratchets, is what you're saying?
Speak to the ratchet level about what?
And medium man, because ain't shit that Kendra could ever offer or say to me that would be worth a fucking pack of cigarettes in prison. Not a nothing. Nothing. She can't even talk to me about being fucking Black. She can't even talk to me about fucking wigs.
Damn.
There's nothing that woman could talk to me about.
Understands that the majority of single Black women want the same type of man.
Most women want a man of you guys' caliber. You know, you guys, I'm gonna give you your kudos. You're successful men, you're attractive men, well-spoken men, Black men, you know, do well, you do for the community. They all want you. Now, it doesn't matter if she's rich.
But that's not nothing that anybody doesn't know.
Right.
All women out there want men that have it going on for themselves.
Right.
Qualified men is what I call it. Not high value men, just qualified men who have themselves together. All women want men like that all across the board for the most part. But the thing is, the women that Kendra Sleaze has on her platform, she knows damn well that those women will never ever in their life get those type of men.
Damn.
Just by their characteristics alone. So if she can't give them real feedback, that doesn't qualify her to give good advice. She just goes along with the clown show because she's the clown show ringleader.
I love that. The clown show ringleader. That's a bar. That's a bar.
All women want men that are successful or got it going on for themselves, guy. Everybody knows that. So I guess that can make anybody out here qualified if they come on the internet and say that. A bird.
Well, then, Dr. Umar is qualified as well. Toss him on up in there.
A pigeon, a bop. They can come on the internet and say the same thing.
But that's what I'm saying. A lot of these people, they take our manosphere talking points. So the thing is that people automatically already believe that they were experts on you know what I'm saying? People automatically believe that they were experts on dating. You know, dating and relationships and stuff like that. That's why when people were using manosphere talking points, it kind of blew those people out of the water also because they didn't know what they were talking about. They were just going off of experience sometimes, and sometimes they were just coming up with random, you know, scenarios. They didn't really have nothing down pat. You know, so when a manosphere person came up and they knew what they were talking about and they can explain it and they had like a whole acronym and vernacular behind it, you know, in talking points, people are like, hey, let me write that down. Hey, repeat that. Can you say that again? Whoop-de-whoop. So now what you're listening to now, y'all, are people using our talking points behind what they thought they already knew, and they really don't know what the hell they're talking about. And they're just using the talking points as a, I don't know how to explain it. They're they're still pretending like they know everything about relationships, but now they're using our talking points in the process. Like it didn't come from this space. What's going on, Eric Bird? Peace to you, EB. They're using our they're using our talking points like they didn't get them from the space. That's what I'm trying to say in but so many words. Shout outs to Gail at night in the building. Devin D in the place to be. Yeah, MTR claims he's not manosphere but promotes right. Right. And that's who stayed with MTR when all them fake pro-black people left. With the whole Pearl Gate, the manosphere. The manosphere rocks with MTR. They need a new mascot so they can ease their way up off that damn list. They were trying to get Brandon Jamal. That didn't work out. They were trying to get Turtle Man. He up here crying over Erica Mena. Erica Mena bad as hell, by the way, still. So, Fresh and Fit might be dabbling in O'Shea's backyard. Start putting shit on the table people can't refuse. I wonder if they told LAR movement to come down there to Miami and go do a show with them. I know O'Shea gonna be mad as shit if he go. And it's like, what? Damn, dog. Well, are you gonna give me a platform? You know niggas gonna get mad if that happens. If LAR movement go to on Fresh and Fit, niggas gonna be mad than a motherfucker. I forgot too that MOT don't like LAR movement. That threw me for a loop. I got sent the clip the other day of MOT going in on LAR movement. I'm like, damn, I forgot he don't like that, man, because he claims that LAR was like, you know, running with BGS and which I think LAR and BGS was cool back in the day. I forgot. You know. Yeah, they had some words, so I've heard. Yeah, Eric Bird. Cause LAR, he would have been the top of the space. LAR is like super underrated, you know. But like what AMS said, I think you know, I agree with AMS. Things run their course. Like it's too late for this conversation. You know, you got second, third, and fifth generation plagiarism going on here. And you got dudes here entertaining it. Like, the hell you about to argue with the clone for? Y'all hit the like button, support the show. Hit the Cash App. Hit the PayPal. Marathon show, man. Weekday Pass, man. It's Player Talk Radio. Welcome to the show. Let's get back into it.
Does Kendra Sleaze know when she doesn't have a man like that? When she's so-called high sedity? or so-called a qualified women that spends $80,000 a month on bills.
Where's this stat with the 80,000? Now he the second or third person I done heard that said this. She's spending $80,000 a month on bills. What the hell is she paying for? Anybody know, Bueller?
Right.
Where we get this stat from? Where we get this number from? Who said
80K a month.
Who said that? Who said that?
You have no idea what you're talking about, my guy.
Rich or poor, fine or not that attractive, they all want you. Now, we know the truth of the matter is you guys represent, really when it comes down to it, not the larger portion of the masses. You guys literally might be 10%, might even be less than that. You might be like the 5%ers, the 1%ers, but it doesn't matter.
I want to be clear. A lot of these talking points, y'all know where she's getting her talking points from. I don't have to mention it. How many men have said these talking points way before her? I've been saying this stuff since 2021. We all know the data. Everybody can come up here and have the same talking points. It doesn't make them gurus on anything, and it doesn't make
y'all
them
got
qualified.
it from our
Dude
space.
really says she's qualified because she's talked to damn near 15,000, or she as well, because she talked to 15,000 women. That means nothing. Nothing at all. What's the success rate? Especially if she's qualified. What's the success rate from her show? Can anybody tell me that?
Divine Photos, you out there? Can you give us the information, please? Thanks.
Of caliber do you see come on the Kendra Sleaze Clown Show? That right there should speak volumes and tell you enough. Qualified women that really have it going on and qualified men that really have it going on, they're not coming on these type of shows. The guys she's speaking to right now that she's giving kudos to, why aren't they on her show? You would never see guys like them on her show. I don't think they're married. I don't think you, sir, I don't think you would go on her show. If she's so qualified, go find one of those qualified women. Go find one.
Kendra G missed the opportunity to grift into doing the Pop the Balloon show. And don't think she did that because she got respect for Arlette. They will step on each other's toes. You stole one hustle, you got to keep stealing them. Kendra G should have started doing the Pop the Balloon show. I ain't lying to you. She should have did the Pop the Balloon show.
One of them qualified women that she bring on her show then.
Great point. Great point.
Matter, because 100% of the women all want you. So what happens is, what I've learned is social media has given people insights to other people's lives. So every girl wants a man that makes bare minimum 100K, has to be attractive, faithful, prefers no kids. If she has kids, love her kids like they are your kids, treat her kids like you created her kids. Show up for her when she needs you to show up for her. Go to church for her every day. Don't ever speak to another woman. Always be available, but work so much that you can fulfill my lifestyle.
What?
God damn it! You can't make this shit up!
What?
You're a victim. There we go, CSI.
Okay.
It's crazy. And I think that what I've come to learn is women get really offended because they use settling. I hate the word settling because if you say, oh, you're saying I'm not
She hate the word settling. She used the damn word her damn self.
good enough for a man that makes 100K. And their argument will be, well, I make that or more. So it only makes sense for me to require a man that makes what I want or more. Logically speaking, I get that. I don't have a disagreement there. But the part that they're missing, which matters the most, is that man doesn't date the same. A lot of times, the wealthy man or the man that has the money, he doesn't want a broke girl, but he has enough. He goes into it knowing he's paying for everything, right? So even though you have a certain life,
guys out there that watch your boy MABW or other reaction channels, what is she saying that none of the other men haven't said before? What is she saying? This is nothing new to us. All men that have themselves together, all men for the most part that make over 100K.
He said he been here since 2021. He a Samuelite too. He's a Samuelite too. Shout outs to Nicer. Oh no, 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 no. Oh no, 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 no. He been here since 2021 also. I don't like how they make it seem like this side of the manosphere don't exist. That's bad. No, 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 no. I don't like that. They make it seem like this side of the manosphere doesn't exist. He been here since 2021 and he frustrated. We've been saying this shit. It's like, bro, we've been saying this shit way before that. We've been saying this shit in 2004, 2002, 90s, 90s, 90s.
We know this already. Every man out there that's got it going on, they know that already. Even these two guys right here, I don't know who the hell they are, but I'm pretty sure they even know that. But the thing is, anytime Kendra Sleaze gets on somebody else's platform, she has to make it look good. But then as soon as she goes back to her platform, you get all the toxicity in the world. Because for the most part, everybody already knows the women that come on her platform, they aren't getting men that are worth 6 figures. And the men know that men that are worth 6 figures aren't coming on the clown show.
Exactly.
Well, I'm going to tell you some real shit too. You know, she went on Tamron Hall, or is it her name Tamron Hall, I think. She went on Tamron's show. And let me tell y'all something about higher caliber women and upper echelon women. And everybody got a different circle, right? I think Tamron invited Kendra G onto her show to show other women how different they are from women like Kendra G. You know? What I mean by that is like like she's basically showcasing like, see ladies, this is a ratchet woman. This is what you don't need to be like. You need to be someone's wife. You need to be married. You need to, the stuff that, like this, like her thought process is so different than Kendra's. Tamron's a completely different type of woman. Should be handled different. Those women be using women like the Sexy Reds, the Kendra G's, women that they deem a little bit less caliber. They will use those women to as an example. Exhibit A. Don't be like this. See how she thinks versus how we think? Like I said too, when I was telling you about like women in the patriarch. Women need a patriarch. Women need a patriarch. That's how they're protected. Women are not protected in a matriarch. Women believe that men should protect them, but they don't believe that they should protect each other. Women will look out for each other, but on like a physical thing where they have to, hell no. Hell no. Hell no. They're not willing to give up their lives for other women like that. I hate to say this too, because y'all got to stay away from Facebook. There was this meme posted on Facebook of this girl that wrote a status. She was like, "Don't invite me to your house if your nigga gonna be beating you in front of." She said, "Don't invite me to your house if your nigga gonna be if your nigga if your nigga gonna be beating you in front of company." Don't invite me to your house if your nigga beat you in front of company. I'm like, damn. Hey. Yeah, what's going on, Stoic? She said, don't invite me to your house if your nigga be beating you in front of company. God damn. I ain't gonna lie. If you get Ike Turner in front, like, yeah, that's wild. You know, something like that happened to me back in the day. I was a kid though. It's a long story, but this dude out of nowhere just like started beating this girl I knew ass right in front of her, and I'm like sitting there like, what the hell is going on? And she looking at me, and I'm like, man, this nigga will beat This nigga will beat both of our asses. What'd you do? You know, I'm confused. And then that was her dude. So I'm like, oh nah, I know how she is. She not I could sit up there and I could probably pick up something and beat the hell out of this nigga or whatever. But it wouldn't make no sense because she wouldn't have left that nigga. She wouldn't have left that nigga. She would not have left that nigga. You know, it would have been some, okay, well, guess we're gonna be having shootouts this summer. Whatever. You know? She wouldn't have left that nigga. So that shit was funny in and of itself. That shit was funny in and of itself. But women ain't gonna help other women getting abused like that. There's too much element. She could be getting abused by another girl, a dizike. She could be getting abused by her guy. She could be getting abused. You know, women aren't gonna step in like that. And then women understand women and how women are. This is why guys are perishing at an alarming rate. Because, you know, women be omitting. They don't be look at rest in peace to Trouble. They don't be letting y'all know. You know, man, listen. They will women will bring you into the danger that they've created in their lives. In their mind, it's attention. But the guys that they're dealing with, you are in danger. You know, they be having open tabs. They don't be closing shit or bringing a close to things. You know, women like to have their tabs open because sometimes she may have to check in on somebody for attention. You know, when a new guy is kind of blocking her out, she go back to some of the old dudes or check her trap houses, which are simps. She go check her trap for some attention. They don't be bringing closure to half the shit that they be opening or starting. You know? Hell no.
They're not looking for nobody on her clown show because in real life, the data shows that men that make over 100K can really shake out without going on dating apps. If men do go on dating apps, it's only to knock these bimbo chicks down.
Well, they're not going on Kendra G. Let's be honest. For the most part, they are not going on Kendra Damn G. They ain't heard of no Kendra Damn G. They ain't thinking about no Kendra.
Fantastic went on Kendra G.
Damn G. They ain't thinking about no damn Instagram and they ain't thinking about no damn YouTube. Now, I'm not saying that there never has been anyone out there, but not like the real deal Holyfield people. Even though Melly Monaco did get Gilbert Arenas to come up over on her show, and now she's married. So I guess a once in a lifetime lightning strike will come and then someone will get lucky. I just don't think it's happening over here. I agree with MABW.
Now you pull up one clip with her on the show with these two guys right here. She has the data. Did you?
Yeah, and who are these two guys? Like, who are they? What do they have? Are they doctors or psychiatrists, psychologists? Who are they at the end of the day? Another podcast on damn YouTube?
Just see how she was talking on the Tamron Hall show, sir.
I don't care if she work at the Piggly Wiggly or she's a corporate lawyer on Wall Street. She want her a rich man, and that's just what it is. Really? Yes, girl. Hide your man, Tamara. Hide him.
Tamara brought her ass up there to be a joke.
All you they want to be on the show, they want your advice, but you're single. That's right, girl, and loving it. Now, you know, I was in a relationship last year, but this is my single season, and I love it. And single,
Charles, just sound like something she said that she was going to say, so she could have something to say to the fact that she alone and the white woman is married now.
This is $2,000. Last year's is $300.
Okay,
you know,
are you easing into high maintenance?
Yes, well, I think that, yeah, that's real high.
25 people are owning the high maintenance?
Well, women feel like this is what I do for myself, so a man has to be able to do the same or more.
If you're doing it for yourself, why the hell does he have to do it for you or more? Did you hear that? You got to do the same thing or more. So you got to start picking up the slack so that she can go ahead and take that money and do whatever she want with it. Y'all paying for $2,000 wigs? Bueller. Anybody? $300 lashes? Bueller. Anybody? I can't imagine what the problem is around here. I cannot imagine.
She's funny.
Or more. Why can't you keep doing it for yourself?
I agree with you, Tamron, but they're like, why if you here? If a man is here, why am I?
But you're not here for my wigs.
But they're feeling like this. Okay, I'm showing up for you. I'm giving you my energy. I am in your presence. You should.
I am showing up for you. I'm giving you my energy and my presence. Oh my God, that's worth $2,000, gentlemen.
They're feeling like this. Okay, I'm showing up for you. I'm giving you my energy. I am in your presence. You should pay for this.
You should
pay for this because I'm in your presence.
You should pay for this.
And this is who y'all want to listen to.
Did she give good collective data on the Tamron Hall show, or was she acting like a pigeon looking for bird seeds?
Not a pigeon.
Lifestyle. This man in his mind, I still got to pay for everything. So your money doesn't matter that much as you think it does.
So that's why I say that, you know, you need Black women like Kendra G that can speak the language, so to speak, and talk to Black women. So that's all I'm saying. I know that, you know, some of you guys don't like Kendra G because she is female-centered, which is understandable.
No, it has nothing to, before he even get into it, ain't got nothing to do with being female-centered. What happened to Media Man? Y'all, I need somebody to tell me what's wrong with him. What's going on? What happened to him? What's the problem? It's because she is the exact person of who calls into her show. I don't care how much money she makes. She ain't trying to listen to nobody. She swears she know it all. She talked down on daggone men. We done seen her do it twice. I'm sure she's done it more times than not. For those that follow the damn show, you can chime in there. She out here telling everybody else what they need to do, and she can't even do it for her damn self. She the one that sat up there and told Kevin Samuels that he wasn't worth nothing, and why do women go to him when he ain't never been married, even though he was married twice? She talking about he was divorced twice. She can't even get married once to be divorced once. But gonna talk sugar honey iced tea about that man who not only had 2 wives and had a daggone kid. She can't even have a kid. She out here freezing eggs, 1AB, pushing.
Damn. Slow down.
Yeah. I ain't gonna lie, I'm getting cooked.
50, talking about she in her damn single season, and the loudest one on a panel of all married women. And why is it that we never encourage? Media Man is on that dumb type of time right now. I'm sorry, y'all. This is fucking bullshit. Y'all already know I'm on one when it comes to this bullshit, but now to see him co-signing this crap, when she sat there, listen to that white woman on that panel, listen to that Black woman on that panel, listen to Tam on that panel. We are not listening to Kendra G. And if Kendra G is the person that you go into to find relationship advice and you think it's going to lead to marriage, good luck to you. That woman can insult. She can tell y'all what you want to hear until she can't take it no more. Then she can relate to Kendra.
I mean, it's not going nowhere. I mean, listen, Kendra don't even have any competition. Think about it. Ayanna Van Zant got up out the game. Rebecca Lynn Pope, she just, I don't know what the hell she's doing these days. April Mason got about the game. Somebody else quit. I forgot her name, but Jane Elliott's old. For y'all who remember that name. Yo, y'all, I was watching WWE. Like I be watching like WWE behind the scenes stuff, right? And I was watching this documentary on the Dudley Boys about how nobody kicked out of the 3D, which is like their their finisher, right? And I was looking at Bubba Ray Dudley. Have y'all seen Bubba Ray Dudley? Him and Alex Jones. I thought it was Alex Jones at first. I was like, what the hell is this? Alex Jones? It was Bubba Ray Dudley. Alex Jones and Bubba Ray Dudley look the same now. That shit is funny as hell. If you use your search bar and go look for it, you're gonna laugh your ass off. Bubba Ray Dudley and Alex Jones look like identical twins. But listen, y'all, you know what I'm gonna start doing? Cause you never know. But I'm gonna start reviewing videos on Rumble. Because if we do some uncut stuff, we can review some uncut people. Like some stuff that Alex Jones say. A lot of people would get mad at guys like Alex Jones and the Imuses and the Rush Limbaughs and all those guys and stuff like that. Like I said, I watch those people for fun. Because guess what? You got to decode what they say. And it don't take a mathematician to decode what they say. They tell y'all what's happening in America. They start going down through history and telling y'all, you know what I'm saying, stuff that they've been hiding from y'all. They uncover a lot of the lies that they'll straight up just say, yeah, they just told Black Stat so we can, gain influence doing this, or we can do this doing that. And like a lot of brothers, they don't really want to listen to them people because they know it's the truth. A lot of people will lie to y'all and be like, oh, don't listen to those people because they're racist. No, that's not it. It's don't listen to those people because they'll fuck around and tell the truth, and you're not gonna be able to handle. You're not gonna be able to handle it. And I don't know. I'm like I said, I'm dark. Like I'm a bit black pilled and stuff like that. And I grew up in Maryland and stuff like that, y'all. I grew up in the DMV area. I grew up in DC. I grew up in, little crazy parts of Maryland and stuff. So, and like I said, it is the South. And trust me, we got more Ku Klux Klan in Maryland than y'all have ever seen, you know. So, but technically we're the South still. But I am telling you, I've been and seen some stuff even as a kid. I've seen some stuff, and shit up until a couple of years ago, people were getting hung in DC still. They sweep that shit under a rug. There was like 2 people recently hung with a noose in the DMV area, you know. You said most people favorite rapper listens to trash music. That's true. That's where you get inspiration. You said I miss said nothing wrong. That's funny as hell. One master said, finally, yeah, man, we do got to start going over stuff like that on Rumble. I'll probably keep the kick up, but we'll do like Rumble. I wouldn't do Twitch. We'll do Rumble X and Kick. You know. Um, but yeah, man, them people be giving off the game. You know what I'm saying? Because I remember Alex Jones talking about how his dad used to work for a mammy. I was watching that Sharon cat earlier, and he was talking about when they asked him, where Jalen asked him what a mammy was, and he was like a woman that's like running behind the guys or some shit like that. I'm like, bro, you don't even know what a mammy is. That's not a mammy. You know what I'm saying? That's not a mammy. And in a lot of cases too, a goddamn mammy is a female coon. You know what I'm saying? But female coons are allowed to be what a lot of black male coons aren't allowed to be. You know, in America, if you're a black man, they want you to be one or two things: either El Gibbet or a coon. And it's crazy if you're both. They don't want you to be both. There's guys that are both that are dismantling a lot of think tanks and they're dismantling a lot of people. Like Milo and stuff like that. They don't want you to be a part of two groups, you know. Bad enough you're black, you know. The El Gibbet, coon, and being black, that's three flags right there. That's a 3-strike rule. Don't do that. You know, so you got to be either or. The thing about the mammies, they can be El Gibbet, they can be a coon, and they can also be dating the slave master. Because they're the guard dog. You know? And they're mama-san. They're madams. You know? So, like I said, you got a lot of people that's talking about red pill stuff, and they don't know what the hell they're talking about. And it's like, you know, simmer down, because you eat off of this shit. There would be no podcast if it wasn't red pill.
Kevin Samuels all of a sudden. Isn't it interesting how that worked?
Nothing to do with being female centered, though. And it's not that we dislike her.
I don't like her.
Because first and foremost, she's the one that's mad at all the male content creators,
right?
Especially us. But the thing is, we're holding the women that come on her show accountable. We're telling them the truth, and she's not telling her female audience that come on there looking for.
Again, when y'all start copying Manosphere talking points, what y'all are trying to do, it would help y'all to do y'all research on people like myself and other people in the space. What y'all are trying to do is called accountable commentary. We've been doing this for a long time. It's called accountable commentary, AC. Accountable commentary. You're not trying to hold nobody accountable. You can't. You can only add your commentary. It's called accountable commentary.
She's not telling them the truth, and you know that.
That's their truth. Women love to be lied to. Women, though, here's the truth. Women love to be lied to. They want someone to tell them what they want to hear. And as long as they hear that, then everything is all good in the world. Who cares about what actually is happening? Who cares about the actual results? Who cares about what happens after you hear what you want to hear? Who cares about implementing something that will actually help you? Who cares? It's all about how we allegedly feel. And as long as someone is telling you something that makes you feel good, then I guess everything else is out the daggone window.
Right.
Doesn't even matter whether you end up getting married. When you end up with another damn kid, add that one to the list. Then you whining and complaining. Then you commanding and demanding. You in the same space. Then all of a sudden, you 80 years old and saying what happened. Anyway, child, I'm done with it because it's starting to piss me off as per usual because I'm sick of this bullshit. But I know you biatches will go and listen to her. Go fuck it.
And that's crazy. Messy, goddamn. Goddamn, Messy. Whoa there. Y'all hit the like button to support the show. Listen. That's crazy when women are coming into the space and holding dudes accountable for the most part, or at least calling dudes on some of the goofiness and stuff that they're saying and doing. You know, that got their head on straight. But listen, like I said, Messy, I was thinking about it too. Like, damn, you would think that somebody that was going in on Kevin Samuels, you know, there would be a disagreement with somebody that comes in emulating, and to this day still emulating Kevin Samuels. it seemed like the cards were in favor that Media Man should have went in on Kendrick. But then I had to sit back and think halfway through dropping these gems that I dropped and shooting from the hip. I'm telling you, why would he be mad? He's copying Kevin Samuels also. Kendra is just at the top. Think about it. Anybody that came in, whether it's Media Man, Stacey Prince, or Jeremy Hill, all of those dudes came in emulating Kevin Samuels. Right? They would be aware at the person that is at the top of the food chain that's doing that. And it won't necessarily be a man. It'd be a woman. They would love to take Kendra's spot if she wasn't doing what she was doing. One got to be a number cruncher. One got to be funny as hell. The number cruncher is Media Man. Stacey Prince is funny as hell. And Jeremy Hill, he's practical. So they all found their lanes, but they all came in emulating, and some to this day still emulating Kevin Samuels. That's really what it is. The women that's been here, like Messi, I will even say some of the Pink Pill, and just the women that's been here, they don't gotta play those games. They don't gotta play those games. I don't see a Danica Jr. You know, at least the women are a little bit more original. You got your Rivas, you got your Danicas, you got your Sixth Goddess. I'm surprised her and Danica is still cool. Usually sisters fall out with each other, but I'm glad they still Gucci. Or they probably fell out. I don't know. You got your Melly Monacos. I introduced Melly to the space before a lot of people knew who she was. She was a rapper, actually. You got you know what I'm saying? You just got a whole bunch of women coming in. You got your Kendras. Kendra, worked her ass off. Kendra been in the trenches, so she know. Pearl. I don't know why Pearl left. Pearl could have stuck around. For all of the BS that's going on now. Pearl could have stuck around. It's amazing. All right, let's grab one more clip real quick before we get out of here. Let's see what's going on with Donnie Boy. Trump, it says Trump full World War III speech. Macron stunned as Trump drops World War bombshell over Russia, I think.
How do you react to people in Europe who say that you are abandoning Ukraine and that you are going to sacrifice the security of Ukraine by making a deal with Vladimir Putin?
Now we're helping Ukraine like nobody's ever helped Ukraine before. And I can say this, if I didn't become president, Ukraine would right now still be at a level where there would be no even thinking about a peace. And it was, it's a sad thing that this happened. This would have never happened, this war, if I were president. Zero chance. And it has happened. So my function is to get you out of the war, get them out of the war, let them live. It's a bloody war, it's a horrible war. Thousands of people are being killed a week. And I would say Russia, maybe 700,000 people. I think Ukraine probably a similar number. And that's not talking about the towns and the cities that have been blown up. That's talking about soldiers. This has been a horrible, bloody mess. And we're going to get it solved. We got to get it solved. And we're not talking about America's soldiers from this country. We're talking about Russia and Ukraine. But on a humanitarian basis, we have to get this very, very bloody, savage problem solved. And I will say this also, it could lead to World War III if it's not solved. There'll be a point at which it's not going to stop at those two countries. Already there's such involvement from other countries. And it could really lead to a very big war, World War III. And we're not going to let that happen either.
Would you support the idea to send European troops in Ukraine to back the
European troops may go into Ukraine as peacemakers. So when the agreement is done, they can watch that everything is followed properly. I don't think that's going to be a problem. And a lot of the European countries, I think, I don't want to speak for France, but I know that the presidents talked about doing that also.
Oh man, War Master dropping the gems. Yeah, I've heard it also, and they're trying not to use no big catastrophic stuff, but I guess they feeling that they have to. War Master said Russia is losing the war, and the media is lying about it. Absolutely. You already know. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, they can't deny it at this point. I heard the resources are locking up. They thought it was going to be over. Russia thought it was going to be over and it wasn't going to take this long. But here comes Trump. He's back in office. That joint's still going on. Still going on. You said Poland has the second or third most powerful army in Europe. I took the walk to Poland. Okay. But yeah, man, Donnie Boy's saying that, hey, look, if this don't get solved, we just gonna have to take some shit, Not playing around with it. But I wonder what side we gonna be on.
So I think that'll be a very good day when we can go on as peacekeepers as opposed to what's going on right now with everybody being killed.
Will they have U.S. backing, those troops going into Ukraine? Will they have U.S. backing from U.S. troops?
Well, we're going to have a backing of some kind, and obviously the European countries are going to be involved. And I don't think you're going to need much backing. I think that's not going to be a problem. Once an agreement is signed, Russia's going to get back to its business, and Ukraine and Europe are going to get back to their business. I don't think it's going to be a problem.
Mr. President, could you meet with President Zelensky soon?
What?
Could you meet with President Zelensky soon?
I will be meeting with President Zelensky. In fact, he may come in this week or next week to sign the agreement, and which would be nice. I'd love to meet him. Would meet at the Oval Office. So the agreement's being worked on now. They're very close to a final deal. It'll be a deal with rare earths and various other things, and he would like to come, and I understand it, here to sign it, and that would be great with me. I think they then have to get it approved by their council or whoever might approve it, but I'm sure that will happen.
But see, that's the crazy thing, though. Then that means that America plays both sides. Because think about it. If Biden was giving Ukraine the weapons and stuff like that, and I have a whole nother clip right here, y'all, where Trump is in this same room and he's talking about how Europe. So not only were they getting help from America, they were getting help from Europe. Europe was sending them money also. And then here's Trump saying that, Europe is sending soldiers over there as peace makers and stuff like that. So it's like, okay, well, look, that means America played both sides. If one term we're sitting up there giving them money and taking the stickers off the missiles, and literally Ukraine is using American weaponry to shoot at Russia. If America comes back around this second term of Trump and he turns around to help Russia, that's just blatantly doing what you couldn't do in one term. Think about it. It would seem contradictory if Biden was in office and he was supplying weapons to the Ukraine, but on the back end helping Putin. That means that and they do that all the time, you know. I talk about it several times, and there's a whole famous video game out there talking about this. It's called Metal Gear Solid. Some of y'all need to play Metal Gear Solid. Metal Gear Solid talks about how America be on both sides, playing both sides, you know, helping the underdogs and helping the enemies also, because war is profitable and you can recoup your money by playing both sides, or make money and get rid of arms. You know, it's some man war. That's what I said. You gotta understand war before you start talking about the topics that y'all be trying to talk about on these shows, man. Cause it's some real dark shit, you know. And some people be like, why would somebody do like shit? Somebody that's a you know. You talk about people that's gonna be able to go with their story. You know, Ukraine was screwed over by Biden and four, yeah, or they were going to get up. You know, hold on. Oh Lord. Ugh. Hit the like button, support the show. My bad. I was looking for my cellular device. Let's go. Uh, it's intense. Trump had weapons for office. It's one of the Biden was scared of Russia. Absolutely. And didn't want to talk to Putin either. He's a serious guy. Disposition. That's why I was like, ain't no way in the blue hell you niggas think that sitting Kamala Harris in front of Putin with the beacon. That man will outsmart that woman in every single way. He said he gonna meet with President Putin. They want to see how that's gonna go. Indian. All right.
Well, we're going to see. It's a negotiation that's just starting, and they've been fighting, and there's been a lot of land that's been taken. So we'll have to see how that works. I will say it was great unity in that room today. We were via Skype or whatever, but it was great, tremendous unity today in that room with the other countries. I was very impressed by it.
Territory is back. Can they take it back? What they lost in the past years.
That's not an easy thing to do, is it? Right? It's not an easy, it's asking whether or not you can take back the land that they lost. And I say that, yeah, perhaps some of it, yeah, I hope so. But that's not an easy thing to do. It's going to be something we're talking about.
Will you convince Vladimir Putin to accept the European troops as peacekeepers?
Yeah, he will accept that.
He will accept.
I've asked him that question.
You talked to him?
I've asked him that question.
He said yes.
Going to lift the block on the
Because he's not, look, if we do this deal, he's not looking for more war. He doesn't mind, but I've specifically asked him that question. He has no problem with it.
Is France going to lift the block on the 300 billion in frozen Russian assets in Belgium? France has opposed unfreezing it to pay Ukraine and compensate the U.S. for its support. Is France going to lift its opposition to that?
This is with frozen assets. We already used them to back precisely loans negotiated at the G7, and it's part of the sanctions. So it will depend on the follow-up of the discussions. International law is just frozen assets now. You can take the proceeds of the frozen assets, but you cannot take the assets themselves because it's not respecting international law, and we want to respect international law.
One different than the other. Proceeds from it.
Because it's very different. You keep the assets, you take the proceeds because they are paralyzed in a certain way. You take the proceeds during the wartime, but you keep the assets, and it's part of the negotiation at the end of the war. Because, this war costs us a lot of money. And this is the responsibility of Russia. Aggressor is Russia. So at the end of the day, this frozen asset should be part of the negotiation. All in all.
Support the U.S. being compensated.
I support the idea to have Ukraine being compensated because they are the ones to have lose a lot of their fellow citizens and being destroyed by this. All of those who paid for to be compensated, but not by Russia because they were the one aggressor.
Again, just so you understand, Europe is loaning the money to Ukraine. They get their money back.
In fact, to be frank, we paid 60% of the total effort, and it was through, like the US, loans, guarantee, grants, and we provided money. To be clear, we have 230 billion frozen assets in Europe, Russian assets, but this is not as a collateral of a loan because this is not our belonging. So they are frozen. If at the end of the day, in the negotiation we will have with Russia, they're ready to give it to us. Super. It will be loan at the end of the day, and Russia will have paid for that.
If you believe that, it's okay with me. But they get their money back, we don't, and now we do. But that's
because I was looking at Trump's face a little bit. Trump didn't kind of like him saying, "Yo, we gonna pay Ukraine back first, and then we'll think about paying America back." Now you better pay our ass back. You know what's funny? You know what I'm looking at, y'all, too? This is the funniest thing, too, ever, War Master. Think about it. The United States, we got money that, literally, the money, whatever money we get back is already damn near spent before we get it. So Trump is like, listen, I'm trying to get us back right. I'm not even worried about the world at this point. Y'all better stop fucking around with Ukraine and pay our ass back. That woman sat up there, said she asked about American compensation. Yeah. So we we're gonna pay Ukraine first, and then we're gonna. Trump had highway eyes. Trump hey, nah, man. You gonna pay us back first? The fuck? I'm telling you, man, he's turning politics into The Apprentice, man. And that's good. You know what I'm saying? I'm not even gonna lie. With a guy like Donald Trump, you need a healthy dose of fear. American people be thinking about themselves too damn much. No, you need to make sure other people in them other countries fear our ass too. That's your problem too much. You want to be friends all the damn time. Sometimes you gotta, have a guy that's like worried about not letting certain people down, so they'll be more efficient and shit. Put a premium on your presence.
Well, we're negotiating everything, and everything's on the table, and we'll see if we can get some land back, and we'll see about a lot of different things, and we're going to be making a little speech and see if.
I said DLM. DLM said, "Hey, have you heard of the Mekong market in Thailand? I think you mean the Mekong. The Mekong. That's the river here, the Mekong River. I think I've heard of it. Yeah, let me know when you're going to Bangkok. It's really nice. You know what I'm saying? But just, move carefully. I'll let me know when you out here. I'll give you a copy of my book. You know what I'm saying? Take a listen to it while you're sightseeing, and you'll know everything you need to know. About being out here, man. I'll definitely throw you a copy of the book. He said Elon and Doge are at work. Yeah, I heard they're going around to different departments. So this should be interesting. You dig? Shouts to everybody in the building. On the last story, make sure you guys hit the like button, support the show. Thank you guys for kicking it with me the full shift. Hopefully you guys had a great day at work. Did a whole full shift. Hold on, let's go, y'all. Getting back to our original hours. Let's go.
A few words in a little while. We're going to have another meeting, a luncheon meeting, and we'll see you in about 2 hours. Okay? Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
And that's another thing, man, because people were getting mad. Trump answers questions. You know how much questions Kamala would have dodged right now? She would have been Leo.
Fascinating and meeting there in the Oval Office as French President Emmanuel Macron, correct or clarify Trump in that Russian leader Vladimir Putin would be okay with European peacekeepers in Ukraine of a potential deal to wind down this war. He said Putin isn't looking for more war. Words that may live in as many Putin observers believe. That's something he does want to see. We want to expand the borders of Russia. He praised Macron. He said they've had very good talks with Russia. He did say they've talked with others, but he didn't say Ukraine. He did, as Macron emphasized the bravery of Ukraine, Trump in turn emphasized the U.S. is very close to this deal on rare earth minerals with Ukraine to share profits from minerals. The Treasury Secretary there saying they're at the 1 yard line. And Trump again saying Europe does their assistance to Ukraine in the form of a loan, which was what Macron ultimately interrupted him to correct there. We should note, though, Zelensky said yesterday that he won't recognize a $500 billion share of Ukraine's deposits of rare earth and other minerals for the U.S. So he's pushing back on this Trump demand. It doesn't seem like it's at the 1 yard line. You listen to him, and Trump and saying the war could end within a week.
And Trump even saying that Zelensky may come in the next week or so to sign a potential deal. All that's happening on the 3-year anniversary, of course, of Russia's invasion into Ukraine, and the beginning of what we've known to be a long and bloody war. Now, he also talked about.
Yeah, I did forget they did invade Ukraine. I thought I was gonna say that they invaded Ukraine the first year Biden was in, but they waited a little bit before they invaded Ukraine.
DOGE, the so-called Department of Government Efficiency. Obviously, emails went out to all federal employees, essentially saying to state what your accomplishments have been over this past week. It came as a surprise to a lot of federal employees, but we heard the president weigh in saying that there's a lot of genius in sending this. And if people don't respond, it's very possible there is no such person or they're not working. Obviously, we don't have any evidence that there are no such people. In fact, we know many of these people have reported to CNN receiving these emails, and of course, specific departments like the Department of Justice, for example, have instructed staff not to respond to those emails. A lot just happened. I want to bring in CNN's Jeff Zeleny, who is at the White House for us. Jeff, obviously an interesting exchange there at the end about the cost of the war, but what stood out to you from seeing those two side by side?
Well, look, that definitely is one of the headlines to come out of this. And the reason that this is important is that President Trump has long been talking about he believes the U.S. got the short end of the deal here. He believes that the U.S. was on a gravy train, in his words, during the Biden administration and has been ripped off, and saying that Europe and European countries have a loan and the U.S. has just been paying assistance to Ukraine. Extraordinary there to see the French president, Emmanuel Macron, in a friendly way, but said, to be frank, that is not true. And walked through how actually
I think that's true, War Master, because a lot of people are mad right now that they're trying to get, you know what I'm saying? They're trying to get people back into the physical office. You know, Americans are used to working remote now within a couple of years, you know, since COVID. So, and crazy getting people back into the physical office.
European countries have much more skin in the game here, if you will. They paid considerably more money. So that was actually a very, very interesting exchange. And you saw the American president there said, well, if you want to believe that, that's fine. And then, so I believe that we'll be hearing more about that at their news conference this afternoon. And yes, they are going to be taking questions from reporters. They're at a lunch right now, a closed door lunch, a bilateral meeting, but that certainly was important. But the other headlines, as you said, the American president saying this war in Ukraine could be over in a matter of weeks. That might be optimistic. We shall see, of course, but important at this meeting, and no coincidence, is coming on the third anniversary of the war with Ukraine. But what the French president is trying to do is use his personal relationship with Donald Trump to really bring him back on the side of the European allies and try and save the transatlantic alliance. He spent 2 hours in the Oval.
Yeah, a lot of people don't want to sit up there and go to work. You know what I'm saying? Go to a physical office and stuff like that. And that's crazy. I mean, you go from remote work back into an environment like that, man. That shit is like micromanaging to the max. Even if you're not being micromanaged, technically, you're gonna feel like you're being micromanaged. You have no choice but to feel like you're being micromanaged. That shit crazy.
Office this morning on a Zoom call, if you will, with G7 leaders. I wanted to be at Donald Trump's side when he was on this phone call in this Oval Office right now. So clearly what Emmanuel Macron is trying to do is pull him away just a little bit from Vladimir Putin. And this meeting is going to be bookended on Thursday with a visit here to the White House of the British Prime Minister, Keir Starmer.
So, yeah.
Well, Donald Trump.
Hold on.
Made history today. And so today became a day that will live in infamy in presidential history, because today Donald Trump formally rejected the position that every American president has held since Franklin Delano.
Right, War Master. And it's like, especially if you're an introvert, man, like you don't want to be around people like that.
Delano Roosevelt masterminded the. Well, Donald Trump made history today, and so today became a day that will live in infamy in presidential history, because today Donald Trump formally rejected the position that every American president has held since Franklin Delano Roosevelt masterminded the American victory in World War II. Leader of the free world. That is what Franklin Roosevelt turned the job of the presidency into during World War II. Every subsequent president until Donald Trump fulfilled that role, especially at the United Nations. The United Nations began in the imagination of President Roosevelt. While President Roosevelt was making the key strategic decisions leading to victory in World War II, was also planning the aftermath of the war. He was planning peace. That's the way he talked about it, planning the peace. During the war, he sometimes referred to America and its allies in the war as the United Nations. He didn't live to see his design of the United Nations come true. But the United States was after World War II. It was basically the Franklin Roosevelt design. And every day at the United Nations throughout its history, the American ambassador to the United Nations all stood on the side of freedom. The United States of America in the United Nations voted with the free nations of the world against cruel dictatorships in the world, which almost always meant voting against the Soviet Union. In the 21st century, as Russian President Vladimir Putin began turning the government into a dictatorship again, the United States leadership of the free world, the United Nations, meant standing against Russian aggression. Since Russia invaded Ukraine, exactly 3 years ago on this day, the United Nations passed 6 resolutions against the Russian attack on Ukraine. The United States voted with the free world against the Russian war on Ukraine every single time until today. The United Nations once again today approved a resolution condemning Russia's war against Ukraine, and for the first time in history, the United States did not stand on the side of freedom in the United Nations. The United States, for the first time in history, voted with the dictator against the free world. Donald Trump voted with Vladimir Putin in the United Nations, and so it's official. It really is. As of today, if there's a leader of the free world, it is not the President of the United States. It might be the President of France, Emmanuel Macron, who played an important role in presidential history today, making Donald Trump the first president in history who had to be interrupted and corrected by an ally when the President of the United States was lying, and lying about that ally.
Yeah.
General Charles de Gaulle, who became the president of France after World War II, may have been the most egotistical.
You see how he trying to use history to back up his foolery? He said this dude is gonna get fired. He tried to use this whole Theodore Roosevelt stick to gas up his foolery. I'm like, what is this? Where are we getting at, bro? What is going on here?
Elected president anywhere in the world. Winston Churchill and Franklin Roosevelt couldn't stand de Gaulle during World War II. But they knew they had to deal with him, and they never had public disagreements with General Charles de Gaulle. Emmanuel Macron may be one of the least egotistical French presidents in history, but today it was the mild-mannered French president who had to interrupt the blustering president of the United States when the president of the United States was lying. And it fell to the French president to correct the American president in a way we've never seen an American president corrected before by another head of state or by anyone. Donald Trump did his standard lie about Europe's aid to Ukraine, the lie that Europe has loaned money to Ukraine, and it's a loan, and Ukraine has to pay it back. Donald Trump became the first American president in history fully humiliated on the world stage by instantly getting caught and corrected in his lie.
Europe is loaning the money to Ukraine. They get their money back.
No, in fact, to be frank,
oh shit, he tried to tell the truth in front of. So he tried to tell the truth in front of old boy. Yeah. Shout outs to everybody on Rumble. We got 22 people in the building. And we're doing well, y'all. Y'all make sure y'all hit the like button. Shout outs to everybody. Make sure y'all hit the like button. Support the show. Subscribe, support, and like. And also share. Yeah, the Rumble's been taking off lately. We starting to get more viewers, and yeah, absolutely. Let's get it.
We paid 60%.
So he was calling out right in front of old boy. And he's like, and they pay in Ukraine. So now he got to break it down.
Of the total effort, and it was through, like the US, loans, guarantee, grants, and we provided real money. To be clear, we have 230 billion frozen assets in Europe, Russian assets, but this is not as a collateral of a loan because this is not our belonging. So they are frozen. If at the end of the day, in the negotiation we will have with Russia, they're ready to give it to us, super. It will be loan at the end of the day, and Russia will have paid for that.
If you believe that, it's okay with me. But they get their money back, and we don't, and now we do. But, you know, that's only fair.
He actually reached out, President of France reached out, grabbed the arm of the American president to stop him from telling a lie about France and the rest of the countries.
Nah, I think, listen. And this is what happens when people be inserting their bias into things. Literally, Trump told the truth in front of him. If they ain't have nothing to hide, you know, there wouldn't be no explanation. So he said, okay, they're giving money to them. We gave money, but we're not going to really get nothing back. We gave. But they got some type of deal set up where they might get something back. You know, maybe we might get a little bit back, you know, if Europe decides to give us our money back. That's what he's saying. But basically, since it got to be explained, he don't know the full breakdown of the deal that they got. So that's what dude was doing. He was breaking it down like, oh, okay, it's not set up the way you think it is. We actually have a different type of agreement with them. And that's another thing that Trump probably is mad at. I'd be mad. I managed to America where we would have got our money back because we know how to, you know. Bad. I'd be mad as hell if I see you guys got a better deal with the Ukraine, and we don't have a good deal with the Ukraine, and I know damn well I'm the Trump man, I'm the art of the deal type guy, and I know how to barter, and Biden didn't barter, and now we got a shitty deal with the Ukraine. So they probably got a better deal with the Ukraine than America does, which allows them to get some of the money back, or they can recoup.
So Donald Trump's response to being corrected on his lie was to simply tell the lie again. They get their money back. When President Macron finished speaking, Donald Trump just told the lie again. So on the day when Donald Trump officially sinks the presidency on the international stage lower than it has ever been, by not only surrendering leadership of the free world at the United Nations, but standing against the free world, then right there in the Oval Office, Donald Trump is humiliated and exposed in a way that no previous president ever could be, because no previous president would be pathological enough to try to tell a lie like that right in front of the person he's lying about. And no previous president could possibly be stupid enough to try to tell a lie like that. But as our first guest tonight has written, quote, "The divide in politics today is between unreality and reality." Yale professor Timothy Snyder wrote that. Donald Trump constantly represents unreality. His followers constantly prove they share that same unreality with Donald Trump. They are unreachable by reality. They are unreachable by the reality presented today by the French president. Trump's followers will never see what the French president did to Donald Trump in the Oval Office today. And if they did see it, they wouldn't understand it. And Donald Trump knows that, which is why after the French president catches him in a lie, Donald Trump just tells the lie again. President Macron tried to break through to Trump followers by appearing on Fox at the end of the day.
Today is clearly the anniversary of the beginning of the aggression war of Russia in Ukraine. They invaded Ukraine 3 years ago. We want peace. And I think the initiative of President Trump is a very positive one. But my message was to say, be careful, because we need something substantial for Ukraine, but for the security of Europe and France. And second, let's work together on the future to preserve security guarantees, meaning to be sure that this peace will be respected by Russia.
The now powerless Republican senior senator Mitch McConnell, who, when he was in the Senate leadership, enabled Donald Trump in every way that he possibly could, issued a statement today saying, refusing to acknowledge Russia as the...
Bro, I heard Trump curse this man out on the phone, and they curse each other out on the phone. Any man with a mouth like that, look at how his mouth is. That gotta be a funny ass conversation. This the dude that froze up in front of the people and had that huge glitch. You gotta be careful with being around dudes like this that look like they're troubled all the time. Like you see their eyes swimming in their glasses. Your boy, bitch McConnell. Yeah, he had a whole goddamn aneurysm. This is crazy, War Master. Trump trying to get Mitch up out of there. Mitch was talking crazy to him on the phone.
The undeniable and unprovoked aggressor is more than an unseemly moral equivalency. It reflects a gross misunderstanding of the nature of negotiations and leverage. Blame for this human catastrophe rests solely on Vladimir Putin. Here's how we know. If Russian forces laid down their arms, Europe would be at peace. If Ukrainian forces laid down theirs, Putin's aims would not stop with Kyiv. Mistaking this fact is as embarrassing as it is costly. Without a clear and resolute commitment to the leadership and order that underpins our prosperity and security.
Also, he's quitting. I guess Trump probably making it hard for him to stay around. Interesting.
America's adversaries will receive exactly what they hope for. There is no question. The entire world is watching. Speaking of embarrassing, in the joint press conference with President Macron, Donald Trump was asked about his threatened tariffs against Canada and Mexico.
The tariffs are going forward on time, on schedule. This is an abuse that took place for many, many years. And I'm not even blaming the other countries that did this. I blame our leadership for allowing it to happen. I mean, who can blame them if they made these great deals with the United States, took advantage of the United States on manufacturing, on just about everything. Every aspect that you could imagine they took advantage of. I look at some of these agreements, I'd read them at night, and I'd say, who would ever sign a thing like this?
Yeah, that's a good question. Who would sign something so bad for America?
You know what I realize? It's the same thing with the Hoteps. You have a group of white guys going down the same tunnel also. Like they're following Trump in every single thing he does so closely, looking for him to make a mistake, that they actually start agreeing with what he's talking about. Slowly, they're actually listening to what he's saying and starting to like logically come around and be like, well, yeah, we kind of agree with that, but still, he's wrong. They're obsessed with him. Y'all got to understand, hate and love come from the same vein, which is passion. And America got a lot of weight to move around that we don't move around, which is crazy.
I think the control room actually has a picture of who signed it. Let's see. Yeah, there he is.
That's funny as hell. And listen, I've always laughed at George Bush dodging those shoes, because how did he see it coming? This man dodged 2 penny loafers thrown at him. And them joints had some velocity on it too. I know that joint went past his head like... Man's threw like 3 penny loafers at him.
That's the guy who signed the current trade agreement with Canada and Mexico. He did it the first time he was president.
Look at that one random black dude on the left. I'm here so I don't get fired.
And I think we got him holding up. Yeah, there he is holding up his very proud signature. Look how proud he is of that signature on what he called then the greatest trade deal in history.
For the first time in American history.
That's how I knew George Bush was gangster.
We have replaced a disastrous trade deal that rewarded outsourcing with a truly fair and reciprocal trade deal that will keep jobs, wealth, and growth right here in America. And in a true sense, it's also a partnership with Mexico and Canada and ourselves against the world. It's really a trade partnership if you look at it that way. And it's a day of great celebration in all 3 countries.
Great celebration in all 3 countries. The perfect trade deal. Canada, Mexico, and the United States, all three countries, and nothing changed between that day and today. The Biden administration did not change one word of the Donald Trump signed trade agreement with Canada and Mexico. So imagine an elderly president who says, who would ever sign anything like this? And
damn, now he an elderly president. He called this man elderly.
then you produce the pictures of him signing it. Wouldn't the Washington press corps just scream about the cognitive decline of that president? Wouldn't the White House press corps ask screaming questions about the president's mental capacity? Two presidents shamed and embarrassed Donald Trump today. The first was the president of France. The second was the president of the United States. Today, Ukraine's president, Volodymyr Zelensky, said this: "This war has deep meaning. It is a fight for independence, the kind that many nations have gone through. Those who fight survive. Those who surrender are
He's just saying he liked Biden more than Trump.
erased by history. And we, Ukrainians, exist. And we always will."
And of course he's gonna like Biden instead of Trump. Biden let him get what he wants. Trump like, when are y'all gonna pay us back? And hey, they coming to take your land. And they're really trying to make Trump look like he's on Putin's side this time around. They've always did that. But either way, think about it. It's a slick way for America to play both sides. They're on the receiving side of the war, and they're on the funding side of the war. So I don't know what to tell y'all, but listen, shout outs to everybody here. Hit the like button, share the show, support the show. It's Player Talk Radio, 8 hours and 28 minutes into the madness. That was a full shift. Thank you everybody for hitting the like button. Thank you everybody for supporting the show. Make sure you guys head over to hempforfitness.com. That's hempforfitness.com. Make sure you guys also head over to Miss V and head over to my brother Darshawn McAway, man. Hit the like button and support. We got another show coming later on today. It's Player Talk Radio. Thank you guys for sharing the show, liking the show, supporting the show. Let's keep it going. It's Player Talk. Let's get it. Let's go. Absolutely, Chaos. Go ahead. Shout out to Chaos Reign in the building. It's Player Talk.